Mm.
Morning.
Till it all goes wrong. Been there, done that. I will have to excuse myself about 10.
Okay.
You know where I'm going, and then I'll be back about.
Mm.
I'll skip the second one.
In your control.
We'll just let our witnesses get settled. I believe the broadcast is already on. Thank you to the two of you for your help just now. It's very useful. Apologies for the short notice.
It's fine.
Okay, let's go. Welcome to the 7th hearing of the Public Accountability and Work Committee's inquiry into the New South Wales Government's use and management of consulting services. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians on the lands on which we're meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander people joining us today or those who may be watching on the live stream. Today we'll hear from New South Wales Health, from iCare, CIRA, Deloitte Australia and the Public Service Association of New South Wales. Before we commence, I'd like to make some brief comments about the procedures for today's hearing. Today's hearing is being broadcast live via the Parliament's website. A transcript of today's hearing will be placed on the committee's website when it becomes available. In accordance with the broadcasting guidelines, the House has authorised the filming, broadcasting and photography of committee proceedings by representatives of media organisations from any position in the room and by any member of the public from any position in the audience. Any person filming or photographing proceedings must take responsibility for the proper use of that material. This is detailed in the broadcasting resolution, a copy of which is available from the Secretariat. While parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses giving evidence today, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of their evidence at the hearing. I therefore urge witnesses to be careful about comments you may make to the media or to others after you complete your evidence. Committee hearings are not intended to provide a forum for people to make adverse reflections about others under the protection of parliamentary privilege. In that regard, it's important that witnesses focus on the issues raised by the inquiry terms of reference and avoid naming individuals unnecessarily. All witnesses have a right to procedural fairness, according to the Procedural Fairness Resolution adopted by the House in 2018. If witnesses are unable to answer a question today and want more time to respond, they can take a question on notice. Written answers to questions taken on notice are to be provided within 21 days. If witnesses wish to hand up documents, they should do so through the committee staff. In terms of the audibility of the hearing today, I remind both committee members and witnesses to speak into the microphone. Finally, could everyone please turn their mobile phones to silent for the duration of the hearing? I now welcome our first witnesses, Ms Susan Pearce and Mr Alpha D'Amato of New South Wales Health. Ms Pearce and Mr D'Amato, there's no need for you to swear an oath or affirmation, as you've already done so at an earlier hearing as part of this inquiry. However, I would like to give you the opportunity to make another short statement to open us up, should you wish to.
Thank you, Ms Boyd. We're comfortable to get going.
All good? Okay, excellent. Thank you. And thank you for attending once again. Since we last spoke, there's been a number of, I guess, bits of information that you've provided to us on notice or in response to supplementary questions. So thank you very much for that. Just looking at the board and subcommittee minutes that were provided by the local health districts, many of them, and I note for the benefit of the committee and for yourselves that we are still working our way through those and they've not been published, with the exception of one set, which we will talk about later. But just talking on a general basis, a lot of those board and subcommittee minutes are in a draft form or they've not been signed. We identified a number that were missing. Does it concern you that the records from the local health districts appear to be so poor?
Look, we have always, and forgive my voice, I've had a cold and it's not COVID, just to confirm that. We have always been quite clear with the districts that it's important to have a clear and accurate record of their board meeting minutes. This process clearly has given us an opportunity to highlight that further. Ms Boyd, we appreciate that on some occasions the board minutes have not necessarily been to the standard that we would expect, nor that, frankly, the districts would have expected, with some errors and omissions and the like. But certainly we are very happy to report back that, you know, our advice to the districts is that they're an important document in terms of the transparency of what occurs at board meetings across the health system. They're a requirement of each local health district, and we've reiterated that.
Okay, so in terms of, I guess, health's response, so you've reiterated your requirements, but is there anything being done to sort of go further than that? Is there, you know, restating the requirements is not necessarily going to lead to the result that we're looking for here. Is there more that you can be doing on a proactive basis?
Look, we have a number of new board chairs who have commenced at the start of this financial year. We always have an induction process with board chairs when they start in particular. I meet relatively regularly with the board chairs, and certainly at the next meeting of that group, noting that we have a number of new attendees now, we will be making that an item to discuss. Ultimately, the responsibility does sit with the district and the board to ensure that their minutes are accurate. We will certainly be happy to keep a watching brief over the board minutes that are published going forward. But, you know, we must rely on, and we'll be reiterating this, on districts and their boards to record accurate minutes and to publishing them.
Although they hold the responsibility for the accuracy of those minutes, they are appointed by the ministry to those positions.
By the minister.
By the minister.
Yes.
So there is a level of accountability back to the minister, you would think, in terms of, is there anything that the minister can do to ensure that there's actual consequences for when these requirements aren't met?
I'd be happy to talk to the minister about that.
We heard from representatives of the South East and Sydney Local Health District at our hearing on the 26th of June and had quite a discussion with them about a potential conflict of interest and how that had been managed. And during that hearing, we were led to believe that a conflict of interest had not been mismanaged because there had in fact been numerous errors in the local health district's board minutes, and even that the self-attestation statement from the chair to ministry had been incorrect twice. Does that concern you, and will you be looking into those errors?
Certainly, again, we're aware of those specific issues that you've raised that have been highlighted by the work of the committee. There is a new board chair in South Eastern Sydney Local Health District as of this financial year, so we will certainly be taking the opportunity to talk to the new board chair in respect of the standards that are required. As I said, and we've made it very clear, I can't go back in time and change what occurred a number of years ago. I was not the Secretary of Health during those years either. And that's not no suggestion that anybody in this role, that they would have done anything differently to me in any event. But, we have to, the point of the health system in terms of any failures or errors that we make is to recognise those and do better in the future. And so that is our commitment in terms of what we can do about what happens next, as opposed to things that happened in the past.
So you're saying Mr. Still is no longer the chair?
That's correct.
Did he resign?
His tenure came to its natural end.
I thought that... Oh, okay. I
Yeah.
thought that he had been appointed I thought that those board appointments were made in February or December at
No.
the end of last year. No? So,
No.
okay.
So the board members can only be a member for 10 years in total.
Okay.
And Mr. Still had, along with a number of other board chairs, had completed his tenure and it reached its natural end.
Interesting. Thank you. If those minutes are correct, though, and I take your points about you can't go back and deal with mistakes that were made in minutes previously, but if in fact those minutes are correct on the face of them, then it looks like there was a mismanagement of a potential conflict of interest with Ms. Stubbins working at the time for PwC, as well as working as a board member, or being appointed as a board member during a period of time in which the Health District was giving quite a lot of work to PwC. Have you looked into that situation, or are you just accepting Mr. Still's explanation that they are errors in the board minutes?
We have discussed that issue with the district. We have taken what they have said, and on the record, indeed under oath in this committee, as the truth, and also their commitment to improve their minutes in the future.
In that hearing, Mr. Still stated regarding Ms. Stubbins, quote, "She did not work on the PwC work. She did not stand down so that she could work on that," end quote, despite the minutes recording that she had stepped down in order to pursue that work. He also said that, quote, "She was part of a different part of PwC. The only thing that she undertook to the board was that she would make sure that the best people in PwC were put on the job," end quote. And then further to that, it was then asserted by Mr. Still that Ms. Stubbins was acting as an advisor to the CFO. And when we asked Ms. Stubbins about her role at the time, she said, quote, "I was not an advisor. Just to be clear, I mentored the CFO and had a couple of meetings with her. After I stood down from the board, I wasn't an advisor," end quote. But in response to our questions on notice, we've now received yet another document that looks to confirm that Ms. Stubbins was indeed deeply involved in the Finance and Performance Committee work long after it had apparently been agreed that she would step down. And despite her saying that she did not attend those meetings as an advisor. And I'll hand to you these minutes, which I believe you've just looked at. I have a number of copies for the committee as well. And also I will hand to you the board referral note that Mr. Still gave us at that hearing, which he said was taken to the board on August 2015. And I'll quote from it. It says that Ms. Stubbins, with the consent of the board, stepped down from the board in May 2015. It then says that she's personally currently involved in mentoring the CFO, and no payment will be made to Ms. Stubbins or to PwC for this assistance. So I have sufficient copies, I hope, of both of those. In the minutes of meeting from the Finance and Performance Committee, from the 29th of June 2015, so a full month after she was apparently stepping down. She is listed as a board member, brackets advisor, on those minutes, so it's a bit unclear as to whether she is still a board member or just an advisor. But I'll take you to page 3 when you've got that document in front of you. So this is in the context of Ms. Stubbins apparently not doing any work for PwC, sorry, for the local health district. At the bottom there on page 3, it says, Ms. Stubbins agreed to undertake a review of all value improvement strategies for the 2015-16 financial year. So not only is she, now remembering that Mr. Still told us all of this was an error in the minutes, not only is she listed still as a board member in June 2015 and as an advisor, curiously, but she also is agreeing in those same minutes to undertake work for the local health district. Now, those value improvement strategies are the same value improvement strategies that PwC had been working on for the board, as we discussed in that previous hearing. This looks incredibly bad for the local health district and their management of conflict of interest. What will you be doing to investigate what happened here?
Well, given that I'm looking at this now, Ms Boyd, I'll certainly take that on notice and be happy to provide further advice to the committee in respect to what any action we may take in regard to that.
Thank you.
Can I just add to that, please? So, so this Miss Stubbins was on the board of the local health district, and she has a obviously she has a profession in account. She's on the she's on the finance part of the board.
Yeah, while being a PwC partner.
That's right. Yeah, but we know she's a PwC partner because that's actually would be known to everyone, and that's why she's there for her expertise in that area. Because would it be correct, Secretary, to say that when you are looking at comprising boards for local health districts, you are looking at making sure that you have professionals who represent a myriad of different professions that will execute their duties and be able to enhance the advice to the local health district?
Yes, that's correct.
And we covered that at length in the first hearing. That's not what this is about.
Right, that's fine. Well, I'm just trying to find out what this is.
This is about a conflict of interest. Were you in the hearing when we've had Miss Stubbins?
I really am not sure, but the conflict of interest that you're insinuating...
No, it's on the face of the documents. I encourage...
That you are insinuating...
We can have a... I'm happy to catch you up later.
I don't need to be caught up, respectfully, Chair. I think I know what I'm doing. Probably why you're reacting.
No, it's fine. So are you concerned then about this idea, this sort of secondary revelation that came out about consultants then being advisors to individual executives within our LHDs?
Look, I think it depends. I mean, every circumstance would turn on its own facts. I can't make a comment about being concerned about people working in some consulting firms being advisors to people in districts. Look, I don't think it's a particularly widespread practice. I think this issue has been well canvassed by this committee in the past. Clearly, I'm not in a position as the Secretary of Health to provide detailed information about what happened at a local health district 8 years ago. But I think in general terms, people in the health system seek advice from, large numbers of people, whether they be in consulting firms or not. It may be a mentoring arrangement, it may be unpaid, it could be any number of things. So I'm not really in a position to talk about being concerned without more particulars as to what, if any, the inference is that is, or some sort of suggested behaviour that would be leading to.
Perhaps more of a question for the Minister that I can raise perhaps in budget estimates. The completeness of the records of the contracting spend by each of the local health districts varies considerably. And again, thank you for all of the details that you provided from the local health districts, because I think that's been incredibly informative for working out where they are spending money on consultants. But some are really detailed and others appear to be quite sparse. Was that something that you looked at? Is there any sort of concern, or having now received that information, is there a decision to, sort of help harmonise that reporting?
I'll get Mr. D'Amato to comment, but I think, look, broadly speaking, one thing that's highlighted is the challenges with the definitions that we've also previously canvassed at this committee. So I think, the difference between consultancy contractors and professional services clearly has contributed to some of the information that you see there, because I've, looked at those figures myself and asked some of the same questions. Clearly there are some values in terms of some of the districts that are absolutely associated with COVID. There's no doubt about that, and some of the work during the pandemic, particularly with the Kudos Bank Arena as an example at Western Sydney in one particular year where the value is quite significantly higher than you would normally see. But I'm well versed in the vaccine rollout because I was responsible for it across the state, and I know what was happening at the time. But I'll get there's a range of improvement strategies that have kicked off from the 1st of July that we've put in place. And I'll get Mr D'Amato perhaps to comment on those if that's okay, Chair.
Thank you.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, Chair, for the question. As I mentioned last week when I was here with the Procurement Board, New South Wales Health has introduced additional steps to prepare ourselves in reporting for this financial year the details that is now required for all the districts in our annual report. As a result, for any engagement, consultants, professional services from the 1st of July this financial year, over $30,000 were to be approved by the Chief Procurement Officer. At that point, we're also collecting additional information so that we can make sure that we're clear on how some of these definitions are interpreted by the districts so that we can prevent it, if you want, the large discrepancies that you've seen in some of these numbers. Because it's fair to say that even the Auditor General acknowledged that it's a bit difficult at times to interpret the definition that we're working on at the moment, despite the fact that the Procurement Board is working on improving the definition. We're using all we can at the moment to prepare ourselves best we can.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question? Is any of that work the result of the Ernst & Young contract looking at procurement and the procurement model? And if so, we've been talking about conflict of interest. Might there be a conflict of interest in Ernst & Young working on the procurement model? I just know that that's a line item in some of the information we were given.
No, thank you, Dr. Kane. EY was engaged, I think, probably a year or so ago, to help us develop a new, if you want, procurement policy and review the processes that we had in place. As a result, we introduced a new policy 12 months ago, and those policies, I admit, is still new to the system, but to complement the policies, there are significant effort in training. In fact, we also have a procurement academy that we have introduced this last financial year, and this was also complemented by a procurement portal online where the users can actually, seek additional information as well as then the procurement procedure that is really detailed and help the system and the users to identify what are the steps they need to use to procure goods and services. So I think EY effectively just helped us review our internal processes, and then internally we have a steering committee, and in fact, as a result of it, we also have a procurement reform group, our chair, that is focusing not only on enhancing and establishing the procurement policy as the key document guiding all our staff in procuring goods and services, but also seeking opportunities for further efficiencies and enhancement in our procurement aspects.
Mr. D'Amato, sorry, just to pick up on Dr. Kane's question there. So just to clarify, the work that Ernst & Young have done on this is more around the process rather than around the policy itself. While you say it's the procurement policy, the policy, of course, is still set by the department.
Absolutely.
But it's the processes in order to implement that they've done the work on. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So figures showed from those local health districts that around 25% of all of their consulting spend was going to PAWC. Is that something that the department is concerned about in terms of concentration? I'm just trying to understand, is that something that, like, who monitors that? Who looks and says, well, actually there's a reliance forming on one particular consulting firm? Is that something within the remit of New South Wales Health?
Yep. We do tend to monitor the spread, if you want, across the different firms, but I also have to admit that you can see there are different trends across the different entities. In my opinion, and I probably need to take the further questions on notice, but I think in my opinion also reflect the services that each individual firm is more, if you want, experienced.
Does it not, though, then create an interreliance between, like we've heard from academics about the idea that you end up with certain groups within particular consulting firms that are then reliant for their existence on a certain stream of work coming out of government, and also that government then becomes quite reliant on a particular consulting firm in order to provide the services. Is that interreliance seen as a problem from New South Wales Health's perspective? Is there any, or from a procurement board perspective, are there any sort of greater oversight on those trends, or is that sort of something at a kind of policy level?
Look, I probably need to take that on notice, but the chief procurement officers normally monitors the compliance of the policy and compliance on trends and the data that we submit to Treasury as well.
Yeah, I might add, just also in terms of the improvements we've put in place from 1 July, with the Chief Procurement Officer being required to review any, consultant request over $30,000, Mr. D'Amato's mentioned, I've also asked him to keep his eye on that very issue, because our policy is quite clear that, that there shouldn't be, a large amount of work going to one or the other. It should be evenly spread. I do note, however, that, I'm not entirely familiar with the internal workings of all of these consultancy groups, to be honest with you, but I do understand that, some of them have project management functions that others don't have. So I don't think they're all equal in their offerings, and I think that's one reason why you see some of that. The ministry, when we've looked at our own information in particular with regard to this issue, we can see that it's fairly evenly spread across the consulting groups at a ministry level. Yeah.
Sorry, excuse me. Could I ask about, so I think Mr. D'Amato, you referred to the information you provided us across the different entities, and I was just reviewing that recently. Quite a lot of the information provided shows direct engagement of consultancies, and I understand that there's a $250,000 cap for direct engagement. Aside from the COVID cases, which we've spoken about before and you provided information in your answers, there are a lot of examples of direct engagement above $250,000. I know you now have a new policy in place, but I wondered if you could explain a bit how that might have occurred. And also there does seem to be quite a number of examples of $249,900 contracts, which are then extended into the hundreds of thousands of dollars. And I wondered if there's been any reflection or indeed follow-up or indeed discipline around the breaches of that policy.
Okay. There are a couple of things. One is in respect to the direct engagement. If a supplier is pre-qualified and therefore part of other or whole of government or whole of health procurement listing, then we can direct engage, and then the threshold kicks in just in determining whether we need to seek one quote or multiple quotes. And in regards to then the $249,000 that you refer is probably something that more around the delegation that we have in place, so something that probably need to have a look in regards to the extent of the problem. We to tend to monitor that exactly, and also, with the extra steps we put in place now, we are seeking the Chief Procurement Officer also to monitor the extension of contracts, so that in the case of 249,000, the value of the contract needs to be evaluated in regards to the total amount, so 249 plus any extension.
Okay, so that's a future thing. So you're not going back and looking at where there's been cases where it's just under. There's no suggestion that you might go back and see why that occurred.
I think that there's always good learning from the past, and I'll take that on notice and I'll have a good look at it.
Also, could I ask you to take on notice? I think from memory, and I don't want to go through the spreadsheet now, but I think from memory, there were a couple of examples of non-pre-qualified that were a direct engagement. If you could just check on that, I think from memory there were.
Sure.
And I'd like that info. Thank you.
You mentioned before the project manager function, which PwC seems to do a lot of. I was disappointed by the information received from Health Infrastructure, because I think in that instance it was very much a very narrow interpretation of what we'd asked about. We'd asked for spend on consultants, and I think what we probably got back was just consulting spend as opposed to contracting spend on consultants. The answers to the questions on notice noted that 1.5% of the total project budget spend on project management costs. Project management costs were a total of 1.5% of the total project budget for infrastructure. But then the ones that we discussed in our hearing, for example, the PwC as the outsourced project manager for Westmead, didn't make it into the details that were provided in the SUP, so it didn't match up with the e-tender records that we had. That was also the case for New South Wales Ambulance, Health Share and eHealth, so those figures we got back looked quite lean. Is that interpretation correct, do you think, Mr. D'Amato? Did you look at those? Does it look like there's some spend missing on consultants that's just been maybe classified a different way?
Yeah. So in the first instance, I think it is fair to acknowledge that the HI, health infrastructure and the project management cost does tend to get capitalised, and it's something that we discussed previously, and also the Auditor General picked up as a challenge that we need to unpack. I agree with you that it's likely that they interpret the question as spent on consultants, and therefore immediately use the definition on consultants to determine what is that we provided, whereas if the question was in regards to what is spent on PwC, as any invoices from PwC, they would have been probably provided you the data that you are after. And similar with the health share and ambulance. However, I also think that we need to acknowledge sometimes it's very difficult to determine what part of the spend from one of these companies is really consultancies versus contractors and versus other spend, because at times we also engage these firms to provide us services in respect to legal services or audit services, which then again, how do we interpret it? It's not consultancies because they're not providing us with recommendations or professional advice. It's not contractors because it's not something that we would have otherwise done this, and therefore is in these other categories other. And it's something that admittedly we need to work on as a procurement group as well.
Could I ask a follow-up question about the supplementary answers? A couple of things. My colleague, the Honourable Peter Primrose, asked some fairly direct questions and asked for templates and forms and the form of questions that were used during the process. We weren't supplied with that. We were supplied with a summary paragraph about the nature of the types of process. I wondered, could we actually get the forms and templates that are used as requested? The other question I wanted to ask, and it relates a little bit, Ms. Pearce, to your answer earlier about moving forward. I mean, some of the things we're looking at are in the past and we can learn from them, but we're moving forward. I wondered then why one of the answers given was when we asked about managing conflict of interest with consultants. One of those answers in those supplementary answers was that New South Wales Health says that there's conflict of interest processes managed by the consultants, and that was your answer, that's where the onus is. It's on the consultancies to manage their conflict of interest, and New South Wales Health understands that there's a process. And I just wonder, in light of this inquiry, the federal inquiry, is that actually a good enough answer to provide us about how conflict of interests are managed, that we say, well, it's okay because the consultancies are on it, they have their own processes? I thought it was an interesting answer for you to give us on that one.
I don't think we're saying it's okay. It's all on them. I think what we're responding to is the arrangements that have been in place up until now, which we've complied with, and we have an expectation that anyone we engage, whether it's a law firm or whether it's a consulting group, manages their conflicts. Conflicts, I know that the ICAC guidance has been discussed in this committee. There are conflicts all over the place. There are requirements upon professional individuals to manage their conflicts. In respect of going forward, and so we're happy to elaborate on that, the very robust process that we now have in place from 1 July absolutely will be taking those issues and I guess hardening our stance, if you like, in regard to potential conflicts. I don't know that I can sit here, though, and tell you that, as Secretary of Health, that I can guarantee to you that there will never be a conflict of interest issue again. What we try to do is, even if there is a conflict, it doesn't mean that necessarily automatically knocks someone out. There is also, per the ICAC guidance, how you manage and mitigate conflicts of interest. So I think it's not a simple you're conflicted, you're automatically out. In some cases, absolutely, there'll be no question of that.
Could
But
I ask then that perhaps, and it might have been, given that the answers were given on the 2nd of August, so it was a full month into your new policy, perhaps we could get a copy of what the new policy is, which you'd
By all
say is
means.
much more robust. So I'd be interested to have a
Yeah,
look at that.
by all means. Yeah. Did you want to add to that?
Yeah, sorry, if I may, Dr. Kane, I just want to reiterate what the Secretary has mentioned. In regards to the new process, we have an extra step where we actually ask everyone to save all these documents, including confidentiality and conflict of interest undertakings, into a repository. So we'll be able to demonstrate that these steps are being complied with, and we have evidence and record keeping. I think one of the steps we put in place from the 1st of July, acknowledging some of the recommendations from the Auditor General, is an enhanced way of record keeping that can be governed centrally, so that we don't have to all the time ask districts to report back.
Thank you. I'd appreciate that to be added to the other supplements to the supplements, because they were
No
not
worries.
answered perhaps as fulsomely as they could have been.
And if I may, can I just double check in regards to your question around forms and templates? What we normally issue is a guidance paper, or what we've issued in the past was a guidance paper to provide some examples to users in determining what is a consultant and what is a contractor. I can provide you that. We don't have a formal template as such.
Okay, that would be useful. Thank you.
Okay.
Just, I guess, looking at those answers in other respects as well, and in relation to that conflict of interest, we did ask, in relation to conflict of interest on the local health district boards, your response came back saying a preliminary review of information held by the ministry has identified 2 instances of a matter being referred to the ministry where it has involved a board member. One matter in 2019, one in 2021, and in both those instances the issue raised was not substantiated. Did any of those, or either of those, involve a consultant, basically working for a consultant at the same time as being on the board?
I'd have to take that on notice, Ms. Boyd.
Thank you. One of the questions we asked that was taken on notice wasn't answered. Question 14 refers to part of a transcript where a question is asked which consultants were involved in advising on those New South Wales health reforms in 2011. There was no response given to that. Is that something you can answer now?
I was working in an area health service in 2011, so no, I can't.
Not off the top of your head.
Sorry, I'd have to take it on notice, I'm afraid.
Yeah, that's right. We just have an answer to that this time. Would be great. The answer to question 26 states that it was a management decision to stop reporting consultant spend as capital works and other, and just report as one line. Why was that management decision made? And does it obscure how much consultant spend is being capitalised?
In the first instance, I think we need to acknowledge that what we see in the expense side of general ledger is probably not reflecting the full amount that we spend in the capital, as we discussed before. So for that reason, I believe that decisions back then, it was before my time, it was that it was immaterial, and they wouldn't have compromised the quality of the statement and the annual report.
Okay. Question 15 of the supplementary questions was also not answered. The question was how many engagements have been granted to consultants or contractors who previously were engaged to do a business case. Is there a reason why that wasn't answered? And if not, could you maybe take it on notice again?
Sure.
Yep.
In relation to the QDOS contract with the Western Sydney Local Health District, with so many other entities involved, and it was really good information to see exactly who else was involved and what they were doing. Why was PwC paid so much? They were paid like $7 million, and it seems that it's very unclear what exactly they were doing in that process. Do you have more?
You would have to refer that question to the district, Ms. Boyd. I mean, look at the period of time when that was being established was intense, because we were dealing with the first Delta outbreak of the pandemic. When QDOS was being established, it was established very quickly, and I will say the pressure applied by me to the district at the time to get that stadium up and running was pretty significant.
And I completely understand that.
Nothing to do with engaging consultants, I might say, but you know, we really
But it put you in a weak negotiating position, didn't it?
We had to get that place up and running because we needed to contain the outbreak at the time, which we did, I might say. But the nature of those payments and what they were for, we would have to refer that question and take it on notice to the district.
Thank you.
Sorry, further to that, Chair. Secretary, at that time, which does seem like a lifetime ago, but unfortunately isn't, we were faced with what we were seeing internationally, what potentially could happen. And I know extensively, well, I think we all do hear your role in what you did for this state, which is just incredible. But at that time, would it be fair to say that you just needed everything done as quickly as possible to get that stadium up and running, to get vaccines into arms, to protect the people of New South Wales?
Yes, I think that's a fair statement, but I will also add that, you know, we've always maintained, regardless of our emergency arrangements, that we followed the rules. We had emergency procurement provisions in place at the time as a consequence of the pandemic that were authorised because of the nature of the work that we were doing. So, you know, I think despite the pressure people were under, they did a sterling job of sticking to the rules that were in place. You know, look, if the committee would indulge me, I think the one thing I would say broadly, the public health system has always prided itself on being robust. We stick to the rules. We work within the rules that are before us. We do our level best to make sure that every dollar we spend on behalf of the public of this state is spent wisely and appropriately. And I think that overall, in respect of this hearing and this procedure, the procedures that are going on here, we are very willing participants here. We would like to see improvements in, and we've outlined those ourselves. We've nothing to hide. We want to see improvements in the manner in which we record and report consultancy spend. We take our responsibility of the public dollar very seriously, and I feel it's important for the committee for me to reiterate that. But in respect, back to your original question, Western Sydney, I'm sure, can provide the detail. My understanding is that, from memory, that the PAWC element of that, because it was massive, I mean, we were looking at being able to do something in the order of 120,000 vaccines a week from QDOS. The PAWC component of the workforce that supplied that service was relatively small because we really had to pull out our stops to get the place up and running.
Ms Pearce, just to that question as well, following on from Ms Taylor's question, from the announcement of that QDOS operating as a vaccine facility to it being stood up, what was that time frame?
Oh, look, from memory, I know we managed Sydney Olympic Park in 20 working days, and it was something similar.
Yeah, thank you.
And I will,
Secretary, just
sorry,
further to that,
order,
because
sorry, can I just clarify?
Right, and then I'll go.
Thank you. I will just clarify, because I'm worried about the tone of questioning, that at no point are we...
Point of order, Chair.
At no point...
Point of order.
Can I
Point of
finish my
order.
sentence?
There's a point of order.
Go ahead.
I would ask that you withdraw your use of tone.
Withdrawn. Sorry, so what we were saying is that at no point are we criticising health's engagement of PAWC. I don't think that has been evident in any of the questions we've asked so far. What I'm asking here is what PAWC were doing at that time. So obviously you were doing a stellar job. That's not being doubted here, and we are very grateful for your participation in this inquiry. What we're asking here is, in that period of weakened negotiating position, whether or not these consulting firms were perhaps being paid more than they would be otherwise, and whether that was appropriate.
Not to my knowledge, but
Right.
we'll get more information
Go
from
ahead.
the
So
district.
further to that, thank you, Chair. during that time when that outbreak was happening and where internationally people were looking to do similar things, would you, and I don't know because I didn't sit on crisis at that time, that was before my time on there, would you describe it, Secretary, and if you could elaborate to the committee, was it, I imagine, and I don't know, that it was a difficult time to get that expertise help that was required because everybody all over the world was looking for it?
Look, it was a case where we needed all hands on deck, there's no question of that. But in addition, I mean, we had the Defence Force assisting us, we had the RFS, we had Qantas workers who'd been stood down, we had authorised, student nurses to work. We really, in no small way, it was a military effort to achieve what we did, and it was also at the time, you may recall, where we received the Polish Pfizer and we were given large amounts of vaccine because of the state of the pandemic in New South Wales at the time, following the mid-June spread of the Delta virus, the Delta strain, I should say. We managed to give just under 1 million vaccines across our state clinics in 3 weeks during that period, and Kudos Bank Arena was a very significant part of that.
Thank you.
Check. Thank you, Ms Pearson, Mr D'Amato. I wanted to sort of look forward again, look to the future, and I hear that you're doing work there and you'll provide further info, which I appreciate. One of the answers we were given was about, and probably multiple actually, but I know in writing one of them we were given was about engaging PAWC at some stage for policy implementation plan, and the reasoning was because there wasn't internal capacity or capability. I wondered if you could perhaps let us know what kind of action has been taken to map where the capability shortages have been that have required so much infilling by consultancies, and sort of where you're at. I presume that's a process that you're undertaking.
I'll make a couple of comments and Alpha will have more. I think, again, to state for the committee that notwithstanding some of the challenges we've discussed here today, the spend on consultants as an overall proportion of the health spend is tiny. You're talking about less than, in some cases, 0.9% of a budget year. But notwithstanding that, there are clear large dollar amounts attached to those spends, and we're cognisant of that. As part of the new process, and I'll just go back a step, clearly we would prefer on any level that that work is done by our own staff. There is no philosophical view, and particularly, from our leadership team, and I believe this includes the districts, to bring consultants in at the expense of our staff. But as part of the new process, there will be required to whoever's requesting the engagement within our services will be required to provide justification as to why work can't be done by existing staff.
But I guess my question was a bit beyond justification to, is there any, and we talked about this I think with the previous witness, is there any global kind of map of what capability health has and what health will need so as to be planning for those?
I'll get Mr Ralph to comment,
Thanks, Dr. Kane. Yes, we started examining options, and one of the options we are currently assessing is the availability of internal capacity from different parts of the organization to conduct evaluations, for instance. Some that would have otherwise outsourced, if you want, to some of these organizations that could otherwise be done internally. So we determine what is the capacity that we can plan ahead, as some of these programs require to be evaluated according to Treasury guidelines, and also determine what would they look like if we were to scale the internal capacity. So that's one option. We are currently examining, the feasibility of this, so that we can do more internally.
Okay, it's just because you particularly talk about policy implementation, which is one of those areas, we've had other agencies here, one of those areas which would seem pretty much bread and butter, policy implementation, where you yourself talk about that capability gap. So aside from the evaluation, I'm just wanting to assure myself that when you identify a capability gap, there's some next step towards filling that gap.
I think one of the opportunities with the new process will, given that we'll have a much better line of sight on what sorts of work is being requested, that will give us an opportunity as well to look at that in another way. You know, if for example, a district is asking to engage consultants for X, and they've got to provide justification as to why their own staff can't do that, that gives us an opportunity to identify the gaps through that process as well. Look, New South Wales Health is a very large organisation. We have 175,000 headcount staff. It's impossible for me to sit here and tell you that I can identify every gap within our services that may need to be filled in some other way.
No, but I'm asking
Yeah.
about the ones you have identified.
Yeah.
So you did identify a gap.
Yeah.
So then it's what then is the process for next steps? And the other question I want to ask is, so you mentioned the area health services in terms of the new process and the $30,000 and seeking approval. Are those other bodies that we got information from included in that policy, or is it just local area health service? So is it e-health,
Yes, they're
infrastructure,
all
all of it?
everyone.
Okay, thank you.
including health infrastructure.
And they're delighted.
I'm sure. Thank you.
Can I ask you, one of the things in the Western Sydney Local Health District answers that was really interesting, we were asking about the the Auditor General board governance report on the local health district boards and the recommendations that were made in that, and we asked those district representatives what they'd done in response to that, and in their answers they came back and said effectively that they had provided a response back to health on the 4th of June 2019, which implies that there was a process where health had written and said, here's these recommendations, and you've got something back. I'm just wondering what happened next in that process in terms of looking at those responses, and was there any sort of changes made to processes, or did anything else come out of that?
Can I just double check? You mentioned the 2019 Auditor General report.
It must have been.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that triggered the whole reform process. So as a result of that, not only we developed a new policy, but we put in place a reform program that is still ongoing, as I mentioned, our chair, and that's where we pretty much started the journey, and we reported back to the Auditor General probably 2 years ago now, before COVID. Yeah.
Are you able to give us a copy of that report just so we can see sort of which of those recommendations were adopted and sort of where that's got to? That would just be really useful.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you.
And I believe we reported that to the other committee as well.
Okay, yeah. Thank you. In Mary Foley's answers, she suggests on question 2, her answer to question 2, that might be better answered by health, and that involves when the 2011 reforms were brought in, I understand Carrie Schulman was brought in, according to Mary Foley, to sit within health and to sort of lead the implementation or be involved in the implementation. One of the questions we asked was, what was the period of her engagement? She suggested that we ask you, obviously not something you'll know off the top of your head.
I'd have to take it on
But
notice.
if you could take it on notice, thank you. In relation to the eHealth's answers, they noted that New South Wales Health Pathology engaged Deloitte to, quote, provide some development services to cover staff leave, end quote. Is that sort of arrangement common, where we get consultants in to cover leave?
I think that's where perhaps you get into the consultant contractor professional
okay.
services discussion, as opposed to consultants to cover leave generally. It wouldn't be, I don't know, do you have any other comments, Alpha? Without knowing the exact specifics of what the positions were, again, it's a pretty large organisation, I'd need to take it on notice.
Because it comes back to that original question we had in our very first hearing, where we were asking Treasury, what is the total number that we are giving to these firms, and no one can tell us, and we understand all of the the differences in definition, etc. But it's quite remarkable to me that we can't say X amount of money left government accounts and went to PWC in this year, whether it's a contractor or it's a consultant, whatever. Understanding the level of payments going to these consulting firms is clearly of public interest.
Your question wasn't about payments, though, it was about people filling positions as consultants.
So, yes, but is that not a payment? Would you not? I mean, in that case,
yes, there
it was
clearly would be.
$193,000 that was paid to Deloitte for that work. So, I'm curious.
What year was this?
So that was. Oh, I don't know actually. Sorry, I'd have to go back and look at their answers. It's in the eHealth answers. They said New South Wales Health Pathology engaged Deloitte to provide development services to cover staff leave. So.
Might need to take that.
Sorry.
Well, we would have to take it on notice, Ms. Boyd. But I mean, the general principle is that yes, from time to time, you know, there would be contractors. So, for example, during the height of the pandemic, we had a media person that came over from the Sachs Institute who was a contractor to New South Wales Health to assist with, media and the like during that period. So, there will be times where those types of things occur. Without the exact detail, it's very hard for me to comment, but it's consultants, as in the someone providing professional advice to fill a vacancy doesn't sound right to me. I think you're into the contractor discussion there, but nevertheless, the payments go to the So we.
But, I just wonder, because it seems to me if it was reported by eHealth, it sounds as though there might have been a system implementation to perhaps support the vacancies or leave. So as I say, probably best if you take down notice to unpack a little bit.
We heard that eHealth have 706 contingent workers as at the 30th of June 2023, both consultants and contractors, however defined, so 706 of them. Engaged through the contingent workforce scheme. How many are there across all of health, do you know?
No, I don't. I would have to take that on notice.
Does that number seem large to you?
I've spoken to Dr. Bolovich about that actually when I saw that, and he has provided me with the following advice that the ICT workforce, so I think we really are genuinely talking about contingent workers as opposed to consultants. So, different, not consultants in there. This is contingent workforce they have far more permanent workforce within eHealth. So I would like to make that point clear. The contingent workforce does not outweigh the permanent workforce in that organisation. His advice to me essentially was that pre the pandemic, they had been gradually reducing their contingent workforce and permanentising people. So it's our preference, obviously, wherever we can have somebody who's a permanent staff member, to have them as a permanent staff member. And that's across the entire health system. I mean, there are other examples I could give you, but if we stick with eHealth, during the pandemic, ICT workers were in high demand. It created an environment where people could earn more money by being contingent workers. That obviously affected us, as it did many other organisations looking for ICT workforce. He says that it's gradually improving, so we're starting to see a little bit more of a return, so the number's getting a little lower and we're seeing people now seeking permanent employment. I suspect that, the current, state of affairs with the economy and the like are influencing people's decision-making perhaps about permanent work as opposed to temporary work, which is to our benefit in that regard. But, my overarching statement is, yes, it does seem like a large number, but I think you've got to contextualise it to that particular type of work that eHealth does, combined with the fact that they are certainly seeking to reduce that and make people permanent wherever possible.
There's obviously a difference between individual consultants and contractors, and I understand a lot of people structure their work as, a sort of a sole contractor or a sole consultant. But how many of those contingent workers, and I guess perhaps you could provide on notice how many there are across health, but how many of those contingent workers are actually from consulting firms? So where you've got someone like Deloitte filling those roles as opposed to an individual who chooses not to be an employee, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, we'd have to take that on notice, but I don't know if you wanted to mention field glass in terms of
that's
that
right.
process.
Thank you. So in terms of the numbers, I think it's fair to say the largest proportion of our contingent workers are deployed within eHealth. just because, as we mentioned, is the capabilities that we're looking for. And also I think it's fair to say that the tenure that we're looking for sometimes is a short term, depending on the nature of the program. Sometimes we might need some skills at the very beginning of certain programs, and throughout the program development and implementation, we might need to change the skills that we require. Overall, we have we comply with the Treasury guidelines in regards to contingent workers, and we use a vendor management system across the system. And within our organisation, we also intend to implement this across all districts as well this financial year, again, with the view that we want to improve on record keeping. At the moment, as I say, e-health is certainly represents the largest group.
I think it's also worth just noting that for some people they want to work as contingent workers. That's you know, because there are also financial benefits to people in that regard. If our award arrangements, for example, don't meet the market expectation, and that's part of the challenge in the ICT environment.
We had, we've got and as I say, I'm sort of not concerned about the sole contracts and sole consultants, but it piqued my interest reading the Deloitte submission when they talk about how they are deliberately not part of that contingent worker scheme because they believe it doesn't sort of agree with their model, and I'll be asking about that because there seems to be other types of contingent workforce that Deloitte have put in, but that piqued my interest because it made me think that means probably that the other consulting firms are involved in that contingent workforce scheme. So how many of their workers are providing a contingent workforce for health, I think, is a really relevant question for this committee.
I've got a response for you, though, in respect to the Deloitte pathology engagement that we mentioned earlier. So I'm advised that it was to help. You might recall that we developed an SMS results capability so that if you were tested for COVID and you could get that straight to your phone. So they were there to provide resources to assist with that program of work.
Okay, thank you. When we had New South Wales Ambulance in, they were talking about a business case analysis that they'd had prepared by Deloitte, and it had cost them $400,000. And they said that was money we've spent because it resulted in their budget bid being accepted by Treasury. Now, I guess the question I have is, is there from a health perspective, when you're looking at various agencies preparing business case analyses, would it be preferable if there was an internal, some sort of internal government service for business case analysis? It seems like a lot of money in order to convince one part of government to do something the other part of government thinks is necessary.
Look, I think, again, restating the comments I made earlier, it's always preferable if we can to have internal resources that are available to do these sorts of pieces of work, and it may be an opportunity for the future to think about how that could work across government, perhaps. I don't think, we would object to that at all. I guess the ambulance service have provided the responses you have there. It was an extensive piece of work. And again, to be very clear, Deloitte was not responsible for the modelling or where stations went. They were there to provide project management support. Yeah.
Mr. Latham.
Thank you, Chair. Could I just get a bit more information about the new system you've got for handling the need for consultancies to prove that the work can't be done internally, which I think is the key issue for this inquiry. How do you handle a circumstance where, say, management makes a conclusion that the work can't be done internally, but the frontline workers think that they could actually do that work and don't want to see a consultancy have it?
Yeah, that's a good question. Look, I think that is definitely something for us to think about going forward because, and I guess it goes back to my response to Dr. Kane, that when we now have a much more granular view of the type of work that's being requested, I think that will give us an opportunity to really press our services about why they would need that. In those circumstances, we should also have an eye to how that would affect our own workforce if you were to bring in a consultancy group and give us an opportunity to have, better discussions with them, I think. So we certainly have no problem with what you're proposing there, because I think there are times where people would clearly feel that they were capable of doing something, and we should give them that opportunity wherever possible.
And would you consider a situation where if the frontline workers had their own budget and cost unit self-contained, they could join the tender process and be considered in that competitive environment to do the work? I've seen this happen in local government where
we've done that
the business
before.
units can outcompete the
Yep.
consultancy and claim it on a level playing field.
Yeah, we indeed ourselves, we have done that before
Yeah.
within health, indeed, with Health Share, in the provision of soft services, for example, where contracts were previously let to, other businesses outside of government, and also with our pathology service, who, competes actively. New South Wales Health is quite unique in terms of the size of our pathology service that's publicly run. So they've had an opportunity over time to be able to compete with private providers. So we're certainly very open to that.
Thank you.
Any other questions from anyone? No? Might have an extra long morning tea. What do you reckon? Thank you so much for attending, and we do really appreciate
a pleasure.
all of the work that you're doing in helping us to understand the use of consultants in health. It's been incredibly informative, and unfortunately you were our first department we went with, and so you've done a lot of the load in educating the committee on the processes around procurement, so thank you very much.
Thank you for the opportunity.
So that concludes this session, and we'll be back at 11 o'clock. We all good? Just checking we've got quorum. Yeah, we do. Excellent. All right then. I now welcome our next witness, Mr. Richard Harding from iCare. Could you please state your name and position title and then swear either an oath or an affirmation?
Thank you, Chair. My name is Richard Harding. I'm the CEO and Managing Director of Insurance and Care for New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And would you like to commence by making a short opening statement?
If I could, that would be great. Thank you. iCare welcomes the opportunity to contribute to this inquiry, and I thank the committee for the invitation to appear today. I'd like to provide the committee with a brief explanation of iCare's approach to consultants' use and outline some of the significant reforms we've undertaken in recent years to ensure our practices are appropriate, transparent, and support the better outcomes for the people we serve. iCare engages consultants to provide specialist capability, knowledge, advice, expertise, and independent assurance to support the operations and management of the complex schemes we operate. While iCare is best known for the workers' compensation, we also manage a number of diverse, complex schemes and entities that deliver insurance and care services for the people of New South Wales. These include the Workers' Compensation Nominal Insurer, Lifetime Care, CTP Care, Workers' Care, Dust Diseases Care, the Home Building Compensation Fund. Within the remit of Insurance for New South Wales, both the government workers' compensation and the insurance of all of the government's assets and liabilities through the TMF and SI Corp, and the Sporting Injuries Insurance Scheme. These 8 different schemes have very different operational structures and very different drivers in respect to their claims and claims costs, and have different requirements in respect to reporting. We engage external expertise when needed to augment our own capacity or provide that which is not readily available within our organisation. I do acknowledge that iCare's past performance in this space has not always met the high standards the community expects and rightly deserves. Today, iCare is a very different organisation. Since my appointment as CEO in 2021, we have made great progress implementing iCare's improvement program, set up following recommendations that came out of the McDougall Review and the Government's Accountability and Culture Review in early 2021. Collectively, the reviews made a set of recommendations to strengthen iCare's culture, governance and accountability framework, upgrade iCare's risk awareness, risk management and risk capability, and bring about a greater focus on customer outcomes. Our Enterprise Improvement Program includes 6 work streams focused on uplifting iCare's capabilities, one of which is procurement. Under this program, we have undertaken an in-depth review of our policies and procedures in relation to procurement, information disclosure, and the management of conflicts of interest. We've implemented a new board-approved procurement framework and underlying policies to align with the New South Wales procurement policy framework. We've established user-focused systems, procurement and probity processes which are fit for purpose and compliant with the New South Wales Government requirements. We've uplifted our practices to ensure compliance with our GIPA obligations. And we've improved the capability of iCare staff in relation to procurement processes and practices by developing a comprehensive capability and development program. This is aligned with the New South Wales Procurement Whole of Government Capability Framework for procurement and contract management. And last of all, we've appointed a Chief Procurement Officer responsible for procurement processes and the cultural change needed. It is important to note that a significant proportion, some 62%, of the consulting expenditure across our 8 schemes is for actuarial services. This supports us in meeting best practice regulatory and accounting standards that apply to insurers and provides independent assurance to our board and the New South Wales Government as to the accuracy of our accounts. This confirms the independence of our schemes' actuarial evaluations, which is a major driver of their financial sustainability.
That was delicious.
This is complex and specialised work offered by a small field of expert providers. These providers also bring broader commercial industry knowledge and in-depth bespoke technical expertise, which allows us to make confident predictions about our changing risks and model impacts on claims decades into the future. Where iCare does use consultants, this is done in a disciplined and deliberate way to access expertise that will support us to deliver the important changes we need to make to improve outcomes for the people of New South Wales. In recent years, this has included work to design our refreshed claims model for workers' compensation, injury prevention strategies for workers' compensation, including psychological claims, changes to our enterprise payment systems, and the setting up of new schemes such as the CTP Care scheme. Like all government agencies, and indeed most businesses, iCare has also engaged specialist consulting services to provide advice in the complex delivery of information technology, data strategy, and cyber security. This IT expertise has delivered an uplift in the management of sensitive information, including health and financial information, in accordance with the evolving and complex laws and regulations. When we engage consultants, we do so with a commitment to transparency, accountability, and achieving value for money. We monitor and manage the performance of our consultants to ensure that the best outcomes are achieved for the organisation and for those we serve. Individual suppliers are listed in the annual report, along with a description of consulting services undertaken for all contracts over $50,000, in line with the disclosure requirements under the New South Wales Government's annual report regulations. I'm confident that today's iCare engagement of consultants is strategic, adds tangible value to the work we do for the people of New South Wales, and has robust controls to manage conflicts of interest and unethical behaviour. I again thank the committee and look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you very much, Mr Harding, for appearing. I want to start by looking at, as you say, in 2020, iCare was under a bit of scrutiny for having failed to adequately publicly disclose contracts, including those with consultants. And it was reported at the time that iCare undertook a remediation program to ensure all of that appropriate disclosure, including putting it on e-tender and going back and correcting annual reports. Does iCare now adequately disclose all of its contracts? And have you gone back to work out the extent of what was missed and rectified that work already?
Thank you for the question, Chair. Absolutely. So it's been a process over the last 2.5 years since I came on board to uplift and address the shortcomings that were in the previous approach to both procurement and the disclosure regime. That has included, as I mentioned in my opening statement, a number of areas where we've uplifted our policies and procedures and our capability, in particular the focus on conflicts of interest and the management of how those are brought through. In addition, we've implemented systems to enable greater controls over those processes and to ensure more accurate disclosure through that process. So I'm confident that today we disclose all of the things that need to be disclosed under the requirements of the New South Wales Procurement Act and the GIPA Act. It's been a journey to get here, so I won't say to you that in the early years we got it 100% right. There was a number of times where we were late in disclosures and those sorts of things, or where disclosures were not as accurate as we wanted, and we've certainly gone back and corrected those. In respect to the pre-2021 issues that you've raised, Chair, we certainly run a program of remediation around those and going back and correcting where we can on the GIPA and other disclosure records the relevant information. An area that might be of interest to you is the use of the nominal insurer exemption, which I think was a significant pattern of behaviour in the previous organisation. We have, through the board, had a significant uplift in the controls on the use of the nominal insurer exemption. In fact, the board has not approved any use of the nominal insurer exemption for new contracts at all in the time that I've been here or John Robertson has been chair. The board has had to, in some circumstances, approve the extension of existing contracts under that process, but only in the case where that extension is needed to enable a full open market tender to rectify the non-compliance of those contracts. We only have 4 contracts left that have a nominal insurer exemption applying to them. They will all be rectified by December this year, and that is an ongoing process of us rolling those contracts off and applying on a proper open market tender with appropriate scrutiny, appropriate disclosure, the appropriate conditions for competitive tendering in place.
An annual report errata was published in December 2020, which corrected the details of overseas travel in financial years 17, 18 and 19. I haven't seen any errata in relation to the disclosure on consultants. Has there been any, and is any planned?
I'll have to take that on notice, Chair, if that's okay, and come back to you. I was under the impression, and again, all of this was before my engagement, I was under the impression that there was disclosure in respect to some procurement issues. Whether they were about consultants is probably the question.
Yeah.
So let me just take that on notice so I can and come back to you.
And I'll give you two examples. So it was reported that McKinsey was paid $547,800 in a November 2017 contract, but doesn't appear to have been disclosed in the financial year 2018 report. In fact, there's no disclosures of work done by McKinsey in any iCare annual report. Similarly, Cognizant Technology Solutions was reported as having won 10 contracts worth $20.5 million in 2018 and 19. But again, their name doesn't appear in any of the annual report disclosures. So wondering where they're up to.
I could certainly go and find out for you on those specific ones and give you a general answer on the remediation of the past contracts. I think my point is really about, since 2021, we've really focused on uplifting those processes. We've certainly remediated where we can the various aspects of where there might not have been compliance, and I've highlighted the nominal insurer exemption for you in that respect. And we have significantly uplifted our processes around how procurement for all of the things that we do gets done, but including consultants. I'm very confident today that we not only comply with the New South Wales Government procurement process, but also the disclosure obligations and the transparency expected to provide clarity that we're meeting those obligations.
Thank you. And I do appreciate you've only been appointed since 2021, and this question is in relation to annual reports before that, but on the understanding that we were going to have errata and corrected reports as part of that rectification process that began in
and let me take it away, because I'm giving you answers off the top of my head, which is never a good thing.
Yeah, of course.
So I'm happy to come back to you with some detail about the remediation. It may be that they're not consultant contracts that needed remediation.
Yeah.
In respect to these two specifically, we'll give you an answer in that too.
Thank you. And just a final one in this vein. This is page 111 of your 2017-18 annual report. But for convenience, I will hand you a copy, and if any other members want a copy, just so that you don't have to look it up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So this is page 111 of the financial year 18 annual report. Does this table look accurate to you?
Thank you.
Well, as I've pointed out, I was not involved in the preparation of the table. I have no knowledge of what the consulting spend was in that year, well before my engagement with the organisation.
Yeah.
I expect that it has the accuracy that it has, knowing that clearly we've already acknowledged that iCare was not meeting expectations at the time. There were gaps in the disclosures that were being done at that time. I don't think we need to shy away from that. They've been well discussed and ventilated in other forums. We have 107 recommendations from Mr McDougall, a lot of which apply to the governance and oversight of the organisation, but also apply to procurement. He had a procurement specialist come in and undertake a full review of our procurement processes, and there are a number of recommendations that we've been implementing from McDougall specifically around that. So I can't attest to the accuracy of it. I'm not going to do that.
I appreciate that. I guess just from a numbers perspective. So when you look at the numbers in the top table, what leapt out to me is that the total that's in bold is not the total of those numbers. In fact, there's a $326,364 discrepancy. So the numbers are just not correct, and I got my 13-year-old to double check for me.
And the bottom of the table as well.
And the bottom numbers are also $9,517 out. So there's two totals there that aren't correct, which leads to a $335,000 discrepancy just on the face of the annual report. That seems to me an extraordinary thing to be included in an iCare annual report when we're relying on so much. You know, when we think of iCare, we're thinking of your actuarial skills, we're thinking of being, you know,
It's a little ironic.
it is quite ironic, and I think just the fact that, you know, someone like myself could just look at it and go, well, those numbers don't add up, and, you know, Dr. Kane's just done the same thing. How has that not been corrected?
Chair, I've already highlighted the process that we're going through. I cannot talk to this disclosure. It is many, many years before we started our remediation program. I've committed to come back to you on the remediation of historic issues, and I can do that on this particular issue. But clearly, you know, iCare was a different organisation many years ago. I would like to think that now, under my guidance and with the board, the chair, John Robertson, and our board, you know, we have made significant changes, as I've already outlined, to our disclosure practices, to our approach to these things, to the culture of the organisation, such that, you know, I would like to think that these things would not happen under my watch.
And I
the fact that it doesn't add up, I
appreciate-
agree with you.
yeah.
But quite frankly, I'd agree with you. It's not okay.
But also that there was... So my concern is that we are missing $335,000 worth of consultant disclosure that might actually show up something that the public would be very interested in and would want to have probed at that time. I appreciate that you are not the person who was in charge in 2017-18, but a remediation program was put in place in 2020 and has still failed to correct something that seems to be quite an obvious error on the face of it.
Well, let me take that away, because, Chair, it could be other causes why the total is wrong. It may not be that something wasn't disclosed. It may just be
Added up wrong.
Inaccuracy. But look, I take your point and I agree with it.
Thank you. If you could go back and just get that information.
You know, I think the more relevant thing is, you know, there's an enormous amount of work that's gone in over the last 2 years to bring us from where we were in this era of the organisation to where we are today.
I'm going to go to Dr. Kane, then I have Mr. Buttigieg waiting to ask a question, and then I'll go to Mr. Latham. Go ahead.
Thanks, Chair.
I just wanted to ask, staying with that annual report, about the first item, which I've tried to puzzle through a couple of times, which seems to be $500,000 payment for preparation materials for a strategy day. And I wondered if perhaps on notice we might be able to be given whatever materials were created that were worth $500,000. And again, I take your point that you weren't there, but it does go to what this inquiry is about, which is what consultancies like PAWC are providing for that amount of money.
Look, I would be very surprised if those materials still existed. And this is 2018, right? That is many years ago, you know, and I don't know that those records exist in the organisation in respect to what the actual documentation was that PAWC used to facilitate the day. Yeah, as I keep coming back to, these issues around how iCare managed not just consulting services, but the procurement of activities across its remit in the period before 2021, you know, they've been well ventilated and discussed. There's been a number of recommendations put through both Mr. McDougall and the Governance and Accountability Review, and we are implementing those, and we are well progressed in the implementation of those. That gives me great confidence in how we're adopting and applying that disclosure and that
Thank you, Mr.
appropriate
Harding.
governance today.
I appreciate that, and we do appreciate very much your coming in at what time you came in terms of iCare and your being here today. I appreciate that. I would be mighty surprised, having been a public servant myself, if you didn't have records that dated from 2018. So if you could undertake, whoever to undertake, to have a look for those. Again, it goes less to iCare in this case and more to PAWC and the type of value that the public sector is getting out of them.
Look, and in the spirit of the conversation we just had about the adding up, it could well be that $500,000 was for additional items, not just for the strategy day, that it's just poorly disclosed. So I think, you know, I'm happy to take it on notice and address the issue you've raised. I'm just trying to manage your expectations about that it may not be a nice consulting pack that you receive back from PAWC. It might be an explanation about what was actually spent.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
So I'll go to Mr. Buttigieg.
Thank you, Chair. Look, just further to that, Mr. Harding, in anticipation of your sort of answer to that, we would. I mean, I do find it hard to believe that 2018, it's only 5 years ago, a New South Wales Public Service Department not keeping records of those sorts of things would strike me as quite strange, having been involved in state-owned corporations a lot of my life. I think those records, if they're not kept, they certainly should be. So if you could make every effort to come back to us on that, and any explanation as to why it couldn't be retrieved in full would be helpful. My question goes to part of your evidence in your introductory statement, where I think what was the proportion of actuarial spend consultants? You said that was the lion's share, 60 something, I think, wasn't it?
Yes, in excess of 60%, Mr. Badagi.
Yeah. Now, this is a very specialised field, and obviously it's a key input suite of data into how we end up with our premiums. Are you comfortable that those actuarial results that feed into the workers' compensation scheme are adequate in terms of aligning premiums with the outcomes? Because obviously this is a big sort of question mark hanging over the whole iCare scheme. And it's been pointed out to me by others that perhaps there's some question marks over those actuarial studies in terms of the granularity associated with claims. I just wonder whether or not you think we're getting value for money given that argument.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Buttigieg. Perhaps just to address the issue of record keeping, I'm very confident that iCare would have the appropriate board records in respect to the activities that occurred in that meeting. What I'm suggesting is whether the sort of more glorious pack that I think might have been expected by Dr. Kane,
I got to tell you,
but may not exist. In respect to the liability valuations, which is what you're referring to, you are 100% correct. These liability valuations that we do every 6 months with the actuarial firms are critical. They're fundamental to assuring that the schemes are funded into the future for the claims that we expect. You know, if you think that our whole job as iCare and as the nominal insurer or as the lifetime care scheme, it is to be there to pay claims for people when they have those accidents and injuries. And so those assessments of that risk and the assessments of the amounts required for future claims and for the existing claims is really a fundamental part of what makes up the financial sustainability of the scheme. They are highly complex matters, which is why we use actuarial firms to do it. They're governed by a set of both accounting standards but also actuarial standards. The iCare board has adopted a position in respect to APRA. Obviously, we aren't regulated by APRA, but we have adopted a position in respect to APRA, which is an if not, why not approach. And in that regard, the approach to our actuarial valuations is consistent with that is applied in the private sector or in any other APRA-regulated enterprise, which is why we use the firms and the providers that we do, because they provide the board with the independence of the understanding of those valuations. I mean, if you think about what we're talking about in the lifetime care scheme, for example, it's an estimation of what the costs are for someone with a critical brain injury or a critical spinal injury for the rest of their life, 20, 30, 40 years. They're not simple calculations. And even in respect to the nominal insurer, it is a highly complex set of drivers that impact the frequency of claims, but also the cost of those claims, the increasing incidence of psychological injury in the nominal insurer and in the TMF, is one that further creates more uncertainty. So the actuarial, I'll use the inverted commas, science behind that is quite important. The appointed actuaries that we have today have come through, very appropriately transparent, open tenders, and we seek to choose the the people with the best experience and the best qualifications relevant to each of those schemes. For a future question, we spend about $9 million a year on those actuarial services, but I want you to remember that that is spread across those 8 schemes I talked about. So in the nominal insurer, that averages out in the last 3 years at around $3.2 million for those actuarial services. Insurance for New South Wales, which includes obviously the government's workers' compensation scheme, but also the broader issue of the assets and liabilities of the New South Wales Government, is about $4.2 million. Lifetime care is around about $1 million. DDC and HBCF more under $500,000 each. So, while that $9 million may sound significant, when you think about it spread across the 8 schemes, it's a more rational number. In that respect, I do have confidence, is getting to the answer to your question, that the liability valuations that we do today are fit for purpose. They are independent of the management of the organisation, and they provide both the board, the Treasury and the Treasurer with comfort that an independent person has looked at those and provided the best estimate for those liabilities that we can get. So I hope that answers your question, Mr. Buttigieg, and I'm happy to talk more about that in a little bit more detail if you'd prefer.
It does, Mr. Harding. Thank you. But just to sort of, I suppose, zero in on the specifics of your evidence that you're confident that those actuarial input studies are fit for purpose. If I were to play devil's advocate and say to you that there's a view out there that it's too coarse in terms of looking at an average of claims across the board rather than granular specificity, you would obviously, your response from what you've just said is that that's not the case. It's the best we can get for the money we're paying in terms of the granularity of that data.
Yeah. So maybe, Mr. Buggy, absolutely, I have no problem with that. There are some segments of the valuation that are done at that sort of average level, but there are other very specific segments. I raised the issue of psychological injury, for example, which is done very specifically. There are different elements of the nature and makeup of the claims that are done very specifically. So it is not a one-size-fits-all valuation where we're just taking an average and resulting in a number. That is certainly not the case. I know that in the previous conversations at various committees, a retired actuary had previously provided some evidence that iCare's valuations in the past had not been accurate. In review of that, Mr. McDougall undertook work with an actuarial firm that he appointed called Cumston Sargent to review those and that evidence, to review our outstanding claims liability valuations and the method and approach to that. And found that there was no issue with those at all. And in fact, he found more precisely that the issues that had been raised previously were somewhat vexatious. The actuarial methods that are being used by these firms are governed at one level, as I mentioned, by APRA. At another level, they're governed by the actuarial standards that the Actuarial Institute applies and expects of actuaries fulfilling this sort of role. And they are quite stringent, both in terms of the methodology, but also in terms of the ethical approach to thinking about the issues that arise in those in making those assumptions. I think the thing we have to come back to is the reality that all of these things are models. At the end of the day, we're projecting 10 or 20 years into the future the potential claims cost for very complex injuries, especially if you think about the types of injuries that are emerging in the scheme, and they are full of assumptions. Therefore, so inflation and interest rates are probably the two most volatile assumptions that drive and impact the scheme, and obviously those things change very frequently. So they are estimates and they are driven by assumptions, but they are governed very heavily both through a prudential standard and APRA level, through the accounting standards, and then lastly through the through the actuarial industry itself through their professional standards.
Thank you, Mr. Harding. That was a very thorough and helpful answer. Just one more thing out of a point of interest, I guess, but related tangentially. The advent or the proliferation of psychological claims in recent times is part of the problem that it's difficult to get an actuarial handle on that, and maybe the science hasn't caught up. Is that part of the issue, do you think?
In respect to the ongoing development of the claims, absolutely. Yeah, that's why the actuarial methodology includes a risk margin for uncertainty, right? And without overly boring and getting technical for the committee, every valuation applies in it a risk margin for the areas of uncertainty that the actuary is dealing with and grappling with within that valuation. As I've given evidence in other forums here, psychological claims tend to run 4 times longer than a physical injury claim in the normal insurer, and they can be up to 8 times more expensive. On that's an average, and I'm using those as averages, right? So there is some uncertainty built into that, if you can think about it, and uncertainty into treatment. So we are currently we're now in our program within the normal insurer. We're testing different ways of helping people with psychological injury. We have an office in Wollongong that has about 60 people in it who we are changing the way that we deal with psychological injuries and psychological claims so that we can find a different method to what we're doing today, because what's prescribed currently through CIRA and through other regulatory frameworks clearly isn't working in my mind, and we need to find a different answer to how we help psychologically injured people get back to work faster. So that all creates uncertainty that the actuary has to deal with in their valuation model. Every time management changes an approach to dealing with a particular injury or a particular claim type or a particular instance of that creates uncertainty, because management has a view that that's going to improve outcomes. It doesn't always improve outcomes, and the actuary has to take that into account and form views about what's the likelihood of management's actions actually having the impact that we say it will. And they tend to discount that quite considerably until they've actually got evidence, right? So I'm just trying to give you, Mr. Badegi, some of the areas of uncertainty and how the actuaries deal with that through this concept of a risk margin.
Thank you. Much appreciated.
Mr. Latham.
Thank you. Mr. Harding, in the document that was circulated by the Chair from your annual report, which you've said as many years ago, the top 3 most expensive consultancies relate to the development of strategy. Are you still engaging consultants to develop strategy for eye care?
We clearly do, Mr. Latham. It is one of the areas where we seek consulting advice and support. The most recent example I can give you is that we engage consultants to support us with the change in respect to the claims model within the normal insurer. Again, this is an element of our change and uplift program, trying to improve performance and getting people back to work as quickly as we can. Now, that consulting engagement relied on giving us strategic advice about how we move from the one single provider that was existing pre-2021, of which was EML, which again has been well ventilated in previous forums and in previous reports, to something else. And in doing that, we've developed, and I think the issue here is this is not the consultants sitting on one side and telling us. We are working together using their expertise and their insights, their global insights, to help us think about how we do that. What we have now is a model that we're in the process of implementing, where we've gone to 6 claim service providers from 1. We're introducing the concept of competition between those 6 providers to help to lift performance and create expectations. We're also introducing the element of choice for employers, so they can identify and choose the best performing claim service providers, and thus create this incentive within the scheme for better performance from those people we use and utilise to deal with individual claims at the front line. That's quite a complex change process. We utilised the consultants to help us work through that procurement process. That's a very big procurement process. It took over 8 or 9 months to actually make that happen. We are now in the implementation phase, and there are no consultants, I can tell you, in the implementation phase, but yeah, what I can tell you is that we're very comfortable that the pathway that we designed in conjunction with the services that we used, we believe is very robust. It's actually delivering benefits, and we can see the changes in behaviour in those claim service providers already, and it's very early days. This change is a long-term change that's going to take time to come through, just given the long-term nature of the injuries that we're talking about. So I hope that tries to answer your question. I hope I haven't overcomplicated it for you.
It goes to one of the puzzling aspects of this inquiry and a fair part of its evidence, that every public sector agency in New South Wales has highly paid managers with an expectation they would know their organisation inside out and know what needs to be done in terms of strategy. But every organisation brings in consultants to do the strategy for them. So isn't this something where the taxpayers have got the right to say, why do we pay people a lot of money to run these organisations, but they don't work out their own strategic development? They have to bring in consultants who earn a very good coin on the way through.
In respect to iCare and the work that I've been doing with iCare in the last few years, I can tell you that 100% it has been augmentation, not replacement. Management is there driving the strategy development. What we generally use, and maybe another example that would help, is in respect to how we use consultants for our payment practices. We pay across iCare out to either injured people or to providers of health practices.
Can't you and your senior team work out the strategy without paying these consultants huge amounts of money?
Finish perhaps the example I was going to give you, it might help further. We engaged a consulting firm not to help us develop the strategy, but to help us understand what best practice was globally. I was about to tell you that we pay out around about $5.5 billion a year.
You don't have people who do research?
We don't have people who understand how Visa is undertaking developments in card payment platforms and technology internationally. We don't have people who understand how health service providers in Europe are developing payment platforms and platforms that assist people with injuries in Europe get the payments in an effective way. What we focus on, what our management focus is on, is running the schemes efficiently day to day. We augment that with the insights that we get from consultants who can bring in those international learnings and who can bring in those benchmarks and best practice examples for us to get hold of and say, actually, we could do that here, and that would significantly transform and improve the outcome for injured people in New South Wales. So, in the time that I've been here at iCare, I can say to you, we focus on the value that we get from these consultants. We use them specifically with very narrow scope of work to ensure that they do specific pieces, and we focus that in conjunction with, not in replacement of, the management expertise that we have, because it's not the strategy. It's not. I 100% agree with your underlying point, Mr. Latham, that it's not the consultant's job to do the strategy. That's my job, and that's the team of my team, and that's what's happened. But what we do is augment that experience, that knowledge, and that capability with international benchmarks, with international experience, broader commercial thinking that might be available in within the organisation, and that sort of specific input.
Yeah.
We own the strategy, we develop the strategy, and it is our strategy. It's not a consultant strategy.
Have you still got the Imaginarium?
I was hoping you were going to ask that question, Mr. Latham.
I thought you could imagine strategy down there in the Imaginarium.
I'm really glad to tell you that we've repurposed the Imaginarium as a new dust disease clinic, where we're now performing scans for the people injured in workplaces with dust diseases. That enabled us to shut down the site in Pitt Street and save around about $3 million in rent that we were paying out of the organisation, reutilise the space that the Imaginarium took up, and have that actually provide a service to injured people. So I hope that gives you some example of how we're thinking differently as an organisation and what we're doing.
I'm very, very glad to hear that.
Yeah, thank you.
Could we just talk a bit more about the use of PAWC by iCare then? Because we've seen it in that strategy amount there, the $500,000 in 2017, but then we've also, there's a number of other references to PAWC providing strategy, support, and a whole bunch of other things throughout the annual reports. iCare now has 2 ex-PwC partners sitting on the board. Do those partners receive any form of pension or annuity or something from their time at PwC? Is this standard for a lot of those ex-partners?
Look, I don't have that knowledge personally. What I can say is this, and the people you're talking about, just to be clear, this is John Walsh, AO, and Kirsten Armstrong. They both finished their partnership with PwC, and I'm not going to have an exact date here, but let's call it 2010 or 2015 or something in that order. So they have both disclosed their relationship with PwC. They're both very diligent at making sure that disclosure is clear in any board meetings where we're considering a PwC matter, a related matter. And in fact, they recuse themselves and leave the room if there is a decision point to be made in respect to a PwC contract. So both John Walsh and Kirsten Armstrong bring very unique skills and capabilities to the board. I mean, John Walsh is an actuary by trade, but perhaps more commonly understood to be the father of the lifetime care scheme itself in terms of its creation in New South Wales, and in some respects the grandfather in that sense of the NDIS nationally. John has an enormous breadth of experience.
Can I just
both
stop you there, because no one's implying that these people are not qualified for the job, or all I'm talking about is the very technical aspect of whether or not sort of how that conflict of interest is managed.
Yes.
Perhaps we can cut this short if you could just provide on notice the conflict of interest board register.
Yes.
If that's possible, since inception in 2015 would be really useful.
Okay.
Because over the years since inception, iCare has spent in the order of $35 million on PwC work, and it's quite a significant chunk of the consulting spend from iCare. So it's obviously an issue of public concern.
Perhaps, if you'd like me to clarify that $35 million, I think it's important, and I'm not trying to justify it in any sense, just to make the comment that around $30 million of that is the actuarial spend. PwC did a lot more of the actuarial work in the past than they do today. They no longer do the nominal insurer. They no longer do other parts of the schemes that we operate. They still do undertake the actuarial evaluation for the TMF and the HBCF schemes, but I will certainly bring you the 2015 onwards declarations.
They have represented more than double the consultant spend of any other consultant since 2015. So that it might not just be the global amount, but also the relative amount that might be of interest. So there's still a significant of the non-actuarial consultant spend.
So let me inform you that certainly since my time that has diminished significantly, and over the 3 years since 2021, the average consulting spend, not non-actuarial spend, is around about $1 million a year. In fact, over those 3 years in total, it's $2.4 million that's been paid to PwC. In terms of the actuarial spend, it's approximately $3 million a year that's been paid to PwC in respect to the actuarial work. So I'm confident in telling you that that spend has declined significantly over the period that you're talking about, and certainly in the period that I've been here, we've been less focused on utilising PwC and more focused on utilising, as I mentioned to Mr. Latham, people with the specialisations that we need to help us drive the outcomes we want.
Is it usual to have, or do you see any ethical concerns with having one firm providing actuarial services as well as providing consulting work?
It's not the same as you might expect from an auditing process, and certainly they are different teams. And then this is irrelevant of whether it's PwC or any other firm that might do both work. They generally separate those out. There is a specialisation in doing liability valuations within a team, and there's sort of, if you think about what insurance companies do, it's about appropriate reserving for the liabilities, and then on the other side, which Mr. Baraki brought forward, was how we actually determine the right price for the risk that's exposed. So two different actuarial functions, if you like. Generally, the consulting services are done by a very different team with a very different a different element of the organisation, of the consulting organisation. So it's not in the same vein as a auditing kind of conflict, and they generally are different people anyway.
The number of actuaries used by iCare has gradually reduced over the years. I think we had 4 or 5 being the norm before, but only 2 were listed in the 2022 financial report, being Finity and PwC.
Yes.
Is that the case in 2023 also?
Absolutely.
And what was the reason for that consolidation? Is it because certain... I know there was a bit of a structural reform in the way that the financials were reported. Was there... You're going to have to explain it to me. Was it because of different insurance lines, or was it what was the...
Well, again, this is a decision that was made before I got here, but so just to be clear about who does what, respect to the nominal insurer, it is done by Affinity, and respect with the TMF, it's done by Affinity. PwC do the lifetime care and the CTP care scheme, the dust diseases scheme, and HBCF. We have had a period in the past where PwC has conducted what we call peer reviews of the actuarial work of Finity, and that's probably more looking at a transition period. I don't know that we continue that review. Remembering these liability valuations are done every 6 months, and then annually they're reviewed by the Auditor General, and they use EY as their actuarial service provider to support them in the assessment of the value and the appropriateness of those valuations. I think it is, maybe if I bring it back to answer the question, our goal is to make sure we've got the right skills for the right schemes. As I mentioned in the earlier conversation, these schemes are very different in their financial drivers, in the drivers of their claims, and in the nature of the assessment, even in the duration of the claims. An average workers' comp claim is, around about 8 years. A average lifetime care scheme claim, for example, or participant is life, right? And it's 20 to 30, maybe 40 years. Dust disease, on the other side of things, is shorter, but it's actually the dependence of the injured worker in that circumstance who create the longevity of the claim, where we pay benefits to a spouse or dependent children, for example, who are under 21. So different factors, and finding the best people who have that experience. We use Finity, for example, in nominal insurer because they also do work in Victoria, and that provides us a good ability to sort of get, without them breaking any confidentiality issues, but we get confidence that they're understanding the exposures and the trends that are happening across Australia.
Yeah, so thank you. That explains why we have different actuaries for different things. Why was the peer review model dropped then? So you don't have any peer review?
So it's in the process of being dropped, is how I would describe it.
Yeah, and why?
APRA removed the requirement for peer review a few years ago. I'm just trying to find the date for you. In 2015. And as I said earlier, our board has conducted a sort of if not, why not process. Certainly in my time, we're confident with respect to the work that's being done. The peer review hasn't been seen to be adding an enormous amount of value, especially when you reflect that the Auditor General is coming across with a full review over the top of that with the annual accounts.
Okay. Is there ever going to be a situation where you would, I guess, just have the one where, Affinity or PwC would be sort of taking over the work of what the other one's doing, or is it a case that they're just currently not doing they don't have the specialty in the same areas, and so that's not been considered?
Well, yes and no. So I think it's highly unlikely that we get to the state where we'd want to have one provider and one view. There is value in having a board discussion where you've got different, advisors at the table on that element of the liability valuation, especially given that, I talked to Mr. Buttigieg about the uncertainty that sits in those. So I think it's unlikely. I think the real thing is perhaps what you mentioned, Chair, which is matching the best capability and the best experience set to the issues we're trying to solve for relative to schemes is what should drive and is driving the selection of those partners.
In 2021, PwC was paid over $800,000 for work to review the culture, governance and accountability iCare, and we've talked about that PwC report before. How many drafts of that report did you see before it was finalised? Did the board see?
That is not a fact I have on hand. Of course, it was well progressed by the time I arrived in January 2021. I am aware from my own experience that there was one conversation I had with PwC about their findings, and I believe they had a conversation with the chair before it was published, but I don't believe there was any other. I'll come back to you with a note on it. But from my experience at the time that I was there, we had a briefing with them. We agreed with most of what they'd found because it was independent, largely. And my conversation was around how we could make them outcome-driven recommendations rather than task-driven recommendations, so the board could look for outcomes of change. But beyond that, that was the only real engagement. But I'll come back to you about if there had been previous board-level conversations with them in the production of the process.
Thank you. And if you're able to provide us on notice with the final report and any draft reports.
Well, the final report was made available through McDougall.
Ah, yes. Okay. Right.
So the final, and it's actually, I think it was. I'm assuming it's still there. It was put on our website at the time. I'm assuming it's still there.
I'll have a look.
Chair.
If not, I'll let you know.
Again, I'm happy to share the final with you. At our intent as an organisation and that iCare going forward, and in the time since John and I have been there, is to increase the transparency, share the amount of information that we have, publish those sorts of documents as freely as we can, and have the information out there. So, happy to provide you on notice the number of versions that might have been considered by anybody at the board level, and your other request was for the report, so I'll give you that as well. Just save you looking for it on the website.
Thank you. Can you give us an indication of what the 23 financial year financials are going to look like when it comes to the spend on consultants, particularly if there's much of a change in how much is being spent?
Just to clarify, Chair, you're talking about PwC or are you talking
Sorry,
more
I'm just talking
broadly?
about generally, obviously the 2023 annual report's not yet published, but the financials will have been in some state of development.
And these are unaudited and all of those sorts of caveats because we're in the middle of that end-year process as we speak. As I mentioned earlier, we spend roughly $15 million a year on average. This year we've spent 15.7. Of that, again, I mentioned before that roughly $9 million on average is actuarial. Again, that is that number, and so you can assume the other number is 6.7.
Okay, thank you. And that actuarial is, again, Finity and PwC?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's very useful. Can I ask about the PAWC program?
Yes.
So the annual reports disclose that KPMG and Deloitte have been paid between them over $700,000 to review that program. Just looking, are there any others? So I don't know if there's been any others in the 23 financial year, but we've got KPMG being paid $90,000, just over $90,000 in 2020 financial year to do an assurance review of the implementation. iCare paid Deloitte $285,685 to review it in 2021. KPMG was paid $214,000 just over in 2022 financial year for a QA review, and then Deloitte was paid another $129,593 in financial year 2022 to review the remediation methodology. Were there any more that I've missed in relation to work of consultants to repair PAWC?
Not that I'm aware of, no. So the core provider that we've used has been Deloitte, and that was at the recommendation of Mr. Mookie in respect to utilising their wage remediation experts. Natalie James, her former Fair Work Commissioner, led that practice up until she was recently given a different opportunity. And that was extraordinarily useful in terms that we're dealing again with complex issues that go back many, many years. We're using them again this year in respect to the indexation matters that we've already highlighted that go back to 2012. In a lot of those circumstances, again, as we've talked about in other forums, the information is not available or not there in respect to individual participants' wage declarations or their actual wage records. And the approach from the Deloitte team in terms of helping us make injured worker positive decisions to get proactive remediation out to them has been very useful. That has been the mainstay of the work that's been done. I can't recall off the top of my head, I'm sorry, the KPMG work, and I'll have to come back to you on that. But certainly Deloitte have been the mainstay of our advisory work on those programs of work. So just to shortcut your questions as well, Chair, the DDC had a similar remediation program where we did utilise PAWC. That's because the DDC has quite a small workforce and their focus is on treating and helping and supporting injured workers, and they're quite elderly injured workers in that scenario. As a result, we utilise PAWC really, I suppose, more in a capacity context where we needed to do research, for example, about and find and identify dependents of estates that had gone back many years and try and locate those beneficiaries and ensure that the payments that were made to those people were corrected. But beyond that, Deloitte has been the mainstay of the work we've done on the PAWC and the remediation programs.
Thank you. Which consultants were involved in developing that PAWC concept in the first place? The idea of sort of income smoothing, I guess, in terms of that as so I guess the thing that caused the problem in the first place.
I don't know that there were any consultants involved. It's a legislative, design.
Yep.
Again, we're talking about 2012, I think, or something. I wouldn't be able to give you that.
Would you maybe take it on notice? Just
I can't guarantee you an answer that makes to give you that. And if I can be frank with you, it really looks to me like I'll be more constructive. My experience of talking through, we have a nominal insurer advisory committee where we have members from various union representations, and we have employer representatives there as well, people from Business New South Wales, AI Group, we have people from the CFMEU and the AWU, and they run an advisory committee, if you like, for the nominal insurer. The feedback we get in that forum around the PAWC stuff is there was a lot of consultation that went on between the employer groups and the employee representatives that created that PAWC method. And I think if you think about the two vested interests that sit there, it probably explains why that is so complicated. That's my opinion. That's not a fact.
Thank you. Just looking at the figures that you gave me a moment ago for the consulting spend.
Yes.
Presumably there's a bunch of contracting spend to consulting firms as well. Is that right?
By contracting, you mean not consulting services, but actually...
Yeah. So,
yes.
And we've heard a lot in this inquiry about the definitional issues.
Yes.
But, for instance, a $38.5 million contract with Capgemini from April this year, what would that be sort of, I guess, recorded as?
The contracting work really revolves around IT and IT development. I'm just looking for the Capgemini reference for you. It is, and those, I'll talk about Capgemini first, if you don't mind, and then come back to the more general conversation. Now my numbering's all gone. The work we do with Capgemini today is focused on the Home Building Certification Fund. Capgemini operate a IT platform for the Home Building Certification Fund that provides support. So we don't run our own IT platform, and that's one of the things we are currently considering and looking at as part of the strategy work there. So Capgemini run that program, run that platform, and this is further development to that platform to meet the IPART recommendations that have been in place around creating a more direct distribution model for Home Building Certification Fund customers and improving the way that we deliver services. That $38 million will be delivering both the platform itself and those enhancements.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
so that's gives you a sense of what it is.
Obviously, there was a scandal involving Capgemini a while back with iCare.
Yes.
Where there had been a failure in procurement and all sorts of things, and I don't need to remind you. What has changed that has led to iCare now going and entering into this contract with Capgemini?
This process was done through a open tender process. It is very specific in its nature. There aren't too many other people operating a home building certification fund business in New South Wales. In fact, there's only one in every state. And the Capgemini team have a version of that software that is already established at iCare in New South Wales Fund, and has a very sound basis for it. It is a different version, just to be transparent, a different version of the Guidewire platform that we use in the nominal insurer. But Capgemini have, if you like, created a version suitable for the HBCF kind of services and product. So they are, if you like, it's a very narrow marketplace and a very singular kind of resource.
Have they got you over a barrel though? Does that mean,
Sorry?
like when we're looking at you, I'm sorry, I'm going to try and summarise what you just said and correct me if it's wrong, but it sounds to me like there is one provider of this thing that's viable. It happens to be Capgemini, and despite the previous scandals, there's really no other option. So,
so there is always the option of us doing it in house.
I like that option.
Especially in respect to this this service. There are other services there aren't, but this service in particular, it's something that we review regularly, and in fact, it's something that we're reviewing right now in terms of how we think it should go forward across our whole IT architecture. What's the best way for us to structure the systems that we use to support the various schemes that we use? In the past, and maybe this is more in the realm of moving into sort of a policy level discussion about HBCF. So, as you may be aware, or I'm sure you are aware, HBCF resulted from the failure of HIH in the early or late 1990s, and it had previously been the government's intent to build a scheme such that it could return to the private sector. And in that case, the platform was something that we didn't believe and I'm talking really retrospectively here. This is well before I came on board, but iCare didn't feel it needed to own, because the whole objective was to move the scheme out to the private sector at some point in the future. CIRA have recently undertaken a review of that conversation, and I think it's pending as to what the policy decision on that is. And I'm sure the New South Wales Treasury will have a lot of view about that, because they effectively underwrite the scheme. So subsequent to that, if it is to remain a public fund, we would look to review this and bring it possibly in-house. If it's to remain something where the objective is to privatise, clearly we would make that decision differently. So I hope that answers your question in a roundabout way. The tender was quite competitive in respect to the process that we ran, but because Capgemini have this service, it's already embedded in iCare, it does make it perhaps the most attractive at this point in time.
I understand. just looking at, again, just so we understand sort of where these types of services sit in the annual report and what gets disclosed and what doesn't, I'm just looking at another contract. This one is from January this year. It's a long contract. It goes for 10 years with GIO.
Yes.
And this is for almost $313 million.
Yes.
Can you explain what that is and why that's something that has to be done through
Absolutely.
someone else?
So I talked before to Mr. Latham about the work we'd been doing on the claim model and the claim service providers, and moving from one provider to 6 providers. GIO is one of those providers. GIO also, if you think about our business in time senses, we've got current claims, and then we've got what in the insurance industry we would call the tail, but if you like, think about them as pre-2018 claims.
Okay.
And they exist on GIO's platform prior to the changes that were made to the scheme to bring it all onto iCare's platform. So GIO is one of the few providers that has both the pre-18 claims as well as the current claims. It's a 10-year contract for provision of claims services over that time. And it is fundamental to this change I was talking about, how we increase competition, how we introduce competition and introduce choice. And it is fundamental to that in the context of the way we're changing the claims model. We've introduced other providers in there whose contracts you might see, EML obviously pre-existing and is running down its portfolio. GIO and Allianz more recently brought into the scheme in 2020, just before I arrived, and then DXC and Gallagher Bassett coming on board this year to make that sort of parcel of 6. So that's all part of that work, and those contracts are future-looking for 10 years to provide competitive claim service to improve the outcomes for injured workers across the scheme and to really try and lift the performance of the scheme.
So something like, I'm looking at another one with Astral Consulting from June that goes for 5 years and is for a value of $12.5 million. Is that sort of in that sort of category, or?
Could you just say the name again? I'm not.
So this is Astral Consulting for OCR Managed Services.
Okay.
Managed and outsourced services is where it's falling for $12.656 million.
So I will have to check for you, but I'll give you my my answer because the labelling of OCR. So obviously we use a lot of components of to make the workers' comp and platforms that support the other parts of iCare's remit in respect of the sort of injured workers and injured people that we work with. One of those is the provision of an OCR, if you like, an optical character recognition, so that we can scan documents as they come in, whether that be medical reports, invoicing, any other information that injured people or their providers may be providing us to ensure that they go into the files that sit within the broader platform. And that will be about the renewal of and replacement of that optical recognition service. It'll be a license contract as well as perhaps a partly service to do some implementation work to get that up and running. And it'll have a 5-year term or so to reflect that.
Thank you. I've got one last one for you. And again, it's just out of interest as to where these things sit. So we've got Fraser Walker, who has appeared as a consultant in previous disclosures, but I think in this case has been put in as as something separate. I'm interested to see where this will come up in the reports. But this is the December 22, personnel recruitment, professional services, interim executive for $158,000.
Right.
What is that? And when we get the annual report, where will that sit?
The last part I might take on notice, if that's all right. So Fraser Walker are an IT consultancy that we have used in a number of different ways across the business since I arrived. They provide quality assurance to help create confidence that the IT programs that we are implementing are appropriate and robust, and that the project management of those IT contracts is actually going to deliver on time. So they're providing, in some respects, an assurance and a quality perspective. The point you've raised there about that note, talking about recruitment, we lost our CIO late last year, who went to a competitor, or not a competitor, but went to an insurer. And in the scheme of trying to bring sort of management stability to the IT team in the middle of significant change that's going on in the IT space, where we are doing a lot of work to support that claims model I talked about and rectifying some of the challenges from the past, we had a temporary CIO come in and provide leadership there. That was for a very limited period of time. I think it was about maybe it's less than 6 months, whilst we conducted a recruiting process. When I was comfortable and sure that there was stability there, we then replaced that person with an internal interim acting CIO who's been an internal participant for some time, and ultimately we've now replaced that person with a new recruit to bring on board new capability and depth of capability. So different purposes mixed within their chair about what Fraser Walker do, but the predominance of their spend is that quality assurance piece, where we're running a significant project with a large spend on it to do IT change. We might ask them to come in and give us an independent assessment of that. Is it set up the right way? Is it structured the right way? Does the solution make sense from that perspective? So technical advice on an IT space, and to give us as management that and the board comfort that before we go and spend X million dollars on an IT change, we've got some sense that that is actually the right change to make.
So on the face of that, that sounds incredibly reasonable in terms of you needed someone to fill that role for that period of time. What do you do then in terms of managing any sort of ongoing conflict of interest, I guess, from that person having then, been privy to information, going back into their consulting firm, and then presumably pitching work back in the future?
I probably just state up front, I would not normally use them as a recruiting agency to identify or use. It was a point in time where we urgently needed someone to come in. I'm sure you're aware that we're making lots of changes at iCare. A significant amount of those changes were in the IT space. I didn't want to have a gap in that, and I wanted to ensure that we had that space covered.
Understood.
And so it was it's a very much a one-off scenario where I wouldn't expect that to happen. Certainly, that person, when they were on board, would not have been engaged in the appointment of Fraser Walker for any work. That would not have happened. What she did do was provide me with confidence that the IT team was running well, and that people were under management. It is a one-off kind of scenario. We generally wouldn't use them recruiting-wise in that context.
No, and I completely understand that. I'm not criticising that use at all. I'm just one of the issues that we've been grappling with on this committee is when we have people being either seconded or used briefly or whatever as within government departments and agencies. Yes, there can be things in place where you say, well, the sort of physical information that you've obtained here, you can't take back to your consulting firm. But what do you do in terms of managing, and I don't know the answer, but so I'm curious as to what you have already done. What do you do to ensure that that person doesn't sort of take advantage of the information that they've learnt, the know-how, the social capital, and then be in a better position versus competitors to pitch work back?
It's a very good question, not one that I can give you perhaps a sound answer on, or as sound as you'd probably like. Because Fraser, and again, this goes to this unique nature of this particular circumstance, because recruitment is not Fraser Walker's key thing. Part of the reason we use Fraser Walker in particular is because they are a specialist insurance IT consultancy. The people in that consultancy have worked in insurance industry and in the IT elements of insurance industry for decades. The lady that we brought in was not a permanent part of their workforce. They were a colleague that they knew in my conversations with them saying, I need to think about how I'm going to resolve this risk that I've got, that it came through that way. So they don't have sort of a recruiting practice where they're out doing that, and she is not someone who's ongoing working with them that I'm aware of at this point on consulting services, certainly not on our consulting services. I think the long answer to your question is, in this circumstance, she shouldn't be involved in any future bidding and processes around that. But you've asked it's an interesting question you've asked. I don't know that I've sort of seen it happen anywhere else. We don't tend to second consultants in. I'm saying that off the top of my head, so bear with me. But yeah.
Yeah, it is interesting, and I'm not sure we have the answers yet, but it's interesting to explore kind of the extent of it, I guess. But can you just clarify then? So that 158,000 that was paid to Fraser Walker, was that the salary for the interim executive, or was that in addition to the amount that was then paid?
I would have to find that for you, if that's okay.
That would be useful.
I don't have that information in front of me, exactly what that breakup of the 158 was.
Thank you. I think I'm out of questions at this point. I'm just looking at Dr. Kane. This way. No, just checking with Mr. Buttigieg if he's still online, if he had anything additional. No, all quiet on the Western Front. Lovely.
No, Chair, I'm fine. Thank you.
voice from the clouds.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you very much. Thank you for taking the time. We will, to the extent that there are questions taken on notice or supplementary questions, there'll be 21 days to respond. But yes, thank you. We will conclude this session and we will return at 1:30.
Thank you. Appreciate the time you've taken.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Paper and one of those little, except I kept a can away.
Okay,
I had to get up and feed the cat anyway.
we're on. Excellent. Welcome back. So now welcome our next witnesses from CIRA. Could I please ask you, and I do note that Ms Young, you do not need to be sworn in because you were sworn in previously. So Mr Dent, could I ask you to please state your name, position, title, and then swear either an oath or an affirmation?
Indeed. Adam Dent, Chief Executive of the State Insurance Regulatory Authority. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Fantastic. Would you like to begin by making a short opening statement?
Yes, if you wouldn't mind. Thank you, Chair. And thank you, the committee, for the opportunity to address this important inquiry today. I'm joined today by my colleague Mandy Young, the Chief Operating Officer from the Department of Customer Service, as DCS Managing Guide Procurement by CIRA, particularly where it's over $1 million. Can I first acknowledge that when looking across government, CIRA is, and has historically been, a large buyer of services from consultants, consulting firms and external vendors generally. We've been working to reduce our reliance on these services progressively in recent years. As a regulator, we number just over 400 staff, while designing, licensing and supervising schemes with $7.5 billion in annual premium collections, supporting over 250,000 claims a year, managed by 80 insurers, comprising some 15,000 providers, 20,000 builders, 300,000 employers, 4.5 million workers, 5.9 million vehicles, and over $1 billion in healthcare spend. But for direct interaction with workers and individual motorists, CIRA's regulatory reach involves a degree of supervision over all of those entities. It's a complex role, and it occasionally requires skills, capability or capacity beyond that which is available within the talented CIRA workforce, or in some case requires advice or a view that is impartial to CIRA. That said, it's not lightly that we take the decision to engage support outside of CIRA. Since April 2022, when our new strategy was launched, CIRA has made an overt commitment to building and supporting our own talent, and with a strategic priority of favouring developing our own capability over outsourcing it where that makes sense. In line with the findings of the Auditor General, although before they were made, as opportunities arise, both in terms of external vendors and consultants alike, we seek to capitalise on these by co-sourcing to build capability and knowledge transfer to our staff. One area where this is more difficult is the use of actuaries. According to the Actuaries Institute, there are just 3,700 of these specialists in Australia, and they command starting salaries just a few $1,000s below the top of New South Wales Government's non-executive pay grades. And as they say, quickly escalate to salaries of around $300,000, which is well above the average senior executive salary in New South Wales Government. In regulating the schemes, actuarial analysis is a key input into the costing and design of insurance products, as well as the assessment of the performance of those products and indeed our schemes in New South Wales. Actuaries support CIRA with technical reviews of insurer pricing, determining levies, designing and reviewing the CTP risk equalisation mechanism, and independently evaluating claims liabilities of our schemes to ensure we can manage them sustainably. CIRA's effective engagement with consultants, in particular actuaries, has shown exceptional value, can be delivered for the people of New South Wales. The most pronounced example of this is the product of the 2017 CTP reforms, which were designed with specialist actuarial support in the form of the Transitional Excess Profit and Loss, or TEPL, mechanism that's available to CIRA. In the simplest terms, that's our ability to claw back what were once known as super profits within the CTP scheme. Each year, I make a decision to commence the TEPL cycle, which involves an actuarial assessment of accident periods to determine if there's a likely profit to claw back. Through a series of cycles of actuarial analysis, I can make a determination on the amounts to claw back for that year. Each year, this technical advice can cost us up to $1 million. But in the last 2 years, it's allowed us to claw back over $270 million in insurer profits, which is then directed at reductions in total premiums for motorists, or in tackling rising scheme costs to keep premiums at lower levels during a period of great cost of living difficulty. We're the only jurisdiction doing this, and we believe our TEPL mechanism is unique and has been lauded as being world first. We've significantly strengthened our discipline and procurement practices, and we're doubling down on our efforts to become a more sophisticated procurer, buyer and contract manager through our ongoing partnership with DCS. These efforts are critical, as is our cost management approach. Against a backdrop of savings, the need for actuarial advice is growing. The number of CTP filings alone being assessed by CIRA this calendar year is on track to be double the number from last year, which signals increasing competition in the market, delivering choice and affordable options to New South Wales motorists. Our effort is, though, paying off. Our spend on consultants has reduced between financial year 20 and financial 22 by 33%, from 9.2 million to 6.3 million. At the same time, given our reliance on professional services firms for other work over the same period, our overall spend on major firms EY, Taylor Fry and Deloitte has reduced by 33%, and notably total payments to EY has reduced from 21.1 million to 13.5 million, a 38% reduction, with further savings anticipated once our books this year are finalised. The New South Wales Government is committed to a further reduction in spend on consultants over the forward estimates, and CIRA is now working diligently to refine our spend and build further internal capacity to assist us in meeting that commitment. While every effort is being made to reduce our spend on professional services, including consultants, CIRA will continue to need to access these experts into the future to be an effective regulator. I hope these remarks, and while some of them are about professional services and vendors more generally, not just consultants, help you to understand our strategic approach to the use of consultants, and I look forward to assisting you today. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And thank you. And we do, I think, understand the split in consulting spend when it comes to actuarial work. Actuarial work. I almost said auditing. Actuarial work versus other types of consultant spend. So it's interesting to see that, as it was when we were talking with iCare as well, and looking at the stability of the actuarial spend versus the fluctuating other consulting spend. Can I just ask you, just because I think it's relevant when we've been talking about conflicts of interest, you had a role previously at Ernst & Young, didn't you?
I did, in 2016-17.
And that involved being the Director of Government and Public Sector Advisory, is that right?
Yes, although not in the end for any New South Wales Government work.
So did that mean that you were in contact with the New South Wales Government?
There were a number of meetings early on in terms of trying to understand what might be needed across government, but none of those eventuated into projects.
And was there, I guess, meetings held at that time with CIRA?
No.
What about with iCare?
No.
And what were the qualifications experience that then led you to being appointed to your current role?
Most of my career has either been in government or proximate to it. So originally working in a university, then at Red Cross in humanitarian work, which was very connected to the emergency services, later into emergency services, then a brief period out in the private sector, and very gratefully returning as a senior public servant before my role at CIRA. So I've had leadership roles, and this is my third agency head role in the public sector in New South Wales.
Thank you. So in terms of managing your potential conflict of interest, given your experience with Ernst & Young and now a significant amount of money being paid from CIRA to Ernst & Young, what are the procedures that have been put in place to manage your conflict?
First of all, EY was the incumbent when I started at CIRA. They'd had a contract since 2017, and the procurement process for their current engagement had commenced before my arrival. However, while ever it was a distant memory to me and not necessarily an entirely pleasant one, I didn't get involved in any of the procurement process. In fact, as a general rule, I'm not involved in any of the procurement processes at CIRA. My role as the accountable authority really is simply to delegate the available funds and then contract management responsibility.
So who is responsible then for
it will depend on the contract. So principally our Chief Financial Officer. So my previous Chief Financial Officer led the majority of, the entire engagement with DCS. But given that DCS manage our procurement more broadly, any significant procurement would involve the Chief Procurement Officer from DCS with CIRA's CFO as the sort of supporting player, if you will.
And would you be signing off on, requests for tender and contracts? Would you be involved in?
My involvement is to sign off on the financial delegation, effectively to approach the market, and then potentially, and in the case of the actuarial arrangement, the authorisation to enter a negotiation period, and then the final sign off to delegate contract management.
Thank you. I'm just going to hand to you. I've decided that this is easier than reading out tender numbers. I'm going to, and I've got a couple for the committee as well. So what I'm showing to you now is a contract variation notice that was published on the 5th of December 22. And it shows an original contract. So this is with EY. and it appears to be, and correct me if I'm wrong, it appears to be for, so it's a master services contract for actuarial services. Now, this shows the original contract being valued at $132,398.20, but the variation to the contract has increased that amount to over $12 million. Can you explain how that comes about?
The biggest question I had was who on earth ever thought it was worth $132,000 in the first place? So we suspect that must have been an error when the contract was first entered into. It's a standing actuarial agreement for a period of 5 years. I haven't got an explanation, and I'm seeking one myself as to why that number was originally published in the contract register for a standing arrangement. The $12 million is now the amount committed over the period of that contract, and that would be updated year on year as the budget is set for actuarial services. So it's not a fixed price contract, it's what we call a standing offer arrangement. So the original number of $132,398, I can't explain. The contract register would never, in my mind, have had that number deliberately entered.
Being under that amount, it would then not need to be, that original contract would not need to have been published on e-tender, correct?
Were that the real number, that's correct, which is why, given it was an open market tender and it was published, that's what leads me to believe there was no reason for that original number to be correct.
As you say, the original, although the amended estimated amount has changed by 9,200%, the actual contract duration has not. Are you aware of a paper that was released last week by the Centre for Public Integrity that was looking at contract variations at a federal level?
I've only seen clips of that on the news, so yes.
One of the things that they discovered, and the biggest contract variation they found was 5,111%. So this one at 9,200% is significantly more than that.
I can indeed appreciate why you would call that out, although I might go back to my original mark that original contract amount was not possibly correct. It would never have been foreshadowed the contract would be $132,000 for a 5-year standing actuarial agreement.
You wouldn't think so, would you?
Absolutely not.
What that report pointed out was that two potential things are happening here. One is a potential for a firm to lowball, so whether with or without the agreement of the government agency to enter into an agreement that's significantly lower than what was expected in order to then not have to go out to tender for increasing that contract to a more appropriate level. So you can see on the face of it, it could look maybe like that. And the other thing that it can look like is an attempt to, I guess, avoid disclosure requirements by putting in an amount that is lower than the threshold for e-tender, which then, when you, again, it sort of escapes scrutiny until such time as you then publish the renewed amount. So you can imagine that on the face of it, this is a very concerning
Absolutely. Were I you and had seen that, I would have asked the same questions. But again, it was an open market tender in the first place that was always intended to be published. The previous expenditure on the contract was considerably higher before the contract was renewed through the new process. In fact, the process of that contract was deliberately to reduce the rates where we negotiated below the current government maximum rates for actuarial services as part of this contract. And again, it is a standing offer, so it didn't have a fixed value.
Can I ask you to come back to us on notice then for details as to exactly how much that contract was originally?
Again, being a standing offer, it wouldn't have necessarily had a particular amount, but absolutely, we'll come back with more details on the genesis of the contract.
We'd like to tick off that it's not something that was deliberately done to obscure the contract, but also.
Yeah, can I just ask a quick follow up on that, Chair?
Go ahead.
So, just on that, is there no sort of automatic trip mechanism when you get a variation like that sets an alarm bell with someone to say, we better look at this? Because what I'm hearing now is that, it looks like it's just a typo or a misentry initially. There's no way it could have been that low. But shouldn't there have been a trigger mechanism to say, well, how can we have it, as Chair's pointed out, a 9,000% variation? We better look into it. I'm just a bit bemused that there's been no investigation to date on this.
I might ask Ms Young to potentially answer that. The contract register is managed by DCS.
So the trigger would have been that there was a contract on there that is below the threshold for us to say, actually, what's happening? Why is this contract even on there? And therefore we would have looked to find whether it was human error. Now we need to come back to you just to confirm that that is the case, but our understanding at this point is it's human error. Through all the process that we did through that procurement, through all the briefing notes that were done, through all of the procurement process itself, that was never the number. It was always the number that it was amended to from the variation.
If it was always supposed to be over that $150,000, wouldn't it have been disclosed as a matter of course on e-tender? Or are you saying it was?
It was, yes,
It
absolutely.
was. So it was
the,
at that lower number.
the RFT was originally published on e-tender. It was an open market tender, and then the contract award notice was published on e-tender. So
if you come back with details of that as well,
absolutely.
because it's no longer obviously on the e-tender system, that old original amount, so it would be useful to see. So that we can track that. I'm going to hand to you 2 more documents now. One of them is the request for tender for this particular contract that we've just talked about, or expression of interest for pre-qualification rather. And I have enough for the committee as well. And the other one is pretty much the same thing, but from 2016. So for the previous 5-year contract. And I'll just wait for you to get those.
While we wait, Cheryl, just acknowledge I commenced at CIRA in July 2021,
Yes.
so much of this process was well and truly entrained, so these documents are likely unfamiliar to me.
Additionally, while we're there, I commenced in this role only
That's
2
fine.
years ago as well, so...
Well, we have no one else to ask these questions
No,
of, so
that's entirely
fair,
reasonable.
we will
and
ask you.
It just means we may need to take some of it away.
That's fine. So if we look at the one that was published in April 2021, presumably you did sign off on this then, Mr. Dent. Was this in your
The RFT,
time?
no. The RFT was issued, I understand, in potentially March of 2021. There was approval to go to open market tender. The EOI was uploaded in April 2021, closing in May 2021, so all before my appointment.
When did you commence?
July 2021.
Okay. So you'll see here, when you go down to the RFT type, it's a very sort of straightforward, and the tender details are very straightforward, saying that, you may then be invited from panel providers, et cetera, If you compare that to the one from 5 years before, if you look at paragraph 3, it says tenderers are advised that it is CIRA's intention to ensure that a dominance in the provision of actuarial services to CIRA does not arise, and accordingly it's envisaged that a mix of service providers will be appointed. So certainly at that time it was envisaged that we would have no sort of dominance of actuarial services being provided to CIRA. Why would that have been, do you think?
First of all, because we require both an actuary and a peer review actuary, and we have 3 schemes. So ideally, as with the second tender, we wanted to create an environment where we had multiple potential providers. That contract only eventuated in having 2 providers in the end nonetheless. So EY and Taylor Fry were appointed under that contract. So we were at the time using EY as the primary scheme actuary and Taylor Fry largely as the peer review actuary. So that was the intention then, as it was in the second tender, where it was to create essentially a panel of actuaries.
Okay. And under this current contract, we've seen the one that's appointing EY. Was anyone else appointed as part of this?
No, ultimately the selection panel dismissed one of the applicants or one of the tenderers as not being suitable after the second phase of interviews. And then what would have then been the second appointee, contract negotiations did not arrive at the right place. And for commercial reasons, the negotiations with that vendor were discontinued, which left only EY to be appointed. Subsequently, then, we now use the general actuarial panel for the appointment of peer review actuaries.
Okay, so we now have... So when we look at the old accounts, and we're looking at around 75% of actuarial spend is going to EY and around 25% to Taylor Fry, if I recall. That now in the 2023 accounts when they come out, will that look more like 100% or what?
Not
would that look like for
100%,
EY?
because we still do require the use of peer review actuaries, and there are certain tasks that we would still engage other actuaries for. So from time to time, we have used two other firms. So Taylor Fry have done further work for us, as has Deloitte, particularly with the CTP work, which requires us to use a peer review actuary. So on each of those occasions, we would go to market or procure, if it's under 250,000, directly from the standard government panel.
So what will that breakdown look like then in 2023?
That is an excellent question. I don't have the full number on me yet. The numbers are still being audited. Our overall spend remains around similar, I think, at about 6.4 million for the year on actuaries. It is predominantly EY with over 6 million, and then smaller amounts to Taylor Fry and Deloitte.
So that's a significant increase from last year, where they were getting 79.5% of the total spend. That sounds much more like 90-something% then.
Quite possibly, and that's a consequence of the panel not having appointed an alternate actuary, which we would have potentially provided to one of the other schemes.
I asked Mr. Harding a question about their use of actuaries, and I asked whether it would be desirable to bring it down to just one for eye care, and he said no. That wasn't, I'm paraphrasing him, but effectively no. Why have we got this situation? I understand what you're saying about contracts breaking down, etc., but it strikes me that there is quite a scramble to obtain government work in this area. Why have we not been able to secure a second actuary?
One of the challenges, of course, is we wouldn't engage an actuary undertaking work for iCare. We would want to have some independence, given our actuaries often reassess or peer review work that iCare submit to us. So when we receive a financial condition report, for example, we would ask our scheme actuary to review that and provide feedback. So it would be inappropriate to use an actuary engaged by iCare. Given that iCare engage, I think from Mr. Harding's testimony this morning, at least 3 different firms, that narrows the market quite dramatically. So when we did go to tender, one of the key parts of our process was ensuring that any tenderer didn't have work with any major insurer, either iCare or any of our major specialist insurers. That narrows the field dramatically already. And I think if I can be as bold as I would imagine, if I were one of those firms, the CIRA account wouldn't look nearly as healthy as potentially working for large insurers. So we didn't get a great response to that original tender. Ideally, we would continue to build experience in our work. The other challenge, of course, is actuaries that have experience in personal injury schemes is really valuable. Our principal use of actuaries is really around the CTP scheme, which is quite complex and does require significant knowledge. So that would mean we would find it more difficult, given that the major insurers we regulate would also be using the similar actuarial firms. So to the large extent, I would agree with Mr. Harding that having a variety of actuaries available to us is an advantage. And we continue to now work with those other firms that maybe didn't get into our actuarial panel as peer review actuaries or for other pieces of work, in the hope that we can actually build experience in our schemes across the market, so that the next time there was a tender, we would have a greater response.
We are in a situation though now, aren't we, where we've got EY, and that EY contract presumably was signed after you were appointed.
Correct.
So we have an EY contract that goes for 5 years.
3 plus 1 plus 1, 3 year with the 2-year extension.
Okay. So is that 12 million for 5 years or 12 million for 3 years?
12 million is the current commitment. As I said, it's a standing offer arrangement that is around a rate card rather than a specific amount of work. So part of the process is that in our contract, we've developed a catalogue of work that we would do under that contract. So there are, I think, about 12 particular actuarial tasks that we've narrowed down that come under that contract. As those tasks are required, we would engage the scheme actuary on the agreed rates as part of that contract.
Does that contract restrict what you can do in terms of bringing on other actuaries now?
No, and I would want to check that and come back to you, but my understanding is that because it is a standing offer, it actually also doesn't guarantee work in particular or at any particular level. So it hasn't prevented us from engaging other actuaries as peer review actuaries, for example. What it does do is lock in the current incumbent at a set of rates that were negotiated that deliver better value for money than if we were just using the standard panel or indeed our previous contract.
So is it a bit of an envelope, the 12 million?
Effectively.
Right.
Yeah. So we haven't spent, for example, we have not spent 12 million against that contract at this point in time. That's the current level committed to the actuarial contract.
So we'll need to see how this pans out, but you can understand on the face of it, you've come from EY, and one of the first major contracts that's been signed gave EY effectively what could be has been in the last financial year at least, over 90% of the actuarial work. What assurance can we have that any potential conflict of interest you had was managed in that process? Was additional, especially, and forgive me, but especially given that the actual disclosure of the contract was faulty as well to begin with. It's all very concerning.
Again, Chair, I understand. So first of all, I'd probably call out that our actuarial spend has decreased. Our spend on EY year on year since my appointment has decreased by 38%. So that's hopefully one reassuring factor that it has gone down, absolutely not up. I'm not involved in I wasn't involved in the signing of or negotiation of the contract. Merely as the accountable authority, my job was to authorise that money be spent on that actuarial contract. And on a day-to-day basis, I don't engage the actuaries. Each of the business units within CIRA does. So to that end, it's also clearly not a secret that I have once worked at EY for a year. And as I said, it probably wasn't the most pleasant part of my career either. So nevertheless, I don't think it's a secret that I worked there. I don't get involved in the management of the contract on a day-to-day basis. It's widely known, including when I was being employed at CIRA, that I had previously worked at Ernst & Young. So to that end, I have no investment in anything other than delivering good public value. And this contract is actually an example of how we're now delivering better public value. We have reduced rates that we're now buying against that are substantially below what we're paying in the previous contract. The contract is now tighter, and we also have a series of processes in place to ensure that each engagement is correctly checked against the rate card, that it's fair against comparable work we've done in the past. So the number of hours being committed by the firm for a task, for example, match what it was last time or under the previous contract. All of that is then managed through our procurement and finance team. The other thing I would remind you is that our procurement is managed by DCS. So the Chief Procurement Officer of DCS is involved and manages and looks at these contracts. It's not something CIRA manages internally on its own.
Yeah, okay.
Can I just maybe add to that, if you don't mind? We also have a disclosure process, so an annual disclosure process, and so Mr. Dent has disclosed any potential or perceived conflict through that process and does so annually. And that's managed then by his supervisor, who would be the secretary. And again, there was no hiding of those things, and so it's been very clear through the processes and through the procurement processes that we do that any conflict is disclosed as we progress through those.
So just on the point about the EY rates being lower under this contract, is that a product of them getting a greater volume in terms of hours and work, though?
No, it's first of all the product. The previous contract was implemented before the new government panel rates were set. So the Scheme 5 has a series of maximum rates that were ascribed to it, which are below quite substantially what was in our 2017 contract. Then as a process of negotiating this contract, on the basis that it was assumed to be over $1 million in the negotiations, there was provision to negotiate a discount as part of the contract, and that's what had occurred.
Okay, but I'm not sure you can take credit for having reduced the spend on EY then. I get what you're saying, that during, in the same way that I can say, well, during your tenure you've signed a massive contract with EY, you can say, well, during my tenure the spend on EY has also gone down, but I'm not sure that necessarily flows from, if you're not involved in the negotiations and this was something that was already...
Well, no, absolutely. I'm not suggesting that it was my handiwork that necessarily did that all, but as the leader of the organisation, I have the process of deciding, do we try to reduce our overall spend on consultants, which we've committed to and published in our strategy. We've worked on tightening up the overall process of engaging actuaries.
But you're
I'm not suggesting it was me personally,
involved, no. Mr. Dent. You're either involved and able to set, even if it's parameters for negotiation that then result in a particular firm being appointed and others not being appointed, or you're totally not involved and then we don't need to worry about potential conflicts of interest.
So the answer is totally not involved, but I think your question was how can we be assured that we essentially getting good value, and that is CIRA's spend is not going up. But I'm not involved in making that. I wasn't involved in the negotiation of that contract. That's absolutely correct. So no, I can't take credit for reducing EY's revenue. That's fair, but not the point I suppose I was trying to make.
Mr. Dent, can I ask a question? I'm a bit intrigued because I think already it might have been 3 times that you've referenced your experiences working as a consultant. I think you've said you're glad to be back in the public service. that your experience wasn't a pleasant one, and a variation on that. And I just wondered, is there anything else you wanted to offer us in terms of insight as to why they might be your reflections?
I mean, that's a fair question. I think there are certain roles that suit people better than others. For me, being a consultant turned out not to be a genius idea as part of my career. I didn't enjoy the nature of some of the work, particularly having to generate revenue. And I guess there was a lot of travel. There are a number of things about the role generally that I didn't enjoy.
Timesheets?
Sorry?
Timesheets?
Timesheets. Only 7.5 hours, of course, every day.
Experiences it's got.
So I think, look, to be quite honest, all sorts of people like all sorts of things in their career, and I'm trying to be relatively generous and realise I have made those remarks. But I enjoy very much being in the public service, and that period out of the public service helped me recognise how much delivering impact can be done in the public service, and that's where I've made a decision my career should be.
Forgive my ignorance if this is an ignorant question, but the accounts of CIRA, they're audited by the Auditor General, correct?
Correct, yes.
Right. Does the Auditor General outsource any of that work in terms of, because it's highly complex stuff that CIRA's doing, does the Auditor, I know the Auditor General, I think it was 25% or more of their work is outsourced to external consultants. Do you know if that's the case when it comes to CIRA's accounts?
I couldn't answer that with certainty, other than to say our interactions with the Audit Office, for me, indicate the audit team we work with are Audit Office employees. There is one element in relation to TEPL that I understand, given it was around our actuarial assessments for TEPL, that the Audit Office weren't able to manage themselves. So I believe they outsourced that to another actuarial firm.
Do you know which one?
I think it was Cumston Sargent, but I say that
Okay.
I can confirm. I believe it was Cumston Sargent.
Because we heard from iCare that they're, from what I understood anyway, was that they had, the Auditor General had appointed EY to do the auditing work for the iCare accounts.
I think my guess would be the iCare accounts would be a very different beast to manage than CIRA. CIRA as a regulator is effectively simply a public service agency. We don't hold, with the exception of the Insurer Guarantee Fund, we don't hold substantial funds like iCare would in terms of they manage the nominal insurer and the TMF. So the funds that they're managing and the complexity of those funds would be quite different. CIRA as an agency is, from a point of view of an accounts end-of-year financials point of view, I think a far simpler business. But I'm not aware that the Audit Office outsourced that. I've certainly never seen anything in the engagement letters that would indicate that being the case.
To what extent does, and again, this is incredibly technical business that you understand and I don't, but to what extent does CIRA and the work that EY is doing from an actuarial perspective for CIRA rely on the audited accounts of iCare when it comes to regulating iCare?
That would depend a great deal on what the actuarial engagement was. So, for example, if we're providing policy advice to government on the potential claims cost of a policy change, that would not necessarily rely a great deal on iCare at all. The actuaries may use that as reference data potentially. When we're asking them to look at the financial condition reports, for example, to validate those, it would rely heavily on the actuarial documents produced by iCare, which I imagine would then rely on audited accounts. So I'm not an actuary and I don't pretend to actually understand how that works, but I would say it would be limited relative to, say, when the actuaries were doing work for iCare directly. Thank you.
Are there any other surprises in the 2023, or any surprises in the 2023 financial year financials regarding the use of consultants that are likely to come out in the...
Look, not that I'm aware of. Yeah. I may end up being as surprised as you. And again, given our procurement's managed by DCS, when something comes to me to sign, it's been past the Chief Procurement Officer. So I should imagine there aren't any surprises.
There's another contract to EY that was published on the 30th of May and it just says professional services, and it was 6 months' work. at $746,900. Can you tell us what that one is?
I believe that piece of work relates to us transitioning work away from EY. So in the creation of the 2017 reforms, a number of other tasks were provided to EY in that period. They provided a series of data management, visualisations, analytics services and the like around our CTP data. Over the course of the last 12 months, we've been actively working to transition that work in-house. So CIRA has now built a regulatory intelligence and analytics division and a digital division. So we're bringing in a lot of the work we used to outsource, including to EY and others. So that piece of work was around essentially the knowledge transfer and the handover of those tasks, as we've now built a number of the platforms we need to be able to do that work internally. So I understand by September this year, so by June 30 this year, so just gone, all of our work that we were relying on EY to do for workers' compensation in relation to data analytics and that work has been transitioned into CIRA. And by September 30, all of the work that was previously undertaken by EY in relation to our CTP scheme will also be handled internally by our team at CIRA.
There's another one published on the 31st of October last year, this time to an organisation called 55 Proprietary Limited, which says it's a $1.75 million contract for an annual research program going for 3 years, so presumably 3 lots of it. Quote, to understand the experiences of people in the workers' compensation and compulsory third-party schemes in New South Wales. I reckon my office can help you with that and all of the emails.
And I've seen
that
some
we
of the
get.
emails you receive, Mr. Police.
Can you explain what that one is?
So the contract with 55.5 is to undertake what is now the rolling program of work after 2 years ago we did our first ever scheme trust survey. So one of the things we want to understand as a regulator is the extent to which people experience the either trust, the likelihood of feeling like the scheme is supporting them and assisting them back into life or activity or work, etc. So there are a range of metrics we measure to understand how the scheme is functioning from a person approach rather than from a financial approach. The original piece of work was done by an organisation called the Social Research Centre, and it was a point-in-time piece of work. We've run that work twice, but the process now is to do a rolling series of surveys. So as somebody reaches 3 months in one of our schemes, the 55.5 folk will contact them and actually run through a appropriately conducted survey to understand their experiences. That data is then fed back to our analytics team to understand sort of in real time essentially how people are experiencing the schemes, whether there are improvements or whether there are any issues that are arising from a sort of larger scale point of view. And then as people exit the schemes, 55.5 understand will also then contact them again to do another point in time. So rather than a annual survey that contacts a cohort of customers, this process now contacts everybody at a point in time in their scheme journey so that we can continue to measure whether the schemes are performing from the point of view of individual trust for workers. And
so it's contacting every individual at least once in their claim, as you say, in their claims journey.
At least twice once at a key point, so 13 weeks within their claim, and then again as they exit the scheme.
And that's electronically?
I'd have to get the details on that, to be honest. It'll either be by survey or by phone contact, I imagine, but I can get the details and provide that to you.
Sounds like a huge amount of money for surveying.
There's also a huge number of people in our schemes, and as you rightly point out, not everybody has a pleasant experience, but actually that's not always the case either. So understanding where the friction is in the schemes allows us to provide input into policy design and then working with government to provide recommendations on how we might change legislation to benefit injured workers or motorists, and a range of other potential uses. So it is a large piece of work, but it will contact a large number of people and provide a huge degree of insight about the lived experience of the scheme, rather than, say, just an actuarial analysis, for example.
Which is great. I guess is there much competition for that type of work? Was that work sourced by open tender? What was the process?
Given the value of the contract, it would have been, I don't have it in front of me, but I imagine that would have been an open tender, given the size of the award of the contract would be required to have gone to open market. Or at the very least, if it was part of Scheme 5, it would have been 3, but I can follow that. I imagine it was an open tender.
Thank you. It would be useful to know.
Mr. Dent, could I ask a follow-up question to just a little while ago you were talking about how you had started to insource, so do again internally some of the work that EY had previously done. Has there been any comparison of cost? So how much is it costing now that it's, back in-house?
On a couple of cases, I have a couple of examples where we've actually, while the savings on some of these internal transfers so far have been small, they are still, in fact, savings. So not relating to actuarial work, obviously, although we are starting to look, we are building some capability to do some of the premium filing analysis internally. But as an example, we had a project called our Digital Premium Regulation Platform, and that's within the CTP scheme receiving insurer filings. That saves $100,000 per annum now by having that work internally and performed by CIRA staff. Another project we're doing, which is around data processing activity with policy data, saves us $180,000 per annum by insourcing that work. And we're also working on another part of the CTP scheme where we use a product called Duck Creek. And that digital capability will save us at least 20% in the short term. And over the next 12 to 18 months, we intend to transition that work internally as well, entirely.
Am I right in thinking that you might have done a bit of a map or plan of how you might bring in-house some of these outsourced?
I think a plan might be a generous way to describe it, Dr. Kane, but certainly as we're working through our series of sort of backlog of digital things we would like to do, and as we build capability, we're looking for those opportunities. So our intelligence analytics team now has data engineers, data scientists, advanced analytics professionals, people we never previously had in CIRA. So as we're getting them to do work, we're discovering more of what we're possibly able to do ourselves. So as each of those opportunities arises, we capture that, look at whether we need to build additional talent within CIRA. The major area where we're doing this is, of course, in our digital platforms, and so by modernising them, we're able to automate a lot more work that we would previously relied on externally. So we have a pipeline of digital projects each year within our budget, and as we work through those, the aim is to quite overtly bring work back into CIRA where we can recruit the talent. I will say it's a difficult talent market at the moment, and the same challenge we have for actuaries given their starting salaries exists within the digital analytics and sort of similar area. So we're very fortunate that from time to time, even though it's a protracted recruitment process, we do nab some exceptional talent, and where we do that, we start looking at how we bring more work internally. So I think there are some really good examples for us, and we're actively, as I said, as part of our strategy in my opening statement, we've overtly called out building talent and reducing outsourcing wherever it makes sense. So to the extent we can, we'll look for those opportunities. I wouldn't be able to produce for you in evidence a plan per se, but certainly it's our stated objective to bring more work internally and to build the talent within CIRA where we can.
Can I just follow up on that? Because I think earlier you also said it was part of your strategy to reduce reliance on consultants. So now we have part of your strategy is reducing reliance on consultants and also obviously matching that with building capability. Are we able to see what that looks like, what that strategy is, what that written out looks like? I'd be pleased to sort of be able to read what it is that you have got as a document.
Certainly, so our strategy is published online, but I'm happy to share a link nonetheless. And look, the two key lines in that being a strategy document are simply that we intend to invest in developing our own talent and to reduce outsourcing.
So they're the headliners.
So it's a stated objective. Okay. There's not a detailed list of things we're bringing in just yet. Okay. What we've done over the last particularly 18 months is build that intelligence analytics team and the digital team. They're, in my mind, where the greatest opportunities exist because we have had a high reliance on vendors historically, given how first rapidly the 2017 reforms were implemented, but the talent that just didn't exist in the agency at the time had not been contemplated. So they're the areas where we're most likely to do work soon. But as I said, as we've been lucky to bring in some really smart people into our premiums and markets team, for example, there are elements of the premium filing process that we're now able to do in-house, and that means we reduce the scope of what we ask our actuaries to do on those pieces of work.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Mr. Latham.
Question for Ms. Young relating to Service New South Wales, because this inquiry is obviously focused on some of the downside about consultancies, but there must be some out there that have been a success. And I would have thought that Service New South Wales was one of the shining successes of the New South Wales public sector over the past decade or so. Is there anything about the use of consultancies there that would guide us to the type of success that Service New South Wales has had, which is way ahead of its predecessor organisations?
So I think when we think about the use of consultants in this context, and Service New South Wales has been amazing, particularly through the various disasters and pandemic and all those things that we've gone through. one of the biggest successes of Service New South Wales is building of in-house capability. So, and that has meant that we haven't had to rely on consultants as much. So overall, when we look at the consultant spend across our procurement, we're less than 1% of our buy is consultants.
And what's that mainly for?
It's generally for really strategic things. Certainly, you know, actuaries or those professional advice services. There have been times, particularly through the disasters, where we've needed to call in help from a capacity and capability component, but that's generally a professional service rather than an actual consultancy. And we certainly have used that quite extensively over the last few years, but kept it at minimum and kept it that we would use the consultancies, and I think that's where it works, is where we bring them in, help us to set up, and then we transfer the knowledge and build the in-house capability, and Service has definitely done that. So around customer service design and those sorts of elements, I think if you looked at us a few years ago, we would have started bringing those services in, but now we have an in-house teams that do it, so it reduces that reliance. So that's where it really works for us, is when we actually access the services and help build our own in-house capability.
Right, so your main lesson is build up in-house capability as much as possible. That's the key to success.
It is, but and you know, as Mr. Dent said, it's a really difficult time in the market, so a lot of that's digitally, you know, really relies on digital talent, which is very difficult to get. And with the current awards that we have across government, we're not competitive in the market. So that, you know, increases our contingent labour, or it increases our other costs that sit around that. So that makes it very difficult. But Service is a great place to work, and it's known as a great place to work, as is the Department of Customer Service. So we have a value proposition, and it's exciting and it's new, that actually people want to come on board anyway. So that helps us to actually overcome some of that market issue, and they get to do some really good stuff and really interesting stuff.
Right, because of labour market shortages with digital talent, that might be an area where you bring in consultants because you've got no other
it would be
choice,
the biggest,
and then you transfer the knowledge and build up your in-house.
It's certainly our biggest contingent workforce is digital talent, and it remains and will continue to remain while the market is as hot as it is, and how we've moved so much more to the digital world. That's going to continue, and that's going to be our difficulty.
Thank you.
What is the size of CIRA's contingent workforce then?
I can follow it up. I think it's somewhere between 15 and 25.
Okay.
At last check, it's relatively speaking not large, and it's predominantly, I would say, it would be majority in our digital team, where we've had to find data engineers, for example, or developers who are, as Ms. Young just identified, not in the market at the rates we could always afford.
And are they sole sort of contractors as opposed to people who work at consulting firms?
Yes, generally they're engaged through the contractor central arrangement that New South Wales Government has, so they might be engaged through a Hayes or one of those labour hire firms, but they're engaged as individuals to work on projects, sometimes for a short time, sometimes for maybe 12 months, depending on the role. And wherever we can, or where it's feasible, we still try to recruit. But as a rule, we haven't been overwhelmingly successful, and occasionally we're very lucky and get somebody talented who's happy to work in the public sector.
Thank you. Any other questions? Anyone? No, that's been incredibly useful. Thank you very much.
Chair, if I may, just to confirm, the 55.5 contract was indeed an open tender. There were 4 applicants for that tender process that were assessed. The surveys are all online via an email and then I presume a web form of some sort. And we might not have time. They're trying to check the number of contingent labour and people for me. The team did note, Mr. Latham, to an earlier question you had, that our strategy was developed entirely in-house. So one of the things, again, that's one of the things that we actually, can do and have the people to do. So all at the time, around 220 CIRA staff contributed to what ended up in that document.
Yeah, it's a remarkable thing that experts inside an organisation can develop strategy, isn't it?
I agree. Look, I think a strategy should reflect the will of those within the organisation, the talent they bring to bear, and we're very fortunate at CIRA to have some very, very smart people.
Good. Glad to hear.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
To the extent there were questions taken on notice that you have not already answered, there will be 21 days to respond. We may have some supplementary questions for you as well. But thank you very much. We know that it does take time to prepare and come in and give us this information, but it's been really valuable. Thank you.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's get started. Thank you very much. We now have witnesses attending from Deloitte Australia. Could I please ask each of you to state your name and position title and then swear either the oath or the affirmation? And I'll start on my left with you, Mr. Mills.
Great, thank you, Chair. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Ursula Brennan, I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Chair, Tom Imbesi, Deloitte Chairman. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you.
And Chair Sneža Pelusi, the Chief Risk Officer of Deloitte, and I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you very much. Would you like to begin by making a short opening statement?
Thank you, Chair. We would. Thank you for inviting us to appear today. As I said, I'm Tom Imbesi, Chairman for Deloitte Australia. Joining here with me today, Sneža Pelusi, our Chief Risk Officer, Ursula Brennan, who is our National Public Sector Leader, and Alan Mills, who is our New South Wales Government Lead Partner. In his role, Alan oversees the delivery of all services to New South Wales Government. Deloitte employs nearly 14,000 talented professionals in 9 locations around the country, including nearly 5,000 people in offices in Sydney and Parramatta. The use of and the value delivered by consultants is central to the terms of the reference of this inquiry. and we take seriously our responsibility to deliver value-based outcomes to New South Wales Government. And the nearly 100 feedback interviews we've conducted last year at the completion of our projects confirm that we are seen to deliver value and contract outcomes. We make intentional choices when evaluating a tender or proposal of the New South Wales Government. Do we have the expertise and capability to deliver on the desired outcomes for New South Wales? Can we deliver value for money? And are there any risks or conflicts that we should be aware of? If we cannot meet those standards, we won't bid for the work. To put that into context, in 2023, we bid for approximately 60% of the tenders that we were asked to participate in. Further, labour hire services is not part of our business model, nor how we want to work with government. Deloitte made a deliberate choice many years ago to provide only project-based services to government. On occasion, we provide short-term secondments to fulfil critical needs until a permanent hire is found. And at present, there are 4 Deloitte employees across different departments in those roles. And finally, we have a strict policy not to allow partners and employees to sit on government boards. The New South Wales Government's ambition is to continue to be the most customer-oriented government in the world. To support this ambition, we seek to bring diverse insights and perspectives from our experience globally and from across the private sector. We seek to bring capabilities that are complementary and additive to the public service, and transfer knowledge and skills as part of our work to support a strong and capable public sector. We respect the privilege of working with New South Wales public sector. Our experience is that the people we work with are capable and hardworking and committed to outcomes for the people of New South Wales. I would like to also address trust and integrity, as they are core to our licence to operate and fundamental to our brand and reputation. Trust and integrity are imperative to our clients and to our people who demand to work for an ethical organisation. Conduct and culture begins with setting the right tone from the top. In line with the Australian Human Rights Commission's recent recommendations on workplace conduct, we seek to foster a safe and inclusive environment where our people feel confident to speak up, understand what is acceptable behaviour, and have trust in the organisation. We encourage our people to raise concerns, regardless of the topic or severity. We report incidents transparently, and most importantly, we take quick and decisive action and hold individuals to account. In our most recent ethics survey, 98% of those who responded agreed that Deloitte is an ethical place to work. We are not complacent. We continue to invest in training for our partners and employees so they understand their professional obligations to provide a psychologically safe workplace while continuing to reinforce ethical and integrity expectations of them. We are recognised as a great place to work and an employer of choice by leading bodies. We're proud of the many market-leading initiatives aimed at flexibility, diversity, equity and inclusion, learning and coaching. And that ensures we attract and develop and retain the best people so we can continue to deliver value to our clients, including New South Wales Government. In closing, we're immensely proud of the work we do in New South Wales Government, the impact our projects have on the people of this state, and the value we deliver. And we hope to share some examples of that work with you here today to assist the committee with its assessment of the effectiveness of the procurement and management of consulting services. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much for coming along and for your detailed submission, which I'm looking forward to discussing. There's been a bit of discussion in the media. Let's just clear that up first. When we invited you to appear here, we didn't specify who was going to come from Deloitte's management, but there's been some speculation in the media about why, and I'm sure I'm going to pronounce this wrong, Adam PAWC?
Adam PAWC, yes.
PAWC, thank you. Your CEO has not chosen to appear. Do you want to clarify why that is?
Yeah, Chair, we looked at the term of reference and we reviewed who we felt the most senior people were that were relevant to that terms of reference that would be able to come here and respond to any questions. Clearly, conduct is important, tone from the top, and as chair of the Australian firm, I felt that I was appropriate to come and talk to those matters. We have our Chief Risk Officer who oversees all of our risk matters, including matters of conflict, independence and conduct. And we have our two most senior public sector leaders, one for New South Wales and Ursula, who oversees our public sector services at a national level. So we felt we were the four that were best equipped to come and respond to your questions.
Thank you. I just wanted to give you the opportunity to clear that up.
Appreciate
So just in terms of for the non-consultants among us, when we hear about a leader in a thing, so a public sector leader, can you tell us what that means on a day-to-day basis? Is it interacting with the public sector? Is it sort of managing the work? What is it?
Yes, of course, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity. So as public sector leader on a national basis, I work with a team of people across each jurisdiction, and Alan is the leader in the New South Wales market. And our role is really around making sure that we're bringing value to our public sector clients. And we do that through a number of different ways, certainly in terms of making sure that we're very focused on how do we support clients in understanding what their requirements are, in understanding whether we have the right capabilities to bring to bear to support them in that, and then in ensuring the quality and the delivery of those services. In essence, what my major role is to do is to make sure that we've got the right group of people and the right teams supporting them, supporting our government agencies across the country to be able to deliver on great outcomes.
So does that involve also pitching for work? Are you involved in those kind of day-to-day relationship meetings? Perhaps you can help, Mr. Mills.
Yeah, sure. Happy to help. So a day in the life of Alan, leading New South Wales Government, best job in the world, is mainly focused on, as I just said, but at a smaller scale with the team. So we have account leaders for the major clusters or federated group of agencies that sit across, and that sort of sits in the transport, health, education, you've got communities and justice and so on. And there'll be a lead partner who's responsible for that activity. I would then I'm still love getting my hands dirty and getting involved in work. My passion is actually helping clients and serving clients. So I would love to get involved, particularly when things are more strategic in nature or require a depth of experience which I'm able to bring. I've been focused on New South Wales Government for approximately 10 years, so I've got a good understanding of things that happen within New South Wales Government and how projects could be delivered.
Thank you. That's useful. So you note on page 2 of your submission, and you mentioned it also in your opening statement, that you made a choice not to provide labour hire services. And that you're not participants in the contingent workforce scheme. Now, I understand that none of the big four firms are part of that contingent workforce scheme. I guess, can you explain to us a bit more about why that is? Because I understand that although you say that those services are not sort of aligned to how you want to work, when you're part of that scheme, you're also subject to certain conditions and maybe a certain amount of pay scale and things. Is that?
So under the way in which we work, we are very much project focused, and we are certainly operating in accordance with all the procurement panels and the arrangements around that, which actually have the terms and conditions that you're referring to, Chair, just in regard to different panels. The reason why we're not interested in that contingent labour is we don't feel that that's the area where we as Deloitte can best deliver value on the outcomes basis. It goes to the heart of what you've been speaking about here today.
Okay, so if we look at just the different types of, I guess, scenarios where you might have a consultant sitting within a government agency, we have the four that you mentioned that are on secondment, so presumably they're in there more on a kind of project, managing a project, are they? Are they part of a project, or are they filling a vacancy, I guess?
So to talk about the four specifically, one is providing parental leave cover. So there's a period of time, and it's quite a niche skill, so that's got a very set time frame to provide those skills. Another two relate very similar to the conversation that you've just had around very technical and detailed data analytics skills. And there's recruitments in the market to try and recruit those roles. And as soon as they're available, as those people come on board, they'll be transitioned and those people will step out. And then there's a specific one which relates to cyber security. And that, again, has only been put in place because there's been a resignation, and it's an interim measure whilst someone works their notice period and then transitions into that role.
Okay, so when we were talking before with health about the contract that eHealth has, where I understand, or maybe it's not with them, but it's with New South Wales Health Pathology, where they engage Deloitte to provide development services to cover staff leave, that's of that nature rather than...
So that's a separate to the four I've just talked about, but it's the same mindset that was applied to that. That's correct.
So what do you think of then when you're talking about contingent or labour hire?
So contingent or labour hire, from the way that we view it, would be someone that's going in to work in a role that's been fully budgeted as part of an establishment.
Mm-hmm.
It's an enduring role with an activity to run the business of government.
So what's the average time frame then that somebody from Deloitte would be sitting in one of these agencies?
Because it's all unique and one by one, I would say it would be on a case by case basis. So I wouldn't like to give an average. It can be a couple of days, a week, or it could be, in the case of the parental leave arrangement, I assume that will be somewhere between 9 months and 14 months, depending on how that individual returns back to work.
Yeah, so it's not. So it's a position where, if they were, if the agency was to employ somebody else, then they would be out of a job in 9 months' time. Whereas you're able to put somebody in to cover that, and then allow that other person to come back.
Yeah, and I think specifically in that case, it's quite a unique and hard to find skill in the market. So there's a piece in making sure that that individual, whilst they're away from work, doing arguably more important things, that they know that they've got that role to come back to.
Thank you.
I think, Chair, that just to add to what's been said, the key point from our perspective, and this is a national approach that we take across all government sectors, that we seek to provide project-based work, that is, where we provide complementary and additive skills to the public sector, as opposed to supporting public sector with potentially skills that they could otherwise get elsewhere. So we're very focused and deliberate on that.
Okay. Thank you, that's helpful. I think we've been trying to understand in this inquiry exactly sort of where consultants are sitting within agencies. There's not been a lot of transparency, so it's really useful to see the different uses. Another thing that you talk a lot about in your submission is your desire to ensure that you provide value and that you are concerned to ensure a sort of a high quality of work output. And another one of the issues that we've dealt a lot with already in this inquiry is the sort of lack of post-engagement review that is conducted by government departments. What do you do to review work product and I'm particularly interested in, and the example I gave in one of our previous hearings was this idea of, say you've done a business case, so we know that Deloitte did the New South Wales ambulance business cases. What do you do to go back and check whether the assumptions that were made in that kind of analysis ended up being, valid sort of in hindsight, or is there anything done to sort of review that work?
I think, Alan, perhaps you can talk through the process you go through post-project completion.
Yeah, and it actually starts before we even submit the proposal. So what we call a quality assurance partner, so a partner who's held to account for the quality, not just of the proposal and the delivery work, but making sure that there's a lasting impact from the work that happens. So a quality assurance partner is assigned to every single project that we do. They hold the lead engagement partner to task, and should that need to be escalated or conversations need to be had, then the lead account partner for each of the areas of government can be engaged in a conversation to understand how quality and impact can be delivered. So rolling forward with your narrative around business cases, Most of the work we also do is in a blended team, so it's actually really rare now for us to work in a solely ring-fenced Deloitte team within an organisation, and then a PowerPoint pops out like magic towards the end of the project, and then that's the end of the engagement. All of our engagements are actually working alongside our clients, and so we'll have shared roles. But regardless, Deloitte is still held to account for the outcome, even though there's other inputs from other agency team members. On delivery of the engagement, there's typically a conversation with the direct responsible business owner, as well as normally their superior as well, who's got the contracting authority. We'll go through the status reports from the engagement to make sure any risks or outstanding issues have been thought about and considered. If there's been any issues in terms of access to information, or maybe we've had to increase or decrease stakeholder engagement sessions or things like that, that'll then be tied up. We will then make a decision that that engagement is then closed. And then at that point, we would then walk away. Because the most important thing that we find in this project-based mindset is actually having that closure and then stepping away.
Mm-hmm.
Post, the thing that then happens next is typically there's a period of decision-making that happens on the government agency side, of which we're not engaged with. So we may present to a steering committee or something like that as our final, this is our findings, any questions, and then it will wiggle through the government process in terms of how that's then considered by the Chief Financial Officer or other members of the executive for it to be considered as part of maybe a budget submission or some other process in order to get funding. Then post that, or while that's happening, we do organise what we call a client service assessment. And so that's an assessment which is done by an independent partner again, to go and ask questions to say, did we provide the technical competency that you were expecting in the engagement? Were there any unforeseen issues? Were there any challenges? And we've got some softer language which encourages the client agency to provide real feedback. Say, how did it feel? Was it a good experience? Could it have been better? We then take that feedback and then we aggregate it up a little bit so it's not specific project by project. We share that with the team so that we can improve the quality of our service.
Do you ever go back and look at the actual... So I guess that's, that also has happened sort of contemporaneously with the project that you've been doing. Is there ever a point that, in terms of, and I'm particularly interested in business cases where my understanding is that they are more art than science a lot of the time in terms of there is judgment calls to be made and there are assumptions to be made. Do you ever go back and look and say, well, actually, this team was pretty accurate, that team wasn't? Is there any internal reviewing done to make sure that because it seems that government aren't doing that?
I may pass to Ursula, because you maybe talk about the gateway review process and all those things, that'd be
absolutely
appropriate.
So if we are involved in development of a business case, we would also support the agency, should that go forward into Treasury processes, with, for example, a gateway review. And depending on where that business case is up to, depends on which gate that would go through. So that's very much that sort of independent assessment after the development of the deliverable goes through. I think what I may be hearing from you, Chair, is also how does that translate at the end of the project? And certainly there is a provision within the gateway process for what they call a Gate 6 review, which is post-evaluation, for that to be done. We have very occasionally been involved in those where they have occurred, and I know that that's a helpful process. Yes, of course.
I just have a couple of follow-up questions to some of the information you've both just provided. The first is about providing or assisting with business cases, and we've heard here, various witnesses describe about consultants' assistance with business cases. It seems, to be honest, I'm a bit incredulous that government departments need to engage consultants to write business cases for other government departments, and we've all expressed, incredulity about that. And I wonder how that fits with, I think, was what you said, Mr. Mbesi, about Deloitte not being interested in doing work that government should itself be doing. It seems to me that business cases between departments would seem to be bread and butter rather than something we should be relying on outside consultants for. Any reflections on that?
Dr. Kane, may I give you an actual example that we've been involved in recently? So if we roll back into 2021, government was looking to increase the investment in new schools for our students across New South Wales. So new schools and upgrades, because there's a clear demonstration of value and the link between the facilities and the availability, of course, of those facilities and educational outcomes. And we were privileged to have been engaged by school infrastructure to support a large contract for the preparation of business cases. And the main reason we were engaged for that was because of the sheer scale to be able to prepare the volume of business cases that was going to be required in that time frame, and the capacity available within school infrastructure to be able to do that, and the specific nuances of capability to get those business cases sufficiently robust to be able to demonstrate value for money in the options that were being put up at that scale. What we actually did as part of that contract, specifically at the request of school infrastructure, was to develop, as part of our proposal, a capability and skills uplift program. So through the course of that contract, we wrote more than 84 business cases in conjunction with the department, and this is a fairly constrained time. But what we actually did in doing that was developed a whole set of tools, templates, databases around what average costs might be using quantity surveyors, etc., and used that and built that as a centre of excellence that became embedded into school infrastructure as their IP. How that translates in practice is we also ran a set of training. We've videoed. Unfortunately, I had to be on video as well as part of that to help upskill not only the people that were there at the time, but also people coming through the organisation in subsequent years. And my understanding is this year, with all of the tranche of business cases that are being done by school infrastructure, that's been done in-house. So that for me is a really good example of where there was a very clear need for business case capability and capacity, but where we've now been able to support that skills transfer and capability to the department.
Thank you. I appreciate that example. And perhaps it's equally as much as an example of what you did, it may also be an example of particular government processes which require an inordinate amount of work in order to get a school to say what they need. So it may not be a reflection on what you did, but there might be some reflections to take there on government processes which might require that level of commitment from yourselves and others. I do have another question though about the independent partner that we heard about from Mr. Mills. I must say there's a bit of a black box around business structures when it comes to consultancies and how partnerships actually work. Now, I could be wrong, and please let me know if this has since been provided, but I understand to the federal inquiry you weren't prepared to provide details of your partnership structure, and I wondered if that had changed, and if not, what does that say about transparency and your commitment to it?
Dr. Kane, I think I assume you're referring to our partnership deed. That's the one document that was initially requested of Deloitte. So we have subsequently provided that on a confidential basis.
Are we able to get the same provided on a confidential basis as well, please?
Yes, we would be prepared to provide that, absolutely. The reason for that is it's an agreement between each partner and the firm, and for that reason we think it is not a matter that we want to have as a public document, but we are prepared to provide that to you.
I think it would be useful for us to be able to have a look at that.
I've got Mr. Buttigieg online wanting to ask a question.
Thank you, Chair. Just along the lines of some of the evidence you've given and a little bit of teasing out of my colleague's question, in terms of New South Wales, I think, was it 5,000 employees looking after New South Wales business, roughly? Do we have any
just
idea
clarify,
of...
sorry, for a second, Mark. 5,000 employees in New South Wales, not 5,000 employees looking after New South Wales Government.
That's correct. Yeah, that's correct.
Thank you.
5,000 in New South Wales, yes. So I just want to get a handle on, and presumably you'd have these sort of ballpark figures, I'd imagine. In terms of Deloitte's, the government's share of Deloitte's revenue in New South Wales, do we have an idea of what percentage that would be?
So
Sorry, can I just clarify the question, please? Are you asking how much revenue Deloitte generates from New South Wales Government?
As a percentage of...
As a proportion of Deloitte's overall New South Wales revenue, yes.
I'm not sure if I prefer not to guess at that, if possible, and we'd be happy to take that on notice if that's possible.
Sure. Would we be talking north of 50% or south or?
No. I would suggest much lower than 20%, but again, I don't want to be held to that.
Okay.
It's a
no, that's fair enough. I don't. Now, in terms of the, this is a similar question. I mean, it's not directly sort of reiterating the partnership question, but the you were quite specific about your desire not to get into the labour hire area and supplant workforce numbers. But in terms of financial relationships with the firm and those sorts of labour hire companies, are you aware of any of those relationships?
No.
No, I don't believe we have any.
Okay. And the last one is just really about your evidence of, you're at pains to point out that the view of Deloitte when dealing with the government is that you're not getting into a situation where you want to supplant the internal workforce. It's very much a supplemental role based on boutique skills and providing a service which otherwise wouldn't be available. A lot of the evidence we've heard to date has been around the malleable nature of that relationship. So a lot of the evidence we've heard from other witnesses is that over a long period of time, what's happened is because of these embedded and intertwined relationships, you've actually had a situation where the capacity of the public service to provide that service has been denuded as a result of actually not being in practice and doing it. And therefore, what might have been a dividing line 20 years ago where the public sector would have had a lot more capacity has now shifted significantly. What's your view on that evidence?
Yeah, I think I might hand over to Ursula and Alan to talk through that. And I think the example Ursula gave earlier is a good example of providing capability tools and leaving that behind for the department. But there are other examples that I know we can give.
Yes, certainly. Thank you. So we 100% support a strong public service capability. I think that's absolutely fundamental to what we're all talking about in terms of public value. Where specifically we see the ability to be able to bring that would be areas, for example, being able to tap into our global and our national networks and the private sector expertise that our people actually bring. So that's not to say what I think you may have termed there, Mr. Buttigieg, as hollowing out, but rather instead that we are looking to bring additional expertise, capabilities that deliver value for money and efficiency, essentially. So the opportunity to be able to learn from other capabilities. I believe in the previous segment, the example around Service New South Wales and the in-house capability was a great example where there's sufficient capacity and need to really deliver that value. One of the things that we see and why we like the project-based approach is it allows us to be able to support clients by scaling up or scaling down for particular projects. Not to be there for the long term, but rather to come in to respond to specific requirements and to deliver on specific outcomes and leave that capability transfer as part of it.
The question was a little bit more specific than that sort of general approach, which I appreciate the evidence you put on. It's really about the proposition that over let's call it a 20 to 30 year period, because of the reliance or increasing reliance on consultants, and in particular the Big Four, but consultants generally, the view has been put by several witnesses that this has resulted in a continuum of denuding public sector capacity and skills, attrition, and as a result, over time, what we've seen is that part of the reason that we're so reliant on consultants is because the public sector has lost that ability and skill. I mean, my question is quite specific. Do you think that that's a valid claim?
Do you mind if I take that?
Please go ahead.
Over recent years, since I've been in the leadership role in New South Wales Government, I would say that from our experience is not a claim that I would stand for. I've seen an incredible increase in both the capability, the range of skills and the talent coming into the public service, both at the most senior levels and through the new graduate recruitment program where 285 new graduates joined New South Wales Government last year. It's revitalising the public sector. Earlier this morning, there was a session by IPA talking about making an impact, hearing stories of amazing work that's happening without support from the Big Four or any of the other suppliers on the BAS arrangements. So I think that's not a fully accurate claim from our experience. And then just listening in on the session before, the progress that's being made in places like CIRA around getting hold of and really promoting the value proposition of public sector and getting those talented workers in the data space is quite incredible. And that's actually a good example of where we're not providing those services anymore to organisations such as CIRA.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Can I ask a question about your submission? So I note that a lot of the submission was focused on ethics and code of conduct. And I have a series of questions that are not necessarily related to one another, so bear with me. The first is that you cite the accountants, the professional accountants' code of conduct and the standards there. We've been having discussions in this committee about how particularly the accounting professional bodies don't capture all of the professions or the consultancy work. So I wondered how you dealt with that, given that everything else is kind of voluntary codes. So that's one part of it. Related to those codes is your disciplinary procedure, and I note that you say that some of the things you can do is withhold bonuses. I guess the question that I have around breaches and discipline and bonuses is I don't quite understand how those KPIs and bonuses work in the first place. So if someone could explain to me on what basis they're awarded so I could understand on what basis they're not awarded, that would be useful. So there's a couple of questions in there.
I might take that if I can, thank you. So just the first question was around the professional bodies and where it applies. So there is a mixture in terms of how it applies to various partners and staff within the organisation. So from a CANS perspective, the overarching body, so all of our partners are members of the body, and throughout the organisation, particularly our auditors, but through other parts are also our members, as you know, they've got their chartered accountants professional certification as well. In addition to that, you'll have other parts of our organisation who are covered through their auditor registration. They may be covered by liquidator provisions. There might be members or covered through the tax practitioners board because they're practising tax practitioners as well. So there is a little bit of a matrix structure there in terms of what professional obligations and, if you like, overarching codes of conduct apply to different people within the organisation. So that's the first part. But
so everyone would be captured by that?
But APES 110 covers the firm.
Yeah, APES 110 does cover the firm, but in terms of the partners across the organisation, everyone will be covered by the code of conduct as you've outlined from a professional body perspective.
And non-partners?
That would be dependent on the various disciplines, if you like, that they are part of, professional disciplines that they are part of.
So within that you have professional associations with varying codes of conduct, with varying capacity to discipline their own members. So it's a bit mixed.
It
is.
And that's one of the things that we've actually been very open about, that we think it is appropriate to review those bodies and whether there is a more efficient and more effective regulatory oversight body that could be put in place, and that's a subject of the federal inquiries.
But from our own internal perspective, we would expect everyone, partners and all staff, to abide by the professional codes of conduct, like my colleague just mentioned, APES 1110 and our own Australian Code of Conduct. So what I might do is go to the next question around how we approach from a disciplinary framework perspective. So within my team, we have got a full-time ethics and conduct leader who actually oversees all disciplinary matters of the firm. And I'd say our very first principle that we look to is that creating an environment where people feel comfortable in coming forward and raising any matter that they have with us, large or small, but feeling comfortable to come forward. And I would say that there's a number of different ways that we strive to do that. So, a colleague mentioned tone from the top, training around our expectations from an ethics and integrity perspective. We have an annual survey around ethics. It's not just the percentages we get, we also get written feedback, and we ask for written feedback. We ask our people to tell us what are the things that they would like us to see to make it easier for people to come forward. So that tone from the top is really important. The second element of it is we investigate every matter that's brought to our attention, and that's investigated by individuals separate to, obviously, the parties that have raised or brought the matter to our attention. So that's investigated and reported on, and then we get to the disciplinary framework. And then the ranges of disciplinary outcomes can vary. It could be, depending on the circumstances of the case, it could be a written warning, it could be training, it could be exit, it could be a whole range of things that we would consider depending on the severity of the case. You made a specific comment around bonuses and the like, and there are cases where we would feel that, a financial outcome or disciplinary outcome is appropriate. And that would form
I guess
part
my
of it.
question to state it a bit more directly is I understand what you said. I've read your submission. I understand what you're trying to suggest in terms of culture and how you lead that. That's one thing.
Yep.
And then there's financial incentive to behave in another way. So what I want to understand is how do bonuses and other KPIs work, which might, provide a perverse incentive to all the other things which, we would all agree on as good initiatives.
Yeah, and I might address that again in two ways. So part of my remit at the end of each year, we give feedback from a quality and risk perspective around performance, and that is taken into account in assessment in an overarching holistic sense, right? In addition to if an individual themselves has been party to a matter that we've investigated and substantiated, there is the opportunity to also have financial penalties as part of the discipline.
But that doesn't go to the heart of my question.
You're asking, I think, how bonuses are structured and what is the underlying KPI to achieve a bonus.
Yes, and I guess wanting to understand if there are perverse incentives that go counter to all of your cultural work.
I don't believe so. I don't believe so. I'd be interested in this.
I appreciate that, Ms. Paluzzi, but if you could tell me what the structure is, then I could also make it.
And I think that would vary depending on the individual partners. Some partners are incentivised by the amount of work that they do win. But equally, there is a balanced scorecard around performance, and as Snezza pointed out, for each of the partners, there is a quality and risk assessment that is applied to them. So a partner may win work, but if they haven't done that in an appropriate way, there will be consequences for that. That's how we try to counter the...
Could we, having a bit of experience back in HR, could we see the balanced scorecard? It doesn't have to, it's an empty version of the balanced scorecard?
Yeah, absolutely.
That'd be good.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, there's a framework that we use that we assess from in order to apply the quality and risk rating, and that's a really important part of the assessment. Very happy to share that.
And would that have weightings? So, a balanced scorecard, you'd have weightings to different parts of it? So volume might be one, for example, volume of work.
There would be, but that would depend. So there are some individuals in our organisations that are not remunerated on winning work at all. people in your team, Snezza.
Absolutely. And that's why I did pause at that bit, because it is so individual. So there's no one in my team, for example, that would be assessed on any client.
I appreciate that, but you can understand for the purposes of this committee, we're less interested in those who are in that side of things and more interested in those that are trying to get work from the public sector. So if we could get any information,
we can think about how
it.
we provide that to give you some context.
That would be
and
useful.
how the feedback fits in. I think that's also an important.
That would be useful. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And maybe just to bring that to life in a New South Wales government context, as I talked about before, I am responsible for the work that happens across New South Wales Government with that partner leadership team. A part of our role is to make sure that that behaviour doesn't occur on the account. And so we can't have a partner deciding by themselves to start an engagement without going through the checks and balances in terms of confidentiality, conflicts of interest, and making sure that we've got the capabilities to deliver value. So that behaviour is throttled even before they can potentially start work. And so through the account structure. So we've got all of the individual stuff which has been outlined by my colleagues, but then we've also got the account management structure which prevents that from happening as well.
And are we able to see that, the account management structure? We don't have to put names to it, but it would be, again, as I said, it's a bit of a mystery for us.
Perhaps we can think about the engagement acceptance process.
Yeah,
we have I might just chip in there as well. We have a government and public services governance arrangement which very clearly sets out the roles and accountabilities of, Alan in his role versus lead engagement partner roles as well. So I think it's very clear to individuals, including all of the team members, around the behaviours that we're looking to achieve.
That information would be helpful, thank you.
And just to that point in terms of the account management in the government side, are all employees who are working on government work constrained to working on government work, or are they working across with industry partners and that as well? Or
I might let Ursula answer that.
Certainly. So the majority of the people that we have working with government will be very much focused around government, and they will be aligned with that governance framework that I've just articulated. One of the factors that we just heard from Sarah and from others is that there are certain capabilities that, to bring the best globally and nationally, as I said, to individual projects, you may bring the best of a private sector capability, the best of somebody who's got experience from overseas. It might be where, I think in the case of iCare or Sarah, they talk to the insurance industry or financial services. How do we bring the best people? So the core group that are working with Alan would be focused on government.
And I imagine with that Sarah example, for instance, so you would be looking at leveraging the expertise you have from the private sector, because you wouldn't have enough work in New South Wales government to have an exclusive team on Sarah. Yeah.
Absolutely.
And I imagine the same would be true in terms of health and in transport as well, that you would need to leverage that expertise that you might have across advising clients as well as advising governments.
In fact, I would put to you that that's one of the
value propositions.
The value propositions that an organisation like Deloitte provides. Yeah.
And I guess to the next point, and this is where the concern has been raised in this inquiry effectively, is then what is going back to those private sector clients, and what do you have in terms of a management process so that there isn't information from the New South Wales Government, for instance, being used to leverage private sector clients bidding into New South Wales Government potentially?
Well, maybe if I answer that from a firm-wide question, and then eventually you can add to that. So I think there's a couple of things. From a confidentiality perspective, I mean, that is a base, if you like, obligation for all of our practitioners across the organisation to adhere to confidentiality on what we call on a needs-to-know basis around that engagement, and it is obviously kept to the details of that engagement. And even in cases where we may make an assessment that it is a higher risk type engagement, then there's even greater protocols that we enact through a confidential information management plan. And that's just our terminology for, if you like, even tighter safeguards around data capture, storage and protocols around it. So that's at the firm-wide level. But Ursula, you might want to just talk through a public sector or an example around that.
Yeah, absolutely. I may actually defer that to Alan to give a very tangible example within the New South Wales context, because every jurisdiction differs slightly, but the principles around making sure that confidential data is retained, absolutely it's there.
Sure. So a good example is going to like your specific example, where we're doing work which has a direct market engagement dimension to it, then that's the area where we absolutely have very detailed and comprehensive confidentiality management plans in place, which work at a project team level and then at an individual level. And in most cases, when we're dealing with projects of that nature, the agencies themselves are also aware of it and have probity officers in place, and each of the individuals entering onto that engagement will have to sign an individual NDA in some cases, and all of the work is typically conducted on the agency technology environment. So the information isn't coming into the Deloitte network at all, and it's all staying on the agency side. During the onboarding process for all of those individuals, there's always a confidentiality discussion around every engagement, but for the engagements, as Ursula mentioned, where there's increased sensitivity, then that will then go into a bit more detail. And then at the end of the engagement, in terms of the offboarding process, there'll be another process to remind and reinforce those policies and procedures with those individuals.
So, for instance, let's choose an example in terms of like a business case.
Yes.
So if you were involved, or you had somebody who was involved in the preparation of a business case for New South Wales Government, let's say for a road or the like, that when it came to the tender stage, which would be following that would they be precluded from being able to advise an industry client on the tender, for instance?
That's right. So there'll be hard confidentiality boundaries around those teams.
Thank you.
Given the disclosure to the Senate inquiry about a confidentiality breach, what are the checks and balances to make sure that doesn't occur? But it seems like I don't know if you self-disclose that. So I guess what are the checks and balances, and how often, if you do have them, are you required to act on them? So how often are you finding, despite all of your training and education?
Of course.
Yeah, I might take that. I mean, we would expect anyone who became aware, and like in the case that we self-disclosed, we did advise the client. We actually found it through our own monitoring protocols and have disclosed it transparently in our incidents as well.
So what are those monitoring protocols?
So in this case, it was discovered by the team members and through the engagement itself. But we do have other monitoring protocols in place, for example, monitoring of any data, for example, that may leave our system, that might go into a private email, for example, and that gets picked up through monitoring programs separately. So there's a number of things that are run through our firm. But our expectation is that anyone who became aware of any sort of matter in this relation would come forward and actually advise us of that matter.
No, I understand that, and I think we're all in furious agreement about the principles. I think we'd all be saying, of course, you should self-disclose. Of course, a member of a team should. Of course, So I think we would all agree on that. I'm interested in how often it happens and how you find it and what you do about it, not the hypothetical how we would like it and what we intend it to be. So could I have are there some details of how often this is found? Is it just those self-disclosed, from a member of a team? Sure, you've got those systems in place, but a bit more detail on how often this is an issue.
So we had the one matter at the federal level.
We had the one matter in relation to dealing with from a government perspective, and that was the matter that we did disclose and talk about. And then there are other matters that we are aware of that purely related to our own Deloitte IP, if you'd like to call that.
So I think there were 22 matters in the 23 year.
No, there was 28 across the 2 years. One of those was, if you like, the one that we self-disclosed, and the rest related to internal matters from a Deloitte IP perspective that we've picked up and we've investigated and dealt with.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Buttigieg's got a question.
Thank you, Chair. I may have missed this on earlier evidence. I'm not quite sure, but at the risk of repeating, have any of you ever experienced interaction with an agency on testing internal capability? In other words, a proposition's put, and I'm more talking about that embedding situation where people might be seconded across, but in general terms, where the agencies come back and said, look, thank you for your proposal, but we've worked out that given the parameters, we think we can do it internally. Have you had any of you had any experience of that, or is that not something that Deloitte would get involved in generally?
Sure. Yeah, I think that's a good example, and that does happen from time to time. In the market, we respond to tenders which are delivered to us, and then we provide a response. Most of the time, well, not most of the time, in some cases, client agencies are making a decision to engage us because their resources with the skills that could do the work have been pointed in a different direction to a different priority. In the process of the procurement, those resources may become free, and it's very common for people to come back and say, this resource is now available, we want them to be part of the team, can you please remove the relevant team member from your team and include one of ours? Or in some cases, they may come back and say, actually, we've rescheduled things. This has actually got a different level of priority now. We don't want you to start the engagement, or if we've started, to stop and hand over materials so that team can then take over.
That's helpful. That's more a function of resource constraint or otherwise, but I'm more talking about, is there a feedback mechanism so that allows the public sector to say, well, we think we can actually do this, even though superficially it looks like we don't have the resident skills?
I think from our perspective, we can only respond to the tenders and the requests that are put to us. That, to me, feels like a decision which an agency would need to make about how it allocates its resources and time. One example I could give from, it's going back a little bit, is in relation to understanding a range of services right across New South Wales. And in order to engage the market, we did have public sector comparators in that program so that we could get a comparison of value that could be delivered through a public sector delivered program versus it was a construction-based contract or construction-based suppliers in another area, for example.
I think the only thing I'd add to that, if this helps, is that there are occasions where agencies will recognise that based on what's been put forward, they do have the skills and capabilities in-house, and a contract would never be let. So that also can occur. And that's entirely, obviously, government's prerogative as a procurer of services.
Thanks.
I wanted to come back on a couple of the things that have been discussed. So I guess going back firstly to that school infrastructure business case contract, how many of those individual business cases did Deloitte do, and during what dates?
So from memory, and I can go and check this later, we were engaged in 2021. Mm-hmm. I believe we worked over a period of around 16, 18 months, and we delivered certainly over 84 business cases. I've got 84 in my head on that one.
I'm trying to work out, because there's the 84 business cases that I understand are referred to in the Auditor General's report onto the school infrastructure, and I'm trying to work out if that predates your work or whether your work was in response to the Auditor General's report. But basically she's quite scathing of the quality of the business cases in that report that she's reviewed, but I think the timing is, there's at least an overlap, so I'm curious as to if you know what the timing was. And whether
I would need to go back and check that. I'm certainly not aware of that having been scathing. Okay. And in addition to that, the post-evaluation feedback that you mentioned from school infrastructure, which was done in a very rigorous way. Every quarter we had evaluation, formal evaluation and a formal meeting, was also very positive.
So maybe that work actually came after the Auditor General's report. So come back to me on notice and we can...
One of the reasons I think that work was being done was because of the importance of being able to make sure that they could meet the Treasury guidelines and have that funding released so that it could allow the delivery of schools in an accelerated timeframe.
If you're able to come back to me just on the the dates of that work, but perhaps also the each labelling each of those contracts for us as to which of those business cases you did, that might help for us to circle that square that circle, whatever the expression is. Can I ask, did Deloitte advise on the outsourcing of buses and bus contract? Do you know? Was that part of the work that Deloitte did for transport?
Deloitte has provided some of that advice, yes.
When was that provided, do you know?
The specific dates, I'm not sure of the exact specific dates. Can you help me with one specifically, or is it?
Oh no, it's all of them.
Okay.
It's the whole concept.
It's a trick question, right?
That's all right, just interested.
Well, I think going to the point though, we respond to tenders in the market and we bring our talented skills to bear, and then it's up to the agency to decide on which is the best team to help support delivery of that project or initiative.
Yeah. Understood. Sorry, did you want to come in on that or no? Okay. How many contracts have you received from or entered into with the New South Wales Government where there was no tender process? Do you have that data?
So I wouldn't have that to hand. The majority of our work, and if I look at the BAS panel, which we're one of the members of, providing the monthly reporting, so there's full transparency of all of our work.
Is this the in-flight thing that you refer to in the submission, or is that a different thing?
So we report in flight.
What is in flight? I was going to ask you that as well. Sorry. Answer the first
question. Well, actually, step back. So as part of the Business Advisory Panel, which New South Wales Treasury set up, there's a whole range of suppliers. Some suppliers sit within, are captured by a transparency and reporting requirement. And those suppliers, of which we're one, we provide monthly updates, which goes to a resource level, their role, their level, the engagement that they're on, the rate, and the hours worked during that time period. Mm-hmm. And so that gives full transparency to New South Wales Treasury to understand where our resources are being deployed and on what projects. So they have full transparency of all projects which we're delivering. In the majority of cases, like the vast majority of cases, there is a tender process, which we respond to. In terms of how that tender process can work, it can be in two main types. It can either be a restricted tender where an agency would typically go to anywhere between 4 and 7 providers. We typically do not know the number of people who are on that tender, and then we would respond all within the guidelines of the BAS panel arrangements, including cap, time and materials, etc., etc. Or there's a public tender. And when there's a public tender, it means it's available to absolutely everyone who's on the panel with the appropriate skills, and that any number of people can respond to that tender. So they're the two main channels which we win work.
And are there any that are untendered? You mentioned before that the vast majority are with tender. How many contracts has Deloitte entered into with New South Wales Government that were untendered?
I wouldn't be able to. That would be extremely challenging because there's a number. So, for example, if we were asked to facilitate a one-day workshop, for example, to help, that would be an example of that. That would be an engagement letter of which they would typically a client would send through saying, "Can you support us in facilitating or helping with a particular workshop or strategy day?" So that would be one. So we'd need to then work through systems and tools to then work out what that number would be, and that'd be very difficult for us to do.
So probably a point of clarification, all of those engagements that we've been engaged under would be contracted. So they will have a formal contract with the agency which has been authorised and signed off by the agency in line with the procurement guidelines.
Yes.
I think the Chair's question is quite specific. So we perhaps will have a look at that. If there is a way that we can provide that information, we'll seek to do that.
Thank you. Sorry, do you want to go?
I'm struggling to articulate this into a question, and I don't know whether it's because I'm intrigued or suffering from cognitive dissonance given a couple of your questions. So that the whole initial introduction was about your commitment to the public sector, to building capacity. You gave some examples. And then we talk about you advising on the outsourcing of bus services. we've recently had a report which has seen that has resulted in really poor working conditions for bus drivers, chronic shortages of drivers, which has affected services. So I'm just trying to sort of wrap my head around what you've expressed as your intent and what in practice seems to have been recommendations on a really, really sort of publicly significant piece of work. And I wondered sort of how much in those types of contracts do you project out to the likely results? So you'd be looking at, of course, the budget implications. Outsourcing is generally about short-term budget implications, but we know that the long-term implications in terms of our service and the experience of those bus drivers has been not positive. So how far out, when you're providing that advice for something like outsourcing of a key public service, do you look ahead, given your commitment, your stated commitment to a robust public service?
Yeah, sure. So obviously it'll be on a case-by-case basis depending on the nature of the service and the time frame of which the service is being considered. In terms of, so those parameters would typically be set within the tender documents themselves, and then we would facilitate the process to then deliver to that outcome. In terms of the specifics around timeframes, we'd give advice based on things like asset utilisation and asset price and time life of the asset, and we'd give those recommendations. But when it comes to making the decisions around the time windows, we'd then follow the Treasury guidelines in terms of what's required.
Sorry, I just want to ask
sure.
Sorry, just so that I'm clear.
Mm-hmm.
So when you're factoring in, your recommendations,
Yep.
you're looking at assets. You're not looking at the implications for people performing the work.
Absolutely, we'd be looking at people performing the work.
Because that wasn't clear from what you were saying.
Sorry.
It sounded very asset-based.
So, I'm also sort of trying to get my head around the bus contract thing. So, I guess, what was it that Deloitte was doing exactly? Were you asked to prepare options? Were you asked to advise on whether there should be outsourcing? What was was it policy advice, or was it advice that was backing up or going into the consideration for a policy decision?
Well, it certainly wouldn't be policy advice because that's the role of government and not external providers. But in terms of the specifics on a case-by-case basis, we would either need to come back with you specifically on that, but a lot of that would be set by the agency themselves in terms of what we needed to work to.
Policy decisions are for the government, but policy advice is something we regularly get from consultants.
So we'd provide evidence to support the policy conversation, but we wouldn't decide on the outcome of...
You'd give a recommendation, though, wouldn't you?
Advice, that's your whole... I presume that's what we're paying for.
You're consultants, not contractors.
There are elements of this. I think we may need to take this on notice, given my knowledge of that particular set of services that we have delivered. I can say, I think, as a main point, we're a financial and commercial advisor in those areas, advisor to government on aspects of it. Much of that advice is around securing a tender process. But we will come back with specifics around this. This is not an area that I'm afraid I have the full details of.
But that would be incredibly useful, because I think one of the issues we've been looking at here is the extent to which consultants are used to basically rubber stamp what government are already wanting to do. Yeah. I think, yes, it's been coined in a lovely way as decision-based evidence making, and I think that's a fabulous way for terming it. And I just want to check that that's not what was happening in this particular situation. So that would be useful.
And just to confirm, you do provide advice, right?
We do.
Okay.
Sorry.
Right. Okay.
Thanks for the clarification.
Okay. Thank you for that. The other big issue that's been floating around that we've also been talking about today is this phenomenon of contract extensions. And I've had a look through what e-tender records I can find. There are quite a few examples, as there are with many consulting firms, of the contract price going up significantly once it's already been agreed. Do you keep a record of how many contract extensions there are where the price sort of gets renegotiated, or and the reasons for that? And do you ever sort of look at whether you would sort of, I guess, making the right assumptions to begin with on how much you should be charging?
Yeah, sure. So absolutely we track that, and that's managed on a weekly basis as part of the regular status reporting for every engagement. And in most cases where there is a contract that's been established, it will be a time and materials capped arrangement. So it will be for a specific scope, we would need to deliver up to that maximum amount. And so if in terms of the level of effort and resources required to do the work is in excess of that, then we'd still be capped at that level. An example would be if we've delivered a specific project which has been very successful for, say, an area of a business and it's regional, so say Region 1, and then as part of that we would provide frameworks, methodologies, tools, etc. for the other regions to then complete that activity. In the case where we've done an excellent job and the client or the agency who thinks that was a really good piece of work would like you to do it for subsequent regions, we would then get a contract extension to then do a subsequent region. We would then provide a resourcing level estimate in order to do that work, and then we would complete that work using the frameworks and tools.
So I guess there's two sort of aspects of this. There's the aspect of government management in terms of signing up to contracts where they then decide that they're going to extend that contract without going back out again to tender for that extension.
Mm-hmm.
But then there's also the situation where a contractual sort of where the agreement, I guess, and the contracted amount is for a scope of work that's just not what it should have been. And so are you able to give us any sort of data on or any insight into how you make sure that there's not that sort of creep in costs? Do you have data as to how much?
I think, Alan, your point was that for each piece of each tender there is a capped amount and we deliver against that. But there may be, you've given an example of different regional. But there are other cases where there is incremental asks of Deloitte or providers that we then have to resubmit to extend.
Yeah, so to give something, so I get the gist of the question and where it's going. So on a project, there's normally a couple of things which can really affect the pace at which a project can be delivered and also the quality of a project. And so the first one around pace would be typically access to specific resources and stakeholders and individuals that are required to provide their expertise and input into the project so that we can provide the advice and understanding. The second part would be around the data and the underlying information that needs to be provided to typically support a data model or a calculation of some description. If those data sources are not readily available or additional data sources want to be included, depending on the level, there's always a bit of flex to make it work. But if it doubles in size or triples in size, then there's a conversation through the weekly status reporting that happens on all engagements to say that would be a change to scope, and therefore this is how much additional effort would be required in order to include that within this engagement.
Do the consulting firms help government to work out the scope? So for something that's incredibly technical, say they come and say, look, we think that this is the scope. Is there a negotiation on what that scope should be once the consulting firm understands more about the work?
I can only speak from Deloitte's perspective, and if we were faced with an engagement that we weren't sure about, like number of interfaces, number of stakeholders, we would send clarifying questions through the procurement process to give us some certainty. In those cases where the agency accepts that, they would then typically send a note out to all people responding and say X number of stakeholder interviews in these locations around the state. In the case where it's still murky or it's very early in the stage of the project, quite often what we'll have is a checkpoint, either week 1, 2 or 3, which is clearly articulated in the tender document. And at that point, we will outline these are the things that we think we're going to need to retest because we're not sure, you're not sure, you haven't provided the information, but together we'll get to a point by about week 3 where we'll then be able to lock down the scope for the remainder of the project. And at that point, sometimes there's things that come in and sometimes there's things that go out, depending on the nature of that specific project.
Do you have any evidence of any scopes where the hours that were scoped weren't actually required, where you were actually coming in under what was proposed? And if that does happen, how do you, like, is there a renegotiation process around that? What do you do with the leftover hours?
Well, yeah, so dealing with the public servants as we do, they all hold their responsibility around making the public value go as far as possible. In that case, there's normally 2 things that happen. One is we stop work at that point and we conclude the project. At that point, we only bill for the time that's being delivered. There might be a wrap-up day or 2 to tidy things up and to finalise the project, but then we would stop at that point. And because most of our work is in that T&M capped arrangement, the delta would then, the agency would not be spending that with us, and then that would be for them to then reallocate. The second option, which the agency sometimes takes into consideration, is there additional evidence building or additional work that can be done to fill that gap, which will be value add and complementary to their team.
And is there evidence of that in any of the contracts? Is that 84 that were undertaken?
Or specifically with the business cases.
So those were not 84 contracts.
Okay,
they were actually,
84 business
it was
cases.
one contract that was
yeah,
undertaken for a number of different deliverables, essentially. So
Okay.
those were not separate ones. So certainly we had a capped arrangement on each of the business cases. That was a very rigorous tender process that we were put through on that, and rightly so, to make sure that we were delivering value. So there were some business cases that we lost money on that cost us more to deliver because the complexity was greater. But we had agreed that there was a fixed fee.
But ending your work when it's finished isn't some altruistic act. It's just honest
exactly.
practice.
Yeah, exactly.
I just want to be sure
It
that
is.
we're not claiming
Absolutely.
that there's some
No.
great thing when you finish your work, you say it's finished.
No,
and
no,
you're
it's
done.
done.
Okay.
Yeah,
What
yeah.
we're saying is if it's a capped
not
fee,
an altruistic
we only
kind of
charge
offering.
up to what we've incurred, and we don't charge anymore because our whole project base is
As you'd expect.
As I would
respond,
expect. As I say, I don't
deliver,
think it's
leave.
particularly noteworthy.
Yeah.
No.
But I think... Oh, okay.
What was your comment?
I was just going to say, I thought that was the nature of the question in terms of what happens with the remainder, which is on the contract. So apologies.
On page 4 of your submission, you talk about the importance of not allowing bias and conflicts of interest to sort of inappropriately sort of influence or impact on your professionalism. One of the things that you say there is not allowing undue reliance on individuals or other factors to compromise professional judgments and responsibilities. I'm curious about that because we've heard a lot of this idea of particular, if not groups, partners within firms being very reliant on government work to the extent that by nature of being consultants and you know, seeking that revenue year in, year out, that if they were, for example, to be made to sit out of government work for a year, it would effectively render them having no work. Are there people within or are there partners within Deloitte that have a reliance on government work to the extent that they would have no practice if their government work dried up? They'd have to go and do a different type of work.
Well, actually, you go.
So the majority of our people who focus on doing government work, as I said, very much focus on making sure that we're delivering capability to the public sector. So I'm not sure whether that particular comment may refer to where we might have individuals join us from the public sector. That happens on an occasional basis, not frequently. Where that is the case, they are embargoed from working with New South Wales Government in accordance with the requirements of New South Wales Government, which is typically 6 months. So is that...
I'm more
just
interested in
looking at
how
the
you,
particular note.
how you reconcile the need for partners to earn revenue from what is, you know, sort of for government work there is only the New South Wales Government. So if they're doing New South Wales Government work, then, you know, they have to get their revenue from the New South Wales Government. How you reconcile the need for that, for them to earn revenue with the sort of the principles of not getting compromised by that and maintaining a level of independence and being able to say, no, I'm not going to do that bit of work for you because it doesn't add value or it doesn't. How do you ensure as an organisation that people aren't being compromised?
So from my perspective, I'll go back to the account management structure again, because that does enforce that. If we're not delivering value, given that we respond to tenders, and we will not be included on tenders to respond to if we're not delivering value. So as long as we're delivering value and our feedback continues to be positive, then we should absolutely be really proud of the work we do and invest behind that, because we know that we're having an impact in terms of supporting our clients with the work that they do. Going to the point you're saying, if, say for instance, from a practice perspective, what would happen if we're on a rotation basis? We would need to consider that in the context of, when I think about New South Wales Government, I'm also thinking about the state-owned corporations. I'm also thinking about the higher education universities that we support, the not-for-profits. So in terms of a marketplace, in terms of where we're able to support clients and make an impact, it's quite broad. And I think as long as, similar to how agencies operate in making sure that the team is focused and not getting too large, then there's enough work, and it's my job to make sure that I can see into the future a little bit in terms of understanding if there's politicians making commitments around policy direction and things like that, and getting an understanding from our global colleagues, what resources and technical skills do we need to build here to best support our clients, and that's something that I'm responsible for.
Does Deloitte see, or I guess does Deloitte disclose its auditing contracts as conflicts of interest? So again, we've had some news reporting, for example, EY with Santos, where they were auditing as well as doing work that was going to have an impact on potentially on a client that they were auditing. It was discovered, at least on the face of the media reports, that they just didn't consider that to be a conflict of interest, so it wasn't disclosed. What's Deloitte's view on auditing work and whether it needs to be disclosed for consulting?
I may ask my colleague Snezza to answer that one.
I might take that. So I would answer that in two parts. I mean, we would not take on any work that would impair, if you like, our independence perspective, or where we are, required to maintain our independence. So that's part of the considerations that we would take on. But separate to that, from a conflict of interest perspective, one of the things, and it is outlined in the submission, is around the assessment we make for every engagement before we take it on. We do have to actually have a positive confirmation that we have addressed any real or perceived conflicts as part of that process. We do look to see whether we have got the opportunity to put safeguards in place in relation to the situation. And if we make an assessment that we actually don't feel that we can have appropriate safeguards in place that we feel comfortable with, we would just decline the engagement. And we spoke earlier about the fact that, we don't bid for everything, and that's one of the reasons why we choose not to bid for some pieces of work, that we don't, we just simply can't get comfortable from a safeguarding perspective. So that's how we would address it. It will all be, every single engagement we would take on, we would assess from a conflict of interest perspective.
And would you consider auditing work to be something that you would disclose as part of that process to a potential
If we
client?
were engaged as an external auditor in that situation, we would be very careful in terms of considering what other work that we would be providing to that organisation. Absolutely. And there are a number of protocols we would go through in relation to that assessment. There are some certain services where, if you are the auditor, are absolutely not permissible, because you never want to be in that scenario where you're compromising independence, objectivity. And certainly we would not take up any work where we would feel that there was, if you like, a real or perceived threat that we will effectively be reviewing our own work. There's a number.
I guess there's two levels here. There's So I'm particularly interested in, for example, that Santos example where EY was the auditor for Santos, and then they also worked for government in relation to the preparation of a report from a consulting basis that had a material impact on the business of Santos. When they were asked about it, they reported as saying, we didn't disclose it because we didn't see it as a conflict of interest. My question to you is, I understand that from an internal perspective, you might say, well, we're not doing that work. But in terms of what you would tell the government in that instance, if you did decide to go ahead with the work, would you disclose that you were an auditor for a potential, for someone who was potentially going to benefit from the policy you were helping to develop?
Chair, I think it would depend on the circumstances of the case. The mere existence of being the auditor in that scenario that you're describing doesn't in of itself create that situation, but it would depend on the circumstances of the case.
And I think that's when we get into that potential conflict of interest versus conflict of interest that ICAC was talking to us about on our first hearing. But what I'm getting from, certainly what I got from the EY reporting, and I wonder if I'm getting, so please confirm, but is that it's a decision that the consulting firm makes rather than giving all of the relevant information to the government and allowing them to make the decision on whether or not a conflict of interest has been managed.
If there was an actual conflict, we would clearly disclose that, or we would make the decision not to participate, or we would put the framework around it. But I think your point is, how transparent are we in each and every case? And I think that is there is a judgment there that we do exercise.
Yeah, I mean, one of our key safeguards in dealing with any real or perceived is actually disclosure of the matter. So you would make a judgment in that case. But I'd say that being the auditor, which of itself you are, obviously maintaining independence, of itself would not create that situation.
It's been described as walking both sides of the street.
I understand the description.
Yes, and it's something that's been well written about by academics as well. I think what we are increasingly shocked by is that this is not a decision that gets made by the people actually hiring the consultants, but actually by the consulting firms. And there's that lack of transparency then where you're not held accountable for if, in fact, there is some mismanagement of that potential conflict of interest.
I do understand the question. I guess the other thing I would say, objectivity and forming an assessment of objectivity in what you're delivering is actually a core professional obligation. And so, we take every step to try and get that right. I mean, it is something that is pretty fundamental in terms of, to use the term that our chair used, licence to operate. So, trying to get that right and having processes in place to assess any real or perceived conflicts around that based on the circumstances and the facts on hand are a very important part of our assessment process before we take on an engagement. And part of that would be a disclosure situation in terms of outlining the facts of the situation on hand.
But I appreciate your point, Chair, that the opportunity should be governments to make that decision as opposed to us internally. So if there was a recommendation to provide more information at that engagement stage, I think we would be open to that.
A broader set of factors to consider as opposed to how it may be, viewed or assessed. In the current.
I think that would help both parties.
Okay. Interesting turn of phrase that Mr. Embassy, that you said, if it was required, you would be. Well, yes, if it was required, you would be doing it. I guess I want to go back to this idea about social licence to operate, and this discussion that we're having about these internal processes and the judgment calls of individuals and all. I mean, you would recognise, I'm presuming, that your social licence to operate of yourselves and the Big Four generally has come under serious question, and that even this discussion about the fact that you're still able to make those judgment calls is something that the public would be rightfully sceptical about. Any reflection on that?
Well, only to say that we have an obligation to get that right. And if we don't get it right, we've seen how that can play out in the market. And that's, again, what we refer to as our core to our licence to operate. Getting it right is in absolutely our interest to have a sustainable firm going forward.
Yeah.
Having said that, I think if there is an opportunity for us to provide more transparency around those decision points,
We'd welcome it.
we're open to that. That makes it a safer position for us.
So you could initiate that without us doing anything. You could initiate that for
Sure.
every government contract it won't be a judgment call, it will be a process where you decide that you will disclose whether you think the auditing's relevant or not. So you could, in fact, this team here probably could make that call. So, good idea?
We appreciate the challenge and we'll reflect on that as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Would it be fair to say, like looking at the extent of work that consulting firms do for governments now compared to what they used to do, is it fair to say that there has been perhaps, not catching up with that in terms of holding the work that you do for government in a different framework to what you look at when you're doing work for other private sector clients. And what I'm thinking of there is that, what we've been hearing through this inquiry is, and through all of the media interest in this inquiry and the ones in the federal sphere, is an expectation that if consultants are being used to do really important government work or really important work for government, that they should be subject to some of the similar sorts of transparency and accountability measures that you'd get if a government sector employee was doing that work. Is it fair to say that consulting firms have not traditionally kind of viewed the ethical framework or the obligations around the work that they do for government and the private sector differently? Is there some catch-up to be done now? What's your thoughts on that?
I think our obligations, Chair, are there's a pretty high standard, and I think that standard applies equally to private and public. In terms of code of conduct and values, we compare ours to those of public sector, and I think they're reasonably compatible. So I do feel like we're pretty close, and we again go back to that point that if we're going to be used by public sector, we need to honour our obligations and maintain that standard. And where we don't, that's a serious penalty to pay for that.
And we're appreciative of you being here today. I think one of the suggestions that's been put forward is that if a consulting firm is doing a major piece of work that's relevant to a particular policy area, say, that they should attend budget estimates and be answerable for that work, and that we should see the reports, etc. I haven't seen that same suggestion that consulting firms sit in front of a group of shareholders at the AGM and answer their questions, and I think that is seen as being something quite separate. So I guess that's the nature of my question, is to what extent is there now a bit of a reckoning going on in terms of understanding the expectations of government work and effectively your shareholders being the public, as opposed to the corporate sector work that consultants used to sort of have more of a foundation in, I guess.
Can I just clarify the question you're asking,
It's
Chair?
quite a theoretical one. Like it's quite a academic one, perhaps, is the right question. So I'm just, my I guess what I'm asking you is, in light of the last, year, and looking at the interest the public now has in the work that consultants are doing for the public sector, is there discussion among senior people like yourselves in consulting firms, or you can only speak for yourself, so in amongst Deloitte, of how you might, view your work for governments in a different way, and in a way that's quite different from the corporate sector work that you do, in terms of accountability, transparency, disclosure, etc.
Yeah, the short answer is yes, and we are reviewing how we disclose the work that we do and respond to tenders, and perhaps Ursula, you can give a bit more colour to some of those conversations.
And I actually think the way in which we've thought about our public sector practice predates all of the latest discussions that you're referring to. We've always, and this is something that's really set in terms of the tone and the governance across our practice nationally, is how are we operating, and are we operating in the context of public interest? So if we step back and think about this, we've talked about conflicts, but would it pass the public interest test? And in fact, every engagement that we look at, and Alan stepped through the engagement process previously, right from when we receive a request for tender, we do look at that request, study that very, very carefully, and put that additional lens of, is that in the public interest? Do we have the capability to do it? Should we do it? Are there any conflicts, real or that could be perceived, that would actually apply to this? And only then do we determine whether we're actually going to proceed with it. So I think we've always had a heightened sense and focus within our public sector team around the work we do, and the privilege of doing that work, which is why we started this conversation today also around how do we make sure that the projects we're delivering are helping agencies deliver on outcomes, because ultimately that goes to the people of New South Wales and the best use of that expenditure for the people of New South Wales.
Perhaps the major change that's required here, though, is in relation to that disclosure and transparency piece. So I hear what you're saying in terms of all of that, as we've heard many times about the the rules and the all of the obligations, the professional standards and ethics, etc., that you're subject to. And I understand you saying that it's at the highest level possible. When it comes to the disclosure and transparency and accountability for work required for government sector work, I think that's where we're seeing a change, and where we're seeing expectations really sort of hit home and wanting, as my colleague said, a little bit of proactive change from yourselves. So I guess my question is, are you looking at proactively making those changes, or is it something that you'll wait for government recommendations on?
We're certainly looking at, as my colleague said, we're certainly looking at it now. And I think I was going to talk more about the policies and safeguards, but I understand your question is more on the accountability, on the transparency side. So it is something we're looking at, and in terms of what that could mean from the contracts we've got. Over the last year, the type of work that we do, etc. So it is something that we're still working through, over and above the additional safeguards that we have got for our people who do work with the public sector.
I'll give you an example and then ask you a question about it. So one of the contracts I've seen that Deloitte entered into with Transport has been in relation to the acquisition of properties for Metro. Now, we did an inquiry into acquisition of properties for major transport projects over the last term of Parliament. It would have been great to have had Deloitte come and explain to us their role in that and what they've been seeing and what they're, is that going forward, is that something you would be open to doing, to actually coming where you're performing that kind of government work, to come and front up to budget estimates or to inquiries to answer questions?
That'd be far more helpful to all of us.
Absolutely.
Yes, so the short answer is yes.
Excellent. Well, I like that very much.
So you wouldn't be, we wouldn't hear the term commercial in confidence used?
If we're delivering a project for government and we're providing advice or a report in relation to a project, then yes, we should be very open and willing to come and talk to.
Absolutely.
Excellent. I'll put that on my wall.
Yes. Yeah, I think we're all liking that very much. I don't want to let you go without asking you about PwC's sort of jettisoning of its government work. When they came to talk to us, I did ask them, was this an admission that they can't actually ethically do government work at the same time as commercial work within the same practice? They assured me it wasn't, and yet they're still wanting to sort of jettison that work. From Deloitte's perspective, do you see that as a knee-jerk reaction to the sort of mess that they found themselves in? Or do you think that it's something that does make sense to sort of exclude or carve out that government work? And if not, I guess why not? And what's different about Deloitte?
Yeah, Chair, Yeah, clearly it's a decision for PwC. I would suggest that the circumstances that they are faced with is a factor in their decision, but that's a suggestion, and I think you know, as you rightly have done, you've put that question directly to PwC. From our perspective, we believe that the value that we can provide government is to have the capacity to bring global expertise and private sector expertise as and when required. As we said earlier, our objective is to provide services that are complementary and additive to public sector. And so for us, it's critical that we have a whole of firm or a multidisciplinary model, as we term it, firm, to be able to provide what we think is the best value to government. So for that reason, I made the same comment at the federal level, that we have no intention of separating parts of our business, because we think that the model we have is best aligned to serving our clients.
And the only thing I would add to that is, in any structure, the obligation to satisfy yourself around conflicts of interest would still remain. So I think that still exists.
Yeah, those systems need to be there, irrespective of structure.
Another, I think this is probably my final question, but in relation to the EY Broderick review that they had, you know, obviously this is something that a lot of organisations are now doing in order to reckon with misbehaviour. Obviously, there has been. You've talked at the Senate inquiry about the numbers of misconduct, and we've also heard about your proactive efforts to survey. Is Deloitte going to get an independent reviewer in to do a similar sort of review that was done with EY?
Yeah, Chair, we've obviously had a lot of interest in receiving that report be made public, and we're reviewing it at the moment. We haven't made a firm decision either way, and we'll leave that to the executive team firstly to put something to the board in terms of what we think the right approach is for us going forward.
Thank you. Any other questions? No? Thank you very much. I know we kept you for a little bit longer than I think we started early, so thank you very much for your extra time, for your submission, and for being here. To the extent there are questions taken on notice, or if we've got supplementary questions, you'll have 21 days to respond. But that does conclude our session today, and we're going to have a quick afternoon tea, and we'll be back at 4:15.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're good? Excellent. Thank you. Welcome back. I now welcome our final witnesses for the day from the Public Service Association of New South Wales. If I could ask you both to state your name, position, title, and then swear either an oath or an affirmation.
Thank you, Chair. Stuart Little is my name. I'm the General Secretary of the Public Service Association of New South Wales. With me is Dr. Andy Asquith, who heads up our research section within the union. Would you like me to read the affirmation now?
Yes, please.
I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Excellent. Thank you, and welcome to you both. Is there a short opening statement that you'd like to read?
I do have one, Chair, and I do also would just ask if it would help the committee. At the time we were putting our submission together, we're in the process of obtaining additional data from various agencies within our area of coverage. Obviously, we have a fairly distinct area of coverage. It is quite broad, but in areas such as health, our coverage is sort of, if you like, restricted to the Ministry of Health as opposed to the area health service covered by other unions. So we have been busily doing that, and I've got some additional data from a number of select agencies where we have quite strong coverage, and I think it will help inform the committee, and perhaps if I could hand those up.
Thank you.
And then read to my short opening. And I'd like to then speak to it if that were possible.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, I need that as well. Thank you, Chair, and thanks for the opportunity to address the Committee of Inquiry. The Public Service Association of New South Wales is the primary union within the New South Wales public sector with coverage of almost 40,000 members. We have we have around 40,000 members. We have coverage of around 70 to 80,000. We have a significant interest in the matters before this inquiry. The increasing use of external management consultants and contractors by the former coalition government, in our view, was a policy that helped undermine and erode the New South Wales public sector and the concept of public service. This has been to the detriment of not only our members, but to the wider public sector workforce and the citizens of New South Wales who've been impacted by a decline in the scope and quality of public services. Over a number of years, a succession of reports from the New South Wales Auditor-General have chronicled a number of issues around the use of management consultants. And clearly a number of points have been defined by the Auditor-General. That is, no overarching strategy defining parameters for consultants' use. It's difficult to quantify total government expenditure on consultants as agencies define consultants differently. Questions are raised about the effectiveness of the New South Wales Procurement Board in relation to the procurement of management consulting services, consultants double dipping within agencies and having a clear conflict of interest, the internalisation of external management consultants within departments, thus replacing public servants, the use of external consultants effectively removing New South Wales internal public service capability, consultant shopping to find an ideologically, politically acceptable answer to a question, and in a wider sense, the recognition of the damage and financial costs of the increasing reliance on external management consultants is a recognition that it is now time to begin to rebuild the New South Wales public sector from the ground up. The rebuilding process must be firmly based on the traditional ideals of ethical, transparent public service, underpinned by the concept of frank and fearless advice. The ongoing reforms in the Australian public service to address similar competence and capability issues offer a template to which the New South Wales public sector can and should learn from. The PSA will always be a willing partner in this process. That's the end of that opening statement, Chair. But if I could, I suppose talk to two different issues. One is our look at a number of consultants and looking at consultants and the figures that we've handed up in the table. If I could just briefly go to it. It's just taken from the most recent annual reports. So these are annual reports that are open to everyone, the committee, the wider public. But of course, what's most disturbing are the figures that are in there that have now, if you like, come to bear since the Auditor General gave her report back in March of this year. And that is that it just appears to us that this is just an ongoing process where the use of consultants is going on and appears to be going on unabated. And I know that she did cover a lot of this period, but I'll go to a couple of other things shortly. But if you look at the paper that we gave you in respect to contract labour, because it's often difficult to distinguish between a consultant and contract labour. Unfortunately, there are times also when agencies refer to contract labour when they're really talking about temporary employees. So as a union, what we've been doing is really obtaining data from various agencies about their use of consultants, how many contractors they have. They are bona fide external contractors, and then also the use of temporary labour, which we often also refer to as insecure labour, and much in the way that we look at things like casual labour. But a couple of things that jump out from the number of contractors in particular is child protection, and it's an agency that we cover. And can I say at the moment, it's nothing unusual within child protection to have vacancy rates of between 15 and 20%. Unfortunately, it's one of those areas where the average life expectancy for a caseworker is around 18 months and it's getting shorter, generally by burnout. I mean, the pressure is so much and so great that those workers go off and find alternate employment. Obviously, that then means a lot of the very vulnerable people that we should be addressing are left not obtaining that care. But if I look at the contractors there, you'll see child protection for the northern section, I think it's 54, is it? 54 contractors. Southern, 48. And disturbingly, figures that we've obtained from the department also show that at the moment, in the northern section of the child protection zone, you've got 480 temporary employees, and in the southern section, 213 temporary employees. Now, I think last time I had a look in child protection, there's probably 2,500 caseworkers. You know, they're disturbing figures. They're really disturbing figures that I would say in probably one of the most critical frontline areas. You know, not only have they been affected by the use of consultants, but then what is termed contingency labour, not adequately planning, not adequately recruiting, not adequately retaining those workers, has led to the current shortfall in officers. That, I suppose, is one extreme area. Another area that I'd talk to is the rural fire service. Quite different areas, distinctly. You've got child protection, rural fire service. Let's hope we don't have a bad fire season this year. I really hope we don't. As a union, we cover not only a lot of emergency services areas, but also what are known as combat agencies. They're first responding agencies, agencies like the National Parks and Wildlife, like state forests. Our members in those agencies often serve to do remote area firefighting. But we know that at the moment within the rural fire service, even though they purport not to engage any consultants, we've got vacancy rates in there of 15 to 20%. We've got mitigation crews with these huge vacancy rates. Now, that may not be in some of these documents, but the number of contractors that they've got is just exponential for the size of that agency. And what it points to is a real problem with managing the workforce within that agency. So, Chair, I know that I've thrown out just a few large statements, and I'm sure that you've looked at, at our submission, and a lot of that is based on the work of Margaret Crawford, the Auditor General. But I'd also just say, if I look at agencies like iCare, and again, this is a real concern to us as a trade union, where This is the agency tasked with looking after injured workers, not only in the public sector, of which we often, unfortunately, in the areas that we cover, have many, particularly within the prison system, but also within child protection and other agencies. It's an agency which just appears to have a huge reliance on consultants, and I think this year, or the last reportable period, they spent over $6 million on consultants. The Big Four are well represented. Year before, 4.8 million, so they've spent a little bit more last period. The thing that jumps out at me from iCare though is their use of actuarials and the bills in there. Now they're the same companies, the same big mobs, KPMG, the Big Four. Their bill for 20 to 21 was 8.2 million for the year, and this year, sorry, I've got that back to front. This year, the most recent was 8.2, and the period before that was 9.6 million on actuarial work. Now you combine that with your consultants, you're talking 15 million a year on consultancy and actuarial. Surely there's skills that could be engaged in-house. Knowing that area, knowing the salaries at some of them, they operate outside of the GSE. They're not bound by the same rules. In fact, many of their executives are on quite high salaries. They can attract, on the basis that they need to attract people from the financial industry. And yet you've got this ongoing use of external consultants because I don't think they know any other way. And I hate to say it, this seems indicative of so many agencies. And going back to the Rural Fire Service and the point I meant to make, that tragically, as late as 2 weeks ago, I received a letter from the Commissioner, Rob Rogers, saying, well, I've engaged a consultant to review my structures. I said, well, that's strange because I've just received information from the State Emergency Service that the NOWS consultants have been engaged to review not only the Rural Fire Service structures, but the State Emergency Services structures at the same time. So, something's going wrong here, and this is just indicative. And if you look at that table, to see $96 million in excess, this is just a snapshot in 1 year, in circumstances where we can't get child protection workers, where we can't fill mitigation crews and fire crews in the Rural Fire Service, where we can't fill prison officer roles, where we've got a huge problem. Something has to change, something has to give.
Dr. Kane.
Ms. Little, I have a question just arising directly from what you've just said about the new consulting arrangements with NOWS. We've been asking, it's a bit of a theme that we've come back to in this committee about what kind of consultation has gone on with frontline workers. You've cited 96 million. In that amount, that large amount of consultancy work, how much input do frontline workers and the PSA get into suggestions, etc., when it comes to these consulting arrangements?
Thank you, Dr. Kane, and it's a great question. And in the last 13 years, or prior to, I'd say 2 weeks ago, none. Recently we received a copy of the terms of reference. For the last 12 years that would never have happened. I do recall around 20 odd years ago being involved in a restructure for what was then the Department of Land and Water Conservation, where the NOWS group was engaged in that, a long time ago. And of course we were partners in that. But over the past 12 years, and this is part of the problem, you've had agencies that go off, engage consultants, don't talk to their workforce about it. Indeed, I'd say in the case of the Rural Fire Service, unfortunately, Commissioner Rogers is a commissioner who has never attended a union meeting. Never. Never once attended. Never come and spoken to those people who've been on deployments overseas and here within a union context. Just hasn't done it. Engages consultants to review his structure. Then if I look at something like the iCare report, the NOWS group are being paid $343,000 in that one calendar year to do a review of their structure. It's astonishing when you've got people there on such huge salaries, and I'd include this to people like the Commissioner. Why can't they review their structures if they're the boss? if they're in charge, surely if you're in charge of a first response agency, and it's not a huge agency, or if you're in charge of iCare, surely you'd have the internal capacity to do that. But to come back to your question, it's only very recently that we've started being consulted. We certainly welcome that, and we certainly welcome the capacity to question why consultants are being used at all. We would like to see a proper review across all of the emergency services areas, and I think to look at both the the State Emergency Service and the Rural Fire Service is great, but that should also include fire and rescue. It should include the National Parks and Wildlife Service. It should include other agencies who all have to respond in terms of the state management plan for dealing with emergencies.
Thank you. Can I ask a question? You've gone, your union's gone and gathered information that's publicly available. One of the things that we've been looking at is the adequacy of reporting and disclosure of the use of consultants. And I wondered, is there any reflection on, the availability of information, what you were able to access when you were trying to prepare for both your submission and coming here today?
Thank you again for the question. And again, part of the difficulty, when you look at the consultants and the use of consultants, yes, the annual reports, whenever you get them, and the most recent annual report is for 21-22, which I'm sure you all know. You're then left with things like, review structure, so, I mean, it's very difficult. But what often really concerns us is with contractors, and it appears to be really a big issue within IT in particular, that we're told, oh, well, we can't get people. What does that mean, you can't get people? I mean, you've got people on all sorts of salary levels within the public sector. Last I heard, I think Michael Coutts-Trott is on, 600,000, and I'm sure, we've got members in fire mitigation that are in 60,000, and you've got everything in between. So why can't you employ IT people within that? It's just nonsense. And often these contractors, and again, that's one example, but and also it's going to be affected possibly by changes to the law at a federal level where they're looking at same pay for same work, where let's say within the parliament you had an admin person that came in because there was a shortage and you got an agency person come in. Under new proposed laws, that person would have to receive the same pay as a permanent officer of the parliament. It wouldn't be the case now where they get paid whatever the agency pays them, and then the labour hire people, they take the rest of that. You don't know what that is. It could be half of what the parliament's paying the labour hire. So again, you don't know. Or you get, say in the case of the RFS, who don't provide us with any of the detail, is the fact that you've got, and I'll just go through it, they're spending on contractors. The most current year was about 6.8 million, but in 2021 it was 12 million on contractors. In 1920 it was 9 million on contractors. In 1819 it was 8 million. It goes up and down. Now sometimes it may be, if you had a big fire season, but speaking from experience, the biggest fire season in our lifetime was 1920, so I understand. I'm not sure of the arrangements that they had for paying those contractors. But it does seem to us that a lot of this is contingency labour. That's what it is. It's employing people on contract arrangements and not by way of the GSE.
Can I ask? Sorry, I'm trying to understand. So thank you very much for giving us the this table of contract labour numbers. Can you explain to me then, in something like education, it says education corporate, and there's 1,500 estimated of contract labour.
Yes.
What are those people doing?
I couldn't tell you what the corporate people. I'm told a lot of that is IT. So education is the second largest part of the public sector, about a quarter of the budget, as I understand it. Health's about a third. Education's about 25%. It's the largest section of our membership. We have all of the support staff within school education. It's a very large section of our membership. So generally those people are employed out in schools. The fast growing area for kids with disability and behavioural problems. That's the fastest growing area for people assisting teachers. But in corporate services, we do have a significant membership base, but look, I'm not sure. But they're the figures that we've obtained. Certainly, I would say that in school education, we've had some great outcomes in the last 5 months. We've had some fantastic outcomes with the new government in terms of our members being made permanent. We've had over 5,000 support staff who've gone from long-term temporary employees to permanent. They're 98% working women, half of them in regional New South Wales. Obviously, the teachers who we don't cover have had a similar outcome, so they're great outcomes. Certainly, I think more needs to happen in terms of that contract. And I would suggest it's in the area of IT. Chair.
Sorry, back to you.
Can I sort of go up a level in some sense in that your submission is very concerned with, and your introduction was about the public service generally, to summarise, the health of the public service. I guess you raise a number of issues about the outcomes of the use of external providers, and I just wondered if there was anything else you wanted to mention on that theme.
Dr. Kane, I've been to a number of committees here over the years, and I've seen many estimates committees. I follow the estimates committees. I'm yet to come and see an estimates committee where the boss is sitting here with a consultant. I've never seen it. The boss sits here, the secretary, they sit here with the minister. They don't sit here with a consultant. Where on earth is that consultant? And regardless of which side of politics they're on, where is that consultant being held and answered and held to account and questioned for the work that they've done on the taxpayer dollar? Where's the accountability? There's a line in an annual report and we just have to accept it, that we've received value for money. What I'd suggest, we haven't, and I take great umbrage when I look at the iCare website, for example. I know there's a lot of work, but it says, when you go there, we're changing the way people think about insurance and care. Well, that's true. They are changing the way people think about it. Not necessarily in a good way.
You were perhaps listening when iCare were before us today, and we were hearing, so I guess both iCare and Cyril, when we were questioning the level of use of consultants, we were being told that there's this incredibly technical expertise that's required. It's very specific. There aren't very many actuaries. This is why they need to not have this sourced in-house. Does that pass mustard to you?
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. And until such time as you actually go through a process where you seek to recruit those people and show us that you were unable to recruit those people, because we haven't seen evidence of that. All we see evidence of is year after year, the Big Four and others coming back and I could use some crude expressions, but I won't, and going back and just basically having their hand out for millions of dollars of taxpayer money. I mean, with actuaries, look, maybe there's an argument for that, I don't know. But it seems extraordinary to me that we can't find permanent public servants with that skill set. We've got a world-class treasury. Of course we have. So why can't we expand some of these agencies and reduce the number of consultants in them? If only we had the will. We do, we've got world-class. I mean, every time there's a crisis, whether it was during the pandemic, it was the public sector that the community turned to. Many of our members in the Ministry of Health, ably led by Dr. Chan. I mean, the hospitals were empty at that time because the Ministry of Health was able to guide us through that expertise. When it came to floods, in the same way, we can respond to that. When it comes to fires, we have to have that capacity. We've got to build that up. It's the public sector that the community turn to.
We're also being told a lot that a lot of these consultants are required because of their IT skills, and that the IT market is different. The IT market is very contractor-based and consultant-based, and it's very hard to employ permanent people. I'm reminded of former Minister for Customer Services, Victor Dominello, when he at some point, I think it might have been in relation to that PATH project, where he said, well, no, actually, we could recruit our own IT experts and actually be doing this in-house, which was remarkable for a Liberal minister. But do you have any reflection on that, I guess, because more and more things are becoming IT-based, more and more jobs are IT. What could we be doing to increase the attractiveness of the public sector to recruit those people permanently?
Offer them the pay commensurate with their skills and experience, like we do for every other public servant. And whether we've got Crown prosecutors in the DPP, we've got some of the best prosecutors, that have worked. They also go out and work. We're able to attract good people there. We're able to attract people right across the public sector. Again, there may be times when you want to have knowledge transfer and things like that, but nothing on the scale that we're seeing. Quite frankly, the whole rationale has been around this contingency approach to labour. That's what it's been. Outsource, you're always going to get better, but I just don't accept that for a moment. And again, if you look at things like, say, iCare, T-Core, even State Super, the old, which we run, they've got highly skilled people with huge liabilities, but, they're able to deliver, and they're public servants that work there. They're employed. So unless you manage and you plan, then of course you're going to simply rely upon contractors. And many times I think it just becomes inherent in the way that they operate.
And that's one of the, sorry, I'll come back to you after, one of the issues that you raise in your recommendations that I've not seen anyone else raise in this way is in relation to working with the tertiary sector to build those skills. Absolutely. So if we're going to rebuild the public sector and build that capability, we need to work out what tertiary education is required. Can you give us some examples of the types of roles you're envisaging in that?
I know it's very difficult to believe, but I've actually been around the public sector for around 30 years. I know I look much younger than that, but there was a time when we actually used to recruit people and from university, and again, both sides of politics, and regardless of who was in, we used to have that. We don't have 1-2s anymore in the public, like entry-level jobs. We need to rebuild that. Can I say at the moment, one of the big issues that we've got now within the justice system is getting Indigenous people to come in and work. And often they're being stopped for minor things that may have happened 20 years ago. We need to build that up, particularly in things like community corrections and elsewhere. Again, it's changing recruitment practices and changing the way that we do things and thinking outside of the square. And if we don't do that, well, it's just going to be more of the same.
Can I ask a question? We've had quite a few different witnesses, and there seems to be a consensus, and I don't disagree, that from time to time there will be a need for sort of bespoke consultancy arrangements. You will have expertise that you don't need consistently. Given that, what kind of processes would you recommend? You spoke about accountability before. I know that's a theme also in your submission. Is there a process or aspects of a process that you would recommend on those occasions when you do legitimately need to engage contractors?
I think you need to look at it in terms of return on investment. There has to be accountability. There's got to be a proper procurement strategy. It should look at engagement with our university sector, with our existing. I mean, we provide a world-class university system. We export university education. How much does the New South Wales public sector interact with that university sector? They do in parts. They do here and there, but nowhere near where they could. So I mean, that's just one example, but you do need accountability through a proper procurement strategy. And it's probably something I could take on notice as well, if that were.
Yeah, that would be good. Thank you very much for that. The other point that I wanted to ask about is, you conclude by, as I said, expressing concern that the public service need to be rebuilt, and that, that you would be willing, as you've just indicated, to participate in providing ideas. I'm particularly interested in what you call the stewardship function of the public service. And I wondered if either of you want to elaborate what you mean by, it's not a term that we've necessarily come across in other submissions.
Yeah, I'm happy to talk to that, Stuart. Thank you. Thank you for the question. Stewardship is basically looking after and nurturing and sustaining what's there. Public servants come and go, like politicians come and go, but we hope the public service and public sector will be there for longevity. And it's about building up a belief and a passion and understanding in public service and the institutions around public service, and always seeking to improve and develop. So that we can pass it on to the next generation. And if I can just go back to something that Stuart said about the universities should be the first port of call when we're looking for consultants, because we have world-class educators and researchers on our doorstep. And I know from the work that I've done at the PSA that there seems to be very little interaction. And that's a huge gap that should be made. And the other thing that's in the paper that I would say about consultants is, if consultants have to be used, a business case should be made at the same time that would develop that expertise internally.
Thank you for that. And I declare a conflict of interest in that my previous engagement as an academic, so I can completely agree with you, and I've noted that before.
Can I, to note that Mr. Buttigieg has a question.
Sorry.
Is that all right if I go to him? I'll go to him and I'll come back to you.
Yeah, no worries.
Mr. Buttigieg? He's still there.
Mr. Buttigieg.
He's in the ether.
Okay. No, we can't hear him. All right, let's, go back to you, Dr. Kane, and we'll give him another chance in a bit.
I wondered if it's quite useful for us to have illustrative examples, and that RFS example was useful. Are there any others, either recent or, over the period that you've looked at in your research that spring to mind as particularly noteworthy, or in fact that we should maybe investigate a bit further?
I think that there is a level, thanks for the question, I think there's just a level, and again it's where consultants and then where the issue of contractors intertwine or interface. Look, we have had issues just with a couple of agencies, unfortunately, when it comes to, and we're working on them, so to speak. And again, it's often when in an industrial context, when you go to an agency and you say, look, we want to know how many people, work in these particular roles for transparency, for openness. But, the police is also a very large agency, which we think could be more transparent for obvious reasons. I mean, we have a lot of members that work within the justice portfolio. ICAC, the Crime Commission, corrections, right across. And in police, we've got a lot of members that work within the police. But getting that sort of data from them has been very, very difficult, I have to say. And obviously they would argue, well, we're special and we're different and, and all of that. But really, they're probably no special or different to any of those agencies I just mentioned, where we do have a fairly open dialogue. I think that all agencies, and I think a committee like this, it's long overdue to look at this question, because it's so important that the taxpayer get value for money if they are going to engage, as Dr. Asquith said. There has to be a business case. There's got to be value for money. There's got to be a legitimate reason. It can't just be a line in a paper. But to go to your question, I just think that all agencies really should have much better reporting requirements when it comes to their annual reports. Certainly far more than what we're getting at the moment. So, for example, if you use the example of the back of the iCare, they're a large agency, huge budget, and you just get these little one-line, despite there being millions of dollars. So I think that, and also, again, that's something we'd like to take on notice.
Thank you.
Mr. Buttigieg.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good. Mr. Little, thanks for your testimony. I just wanted to explore, I've been kind of trying to listen in a little bit, but in terms of the current state, which is obviously it's not ideal, to put it mildly. So if you could maybe just contrast where we're at, because it seems to me one of the value add propositions is for the public sector agencies to start talking to the unions about how we might better assess how to rebuild that public sector capacity and the subject matter expertise on the ground, which your members obviously possess, in order to make that happen. Now, presumably there's been attempts at doing this over the last 10, 15, 20 years, which may have fallen on deaf ears from what we're hearing. I just thought it might be handy for you to contrast that sort of state of affairs, if that's a correct characterisation, compared to where you want to go, where you'd like to see it go.
Look, thanks again for the question. And I think for some of this, we probably could take some of this on notice, because there are so many parts of the public sector. And again, I think, one of the really defining things that happened in the last, if you like, period for the former government was when we, after quite a long period, you were hit with a number of crises very quickly. And it highlighted some of the best parts of the public sector, and it also highlighted areas where we were clearly deficient, in my view. We looked at the response to the wildfires in 19/20. Some of the agencies that we have coverage of, the firefighting capacity had been, and again, this is slightly to the side of, consultants, but it does go to the question about contractors. The capacity in, say, an agency like National Parks, which doesn't just have some of the best remote firefighters in this country, they have some of the best remote firefighters in the world. We've got a contingency in Canada as we speak, training people over there. They're incredible people that put their lives on the line, and we've lost many members in that endeavour. But their capacity had gone from 1,500 down to 800 over an 8-year period. Now, that then got built up a little bit, but there was a view within that agency, we'll just contract out that work. We'll just contract it out. We'll get contractors in to do pest management, to do, pest management is things like shooting invertebrate pests and things like that. We'll just get contractors in to do that. There was this ridiculous notion that you could replace the public sector. TAFE is another example, where TAFE was just decimated, where we lost campuses because I think there was a view that, the private sector will do that better. They'll come in, they'll walk into that area, they'll deliver better training. Well, they didn't. Clearly they didn't, and now we've got a skills shortage. So it's an area where I think, you've got to learn by your mistakes, right? I think all governments of all persuasions will make mistakes, but obviously when any government's been there for a long time, I think particularly at the start of it, where there did seem to be an idea that the private sector will always do things better, and we can just contract out and, have small government. Then you end up with these crises where everyone says, geez, we're in lockdown. Where's the public sector? Where are they going to help?
And can I ask, just in terms of that, so was that a conscious attempt on behalf of previous governments to de-unionise the sector, or was it a combination of just, look, the private sector can do it better, there's too much waste and inefficiency here, let's put it out to a competitive process, or a bit of both, or to what degree, if any, did they engage the PSA in those discussions?
If we look at things like, the efficiency dividend, which I don't know if everyone here is aware of the way that operates, the efficiency dividend, which I'm hopeful will not be a feature of the forthcoming budget, and the way that it operates. That over the last 12 years started about 1% per annum across virtually every agency in the public sector. You had to find 1% in savings. It then went to 1.5, it went to 2, it went to 3, which meant that over the forward estimates, most agencies were faced with cuts of 12%. It became, the apparent that our role in that was as change managers. Well, you've got to help the boss. Who are we sacking? Where are we going to sack them? So jobs that used to be in Broken Hill got moved to Dubbo. The jobs in Dubbo got moved into Bathurst, and then eventually they'll get shifted towards the eastern seaboard. And those regional communities really suffered, in my view, over that period. A lot of those, historically what they would call the brown departments, you know, often the national parties were often, you know, heavily involved in them historically. Department of Land and Water, you know, they were shrunk. They were contracted out. A lot of them, you wouldn't know where they are now. The catchment management authorities, so many agencies changed, disappeared. We'll contract that out. The capacity, you know, I think it's going to take a long time, and I think again this committee and your deliberations it's a great start. I think I really congratulate everyone for taking part in it, and I do hope it's a bipartisan approach because, you know, we do need to do a lot of rebuilding and capacity building. As I said, at the moment, the reason we're doing this is because I know that things are going to be very, very tight. Obviously, we're worried that, you know, we just got a 4.5% pay rise for our members. As you know, the teachers are out there who we work with. You know, we work closely with teachers. Every area there's a real problem when it comes to attraction and retention. It worries me greatly. And as I said at the start of these proceedings, child protection is something that's very dear to us. When you've got 1 in 5 jobs vacant, you've got a major problem.
Ms Munro's got a question.
Sorry, yes.
Thank you, Chair. Could you please tell me the proportion of public sector employees that are members of the PSA union?
Within our area of coverage, I mean, look, some areas it's 100%. I mean, if you look in the prisons, I would suggest we have almost 100% membership. Child protection would probably be at 80 or 90%. Other areas it may be smaller. School education's probably 60%. So we've currently got 40,000 members. I think our density is very high in certain areas, but we're not as big as, say, the teachers or the nurses. They're bigger, but we're pretty big.
Okay. So my understanding was there are about 400,000
Public sector workers.
Public sector workers.
A third's in health.
Yep.
We cover the ministry. So you've got 130,000. So by the time you've got the nurses in there, the HSU, who are bigger, you know, that's 130,000. You know, the Ministry of Health's probably got 1,000 people in it, a few contractors. You know, that's that there. Education, 25%. So, you know, I'm not sure what your numbers are. 25%, so 100,000. We've got 13,000 members in that space. Police, you know, we cover forensics, we cover VKG, the unsworn police. So maybe a couple of thousand there and so on. So, look, I'd have to look at it, but probably 50-60% of what it could be.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr Buttigieg, had you finished with your questions?
Yes, thank you, Chair. That's all from me.
Great. I just wanted to ask one final question in the time we've got left. We've had a bit of evidence given to us from different people around what the impact on the total number of public sector workers has been based on sort of the increase in use of consultants and whether or not it has reduced the number or not. I really appreciated in your submission that distinction between, I think you call them SES, the sort of senior executive level of sort of public sector worker versus the, I don't know what the word is, but the less bureaucratic, I guess.
Grade 1 to 12.
Yeah, thank you. Do you have any figures on that in terms of how that's changed over time?
It changed greatly when the GSC came in 13. I'm happy to again elaborate more on this, but what happened was that when they changed from the Public Sector Employment and Management Act to the GSC, a feature of that was they got rid of what was called the Senior Officer Award. So you used to have a Senior Officer 1, 2 and 3, and that basically was like, at the moment it goes up to grade 12, so that's got a salary range of about 150, 160,000, and they used to overlap with SES 1, 2 and 3, the lower bands, but they were award employees. Now you've probably got equivalents of those in a lot of agencies like police and corrections, but they wear a uniform. But elsewhere, all of those workers were basically put on the contracts. So you had a lot of people who were quite senior, who were, members of ours, often a lot of technocrats or senior managers, but not senior managers, that fell into that space. And that had the result of actually increasing the size of the senior executive service. So now those people would be SES 2, 3, around that level.
And when we're looking at the work that consultants are being brought in to perform that otherwise might be done by the public sector, what kind of level equivalent then would we be talking if we were to try and work out whether or not the number of jobs was going down as a result of that use? What would we be looking at?
Well, I think it depends on the type of work. But I mean, when you look at the description of some of the functions, like reviewing structures, I mean, for me, why is a departmental head not doing that? And I think you have to ask, why on earth are you paying someone $400,000, $500,000, $600,000 a year who I would have thought put that structure in place or had why can't they review that with their management team? Why do you need to bring in an external? And in my experience, I often bring consultants in to say what, a minister wants them to say. Sorry, but that seems to be the way of it. With actuaries, look, I'm not sure what the labour market is. I mean, I know they practice very dark arts, but I'm not quite sure of where they're at on the labour market. I just don't know.
Chair, can I just for Mr. Asquith, because I think in the submission there was some references to some UK studies, and my superficial understanding is that they've been there, done this, where they've essentially gone through an era where the public sector was gutted and there's been a political decision to rebuild the public sector. Is there anything for us to be informed by their experience?
In terms of the UK, I would say no. The best example that we have is in Canberra. The APS, the most important decision that the Prime Minister made, in my view, was to appoint Glyn Davis to head up the APS. Is someone who understands the public service, has got a very distinguished track record there, is passionate about public service. He was instrumental in setting up ANZOG, that trains senior public servants, and his whole value system that he's brought into the APS is about public service and free and frank advice in the traditions of public administration, and that's where we should be looking.
Can I add to that too? I mean, even Peter Reardon, who was a very talented senior bureaucrat, I'm not one to give praise to a lot of bosses, but I mean, he was very effective within education. I can't remember who the minister was at the time, but under the former government, very senior. He's now in Canberra. So, they have pinched a lot of good people, clearly.
Thank you. Unfortunately, that's all we have time for. They've just turned the air conditioning off on us. So,
I just have one question.
Yep,
very
go
quick.
ahead.
Dr. Asquith, and it's about your personal interests. Given your accent, Matildas or Lionesses?
Well, if I told you I was a Kiwi, would you believe me?
No, I absolutely wouldn't.
I've won a Kiwi passport, but I'm a Yorkshireman. I'm not English. I'm from Yorkshire.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I like that disclaimer. I'll take it.
But just for the record, go Matildas.
Yes, excellent.
The best question of the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much.
To the extent that there were questions taken on notice or supplementary questions, there'll be 21 days to respond, and the committee secretariat will be in touch. But that does bring our hearing for today to a close. Thank you very, very much for your fascinating submission and for your attendance. That's it for now. Thank you.
We have a deliberative.
Thanks, everyone.
A short one.
Yep.